wickets. One, Hakeem Jordan is the one overseas player. Nathan Gilchrist also coming back into the 11. The Kent quick bowler. It's Mayeye, Compton, Bell Drummond, Leaning, Joe Denley, Everson, formerly of course of Notts, Harry Finch, Jordan, Parkinson, Gilchrist and Garrett as Jordan bowls, and delightful stroke through the offside, just guided by Slater for 4 runs. Dave, thank you very much. I can't actually see it go to the boundary because of the overhang of the woods.
No, I know, I'm sticking my arm out because it's a no ball as well.
I thought you were waving the...
no, so it's 6 from that particular delivery.
Peripheral vision, but yeah, and the pitch itself is towards the hospital side of the ground, quite a long way away from the old Dover side with the new flats, and the ropes brought in on that side as well. I can tell you how far we are off. It looks a little bit worn, I'd have to say, to start with. That's Jordan bowls, wedge, 1 bounce to Daniel Bell Drummond, but rears up and hits him sort of chest high there, but no great alarms from Slater, keeps it down well. Soft hands, 8 for none so far.
Yes, we saw a lot of no balls at Chelmsford last week, with Notts the guilty party on that occasion, but Keil Jordan overstepping. Can't be anything worse, really. Well, of course there's a lot of things worse, but to overstep and then be hit for 4 as well. Yeah,
insult to injury and all that. It's this, it's with a thickish edge as well as he pushes 4, but I go for 4 again. Soft hand, it's gone all the way along the ground, so through a sort of gully line, so even if there'd been a fielder there, it wouldn't have caught it on the full, absolutely along the ground, but finding the edge. Good news for Jordan, bad news for Kent. It's gone for 4, not racing along to 12 for none so far.
Yeah, first start. Not too many in yet. It's, of course, a relatively early start for some, but the locals yet really to arrive in any great number.
It's Jordan running away from us. The pavilion end, bowls to Slater. Shoulders, arms to that one. It's outside. Oh, another no ball. Crikey. So we added 4 to what's come off the bat from Hakeem Jordan already in the very first over.
He'll be ready for a breather by the end of this over.
So he's bowled a full 12 already, but 2 of those not legitimate deliveries. George Garrett, it was in the last game, particularly from the Nackington Road end too. A number of no balls for him. It's not a great start for Kemp, but it's just feeling the rustiness. That's Jordan round the wicket to Slater, slower delivery, just seaming in towards Slater, plays that comfortably up to mid-on to Matt Parkinson, who I would dare say would have a part to play in this game, looking at what we can see from the pitch anyway, but Canterbury can get deader as it goes on rather than more lively.
We're indebted to the great Mr. Fulton, who's gone off and fetched the drinks. There was always talk, do you want mocky-hearters and mockers and this and this and this? Just that looks to me like a press room instant. Nothing wrong with a press room instant.
It's not instant these days. Filter round the wicket to Slater down the leg side, and there is no run. I was going to I made this same extravagant promise last week to go and get coffees around about this time, and it's absolutely rammed in the Lime Tree Cafe at that point. So I'm going to make all the excuses Dave needed. He's a fine barista as well as a coach, former Kent captain.
Well, you have to get the work where you can get it.
In this job, you certainly do. 14 for none.
Lovely conditions clearly up and down the country. All 9 games are underway. No wickets have fallen yet in Division 1.
Any interest in any other games for Nottinghamshire fans, Dave? I can't imagine where they would be.
All the focus is on this one as Garrett comes in from the far end, bowls and Mead. Just a little tentative push at that one, and it swings away and goes through to Finch. So the far end is Nackington Road, Nackington Lane.
Nackington Road.
Nackington Road.
That's right.
NR. Think of New Road, David, I'll remember. Think of no result. Durham are batting at the Oval. Apparently they've not played there since 2015, and then go there for the second time in a week, having gone there in the Blast quarter-finals last week. So it's not a venue that the northeastern side have travelled down to very often. Durham batting 3 without loss against Surrey, as this one beats Hamid. Lovely delivery from Garrett. Hampshire at home to Worcestershire in this round of matches. Hampshire 6 without loss. Lancashire are batting at Old Trafford, 5 without loss. Warwickshire 5 without loss at home to Essex. Division 2 Yorkshire are at Cardiff, 12 without loss. Gloucestershire, the Blast winners, have already lost a wicket. They're at home to Division 2 leaders Sussex. They're 1 for 1. Leicestershire batting against Northants, 3 without loss, and Derbyshire at home, 15 without loss to Middlesex.
I think I'm right in saying Sussex can wrap up promotion in this game.
Garrett bowls, and the Notts captain works it to mid-on, and there's no run.
I was about to say Gloucestershire 1 for 1 after a heavy weekend at Birmingham. But that would be projecting, and these are professional sports people, and they wouldn't follow my example, thank goodness.
Didn't see any of it, not a single ball. I know I could have recorded it and all the rest of it, but by then I knew what had happened, of course, because I came down to Kent on the Saturday. I was at Bromley on Saturday, so I've carelessly allowed myself to visit Kent twice in 48 hours. There's Garrett. Passed on by Shanmugam, and Hamid just whips it wristily down to long leg. Will be fielded on the fence. It is. Good work down here by Akil Jordan, and decent throw in as well. That'll lift his spirits after a turbulent first over from Akil Jordan. Nice bit of fielding. 2 more to the Notts captain, who's on to 3. 16 without loss. I'm told you can get these matches now on your smart speaker.
You can. Just ask BBC Sounds to play Kent v Nottinghamshire Day 1.
I'm glad you remembered. Are you a smart speaker sort of guy? No, nor me. No idea. Garrett, right arm, medium fast, bowls a delivery just outside off stump, and Hamid punches it out into the covers. Scored a splendid century at Chelmsford last week, Asib Hamid, in the second innings after Notts had been blown away very cheaply in the first and made to follow on by Essex. Past 1,000 for this campaign, his first one in charge as the club skipper, having taken over from Stephen Mullaney. Just the one victory in the 12 matches so far this season for Notts. This is down the leg side, taken by Finch, and that was quite a comprehensive whooping of Lancashire. 16 without loss after 3.
That's one thing the two sides share. Their only victories have come against Lancashire, and it's been a long time for both since they had a W in the column, or a dub, as the young people probably don't say anymore.
Bit of interest in the Notts selection today, and of course one of the newcomers you will have seen more than I, Jacob Duffy, because his only previous experience of cricket in this country is with Kent.
Yeah, absolutely. Double agent Duffy, we're calling him. 16 for none. Slater 9, Hamid is 3, and Jordan, as Dave said, had a turbulent first over with a couple of no balls and a couple of boundaries as well. The West Indian comes round the wickets to Slater. Oh, that's a great delivery, just outside the off stump. Really nibbled back, I don't think. Held its line though, close to the off stump. Slater did his job, got inside it, through to the wicket keeper.
I don't know if I've got my head on a tilt this morning or what, but this thing is more of a slope than I can ever recall seeing here, is it?
They'll do everything they can to win this game.
Well, is it me, or is there... I think the last few times we've been here, we've played more over towards the flat side of the ground, and it's not been noticeable, but out there it definitely looks to be a bit of
a relative rarity to have it this far over, that's for sure. Jordan, full delivery, driven by Slater. I say driven, but again, he's just guided that through the offside with no backlift whatsoever, and that will be 4 runs. Perfect timing. And Jordan's not had a great start on his return from that side injury that's kept him out of 2 games, and 2 of the 4 that he's contracted to play. So the West Indian fast medium bowler was playing for Bromwich in the Midlands League when got the call from Danny Bell-Drummond. I think he'd been for a sort of taster day at Kent a few weeks before to introduce himself, and
I like those.
They said he'd been to Canterbury and met everybody. Didn't know if his call up would come through to the wicket keeper. Shoulders arm Slater, a little bit of bounce, but it's not harming Slater at all. Leaves that alone through to the wicket keeper. He was an injury reserve as part of the West Indies squad that were here over the summer as well. So he's played a lot of cricket in this country, but at league level.
It's a Bayesian as well, isn't he, from the beautiful island of Barbados.
Bowls around the wicket now to Slater, inside part of the bat. Closes the face down towards long leg, and it's fielded by George Garrett there. Single taken, field changes over. Right to left partnership. And, he's got this run up more pronounced when you're a little bit side on at Worcestershire, aren't you? But it's sort of mini Mark Wood run up in that it looks like he's about to give it full beans when he starts, but actually very gently lopes in after. You see, he have a little scamper to start, a bit like a high jumper.
Where did the Worcestershire bit come in?
He played his other game for Kent at Worcestershire.
Oh, right. Okay.
Sorry, I was just thinking. Sorry for our listeners. That's not really very pictorial.
He's only played the one game.
He has just the one, and then been injured for 2. Comes in now to. I mean, that's a great delivery. Has he got the edge? No. Slips encouraging the umpire at this end, James Middlebrook, to look at that. He could not be stiller, I don't think, Middlebrook, could he? Umpire Middlebrook there.
No.
He's not moved a coin from one pocket to another. Not made a move at all. Nothing betraying that he might give that out. I think perhaps if there was any noise, it might have been Hamid's bat hitting his ground, but they were hopeful rather than expectant, I think, Dave.
I tell you what, that was better from Jordan to the right-hander, because he's been all over the shop to Ben Slater, including a couple of no balls as well, and of course crunched away for a couple of boundaries.
Final ball of the 4th, 21 for none. It floats in towards leg stump though, and that's clipped away, so he's lost his radar on that one, and Hamid needs no second invitation. Beautiful timing, wrists over it, 4 runs. Knocks 25 for none off 4. This is the Metrobank One Day Cup. No, it's the County Championship, Division 1. Slater 14, Hamid has 7.
Lunchtime declaration on its way. These sides haven't met, of course, this season. It's a little bizarre, isn't it, that this is round 13 of 40 and they haven't played each other and they've made to wait this long before renewing rivalries. Notts were here just about the same week last year, a match that completely turned on its head in the last session because Kent had dominated proceedings. They'd racked up 450, big century from Zach Crawley. Notts were bundled out and made to follow on, and Joe Clark got a century as Garrett bowls, Slater defends. Second time around, Notts eventually won out for 348, Joe Clark 141 not out, Brett Hutton a career best 84, and it left Kent needing 168 from 32. And we just thought, well, the way Crawley and co had been smacking around in the first innings, this is going to be done and dusted, and they finished up 86 for 6 defending. Notts had given a debut to Asitha Fernando, the Sri Lankan who we've just seen in the Test series, and just looking at his figures, 3 for 40, and I think he bowled very, very well on that particular occasion. Chahal made his debut for Kent in that game. This is wide of the off stump and it goes through to the keeper, so Kent left hanging on at 86 for 6, having been set 168 to win. But 3 days of dominance, in fact 3.5 days of dominance, and then they couldn't get the job done.
Yeah, Yuzi Chahal came back to haunt Kent this year, taking wickets in the aforementioned Metrobank Cup. But he's probably a step above that competition. I mean that in no disrespect to anybody, but
there's Garrett bowls and left alone by Slater. Notts have not won here in the Championship since 2008. They also won in 2005 as well, actually. But since then they've won a couple of times in List A cricket. Won here last year with Matt Montgomery and Dane Patterson, the South African. I think they got something like 40 or 50 for the last wicket. It was an astonishing... Were you here for that one? The Metrobank last year? But again, Notts really came from behind with the last pair putting 50 on to get a 1-wicket win. Next ball sent down by Garrett, goes through to Finch.
Does ring a bell. It sounds traumatic though, so
Yeah,
I've probably blanked it out.
Yeah. But it's not been overly successful down here. Played at a lot of different grounds over the years. I was just looking at the list of places that this fixture has been staged. is it Town Malling? Town Malling?
Malling.
Town Malling.
Yeah.
Cranbrook, Crystal Palace,
Cranbrook.
Tunbridge and Tunbridge Wells,
Yeah.
Maidstone, Beckenham, Gravesend, Catford, Blackheath, Dover, Gillingham, Folkestone. Crikey. They were the days. 25 without loss. And Slater, who's got off to a fast start here, doesn't push at that one, well wide of the off stump. And Slater 14 from 19. One big century this season for the former Derbyshire man. Made 168 not out against Somerset at Trent Bridge in the middle of the summer. Just gives the old averages an almighty boost, doesn't it, if you can churn in a big unbeaten century in the middle of the season. It just tilts things your way. He's averaging about 40. I'm sure he'd like to end the season with a couple of big scores to get up around about 1,000 for the campaign. He's on strike now, and again it goes through to Finch, end of the over. Garrett's 3 overs, none for 4. Jordan at the other end has been a wee bit more expensive, 2 overs for 21. That was a maiden.
Yeah, it's chalk and cheese, isn't it, in terms of economy so far for these two bowlers. So I was just checking out Ben Slater's stats for the summer. As you say, one big century, averaging just under 40 so far. Hakeem Jordan, there's some looking at the new ball there. I've decided that it's all right. Parkinson throws it back to Hakeem Jordan. No number on his back. It doesn't grace one quite yet. Going to get the iron-on figures out of the club shop at some point, as this one is guided away by Hamid low past third, and that'll go through for 4 runs, and quite a legitimate shot that one. A little bit late, but past Daniel Bell Drummond's dive, sort of gully area, and it'll be 4 more. So racing along, even Asim Hamid, for him it's nosebleed territory, isn't it? 11 from 13.
And of course last year against Kent in the match at Trent Bridge, he achieved something he's not done before, and he's not done since, and probably will never do again. He came on for a bowl for Notts and dismissed Arafat Boyan with his 3rd ball in first-class cricket. He has figures of 1 for none, so I should stick at that, Hass, if I were you. My old son.
I'll have to watch for him. Right arm slow or a bit of spin. Straight back at the bowler this one, by the way. Defended by Hamid off middle and off.
I don't know why they brought him on. Kent was 60 for 9, and Stephen Mullaney just lobbed the ball to Asib Hamid, and Arafat Boyan played the well, let's get off home, we're going to lose this card, and chipped one up in the air, 3rd ball.
They didn't need to close in on the overs. Did he get through it quickly? Oh, it's an inside edge pass. His stumps wouldn't have made any difference because it's a no ball. Another one from Hakeem Jordan. So no matter how good that ball was, what's the inside edge? Inside part of the bat as it rose towards his midriff, played away, and 2 more to the total. As Dave was saying, he's getting through a lot of deliveries, Hakeem Jordan, on his return to the side. Unfortunately, not all of them legitimate. Is that his 3rd so far?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. It's not needing any help, actually. 32 for none off the first 5.2. Still 3 slips in. Trying to attack here. Hakeem Jordan outside the off stump. Seems away from the left-handed Slater. But you're right, his line doesn't look nearly as good to Slater as it does to Hamid, I'd suggest. Trouble settling around the wicket. Maybe the slope is just unsettling him. If we played away from home, of course, in his 1 appearance so far for Kent, but Slater faces now. It's a better ball. It's taking the outside part of the bat, but again bounces once to Daniel Bell Drummond as he defends that Slater. Thin sound as it is the outside part of the bat, but no great excitement as it drops short of Daniel Bell Drummond anyway. 32 for none.
Slater does have a century against Kent to his name at Trent Bridge in the match last year, but here at Canterbury he's played here 3 times before in first-class cricket. Hasn't reached 40 yet, a best of 39 on this ground.
Jordan to Slater now. Floating delivery, that one. Cut away, past the man at point and made a dive at it. Good effort, but it'll go for 4 runs, flashing away. Just a little bit aerial. That past George Garrett there, I think, at slightly backward point.
I think he'll be disappointed if he doesn't get 40 in this innings. He's got off to a flying start here.
He certainly has. Hard for us to see how close Garrett was to that, but there was no great excitement from the fielding side. 36 for none. Coming towards the end of the 6-over power play. I'm going to stop doing this now, but that's right. Is that Jordan? Racing along. Oh, that one's given all the beans and thrashed away through the offside by Slater. That'll be 4 more. Loose from Jordan once again outside the off stump. Slater really didn't need another interpretation of that one. This one hit with the most force of his 4 balls so far, but 40 for none. And Jordan has gone for 36 off 3 so far. Garrett none for 4 at the other end.
Yeah, but he's just getting loose. Keep him on. 40 off 36 deliveries this morning. Not away to a flyer, having been put in by Daniel Bell-Drummond, who heard on Saturday. I did say to you off air I didn't see any of the Blast Finals day, but we did have a little bit of it on in the car on the journey back, and Daniel Bell-Drummond was on the TMS commentary.
On mic.
One of the 27 different summarisers that were on duty that day is Garrett into the Notts captain Hamid. Let's just go through to the keeper.
Oh, I say this out of no bias whatsoever. It was definitely the best one. There we go.
I possibly couldn't comment, but
it's great to hear him, I have to say.
Yeah.
Trying to do us all out of another job, but there we are. 40 for none.
Is it something you think he might eventually go into?
I feel like he's got a good deal of life in his cricket career already, but I mean, it's still to go. But I haven't quizzed him about that. I shall.
Quiz him on air, get him up. 40 without loss. Hamid has 12. And gets that familiar forward press to a delivery just outside the off stump. Defends it down on the leg side. And there's no run. The floodlights aren't on, but I popped out for the toss and overheard the chat can be used. So I'd imagine if it gets any gloomier than this, they might just make the call, get on the walkie-talkies and pop the lights on. But the nice lady on the television this morning was saying it's going to be a lovely day. Garrett bowls and Hamid drops it on the leg side, and there's no run.
Absolutely, I was expecting it to be sunny to start and just getting pleasantly warmer through the day, but
we're in the wrong part of Kent, no doubt.
The St Lawrence Ground microclimate here is not obliging. It's not. The forecast now suggests there'll be quite a lot of cloud, but it's a bit late for all that. We can see it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're witnessing it right now.
Notts have 40. Not played a half an hour yet. Oh, now then, that's cut back. It came off the pad clearly, but Kent see nothing wrong with a hearty, throaty appeal from everybody behind the wicket. Garrett had already come all the way down to join in the celebrations as well, but Surrey Shanmugam, the umpire, remains resolute, says not out. I was glad to get here last night, actually. A long old journey, 180 odd miles down from the Kingdom, and I just for simplistic reasons just punched in Canterbury and came all the way down and round the M11, round the M25 and on the M2, and the plan all along was we'll stop and have a cup of coffee or something just shy of Canterbury and then punch in the hotel. This is nice and full, hits him on the boot in the sat-nav, so I did that, stopped 10 or 15 miles away and picked up the bit of paper in the little tray there at the side, said hotel, put the postcode in, and after about 10 minutes I thought it asked me to turn off, and I thought I'm going the wrong way here, there's something radically wrong here. And what I'd actually done was picked up the bit of paper from last week that took me to the hotel in Chelmsford, and I punched in the Chelmsford postcode, so necessarily went a few miles out of my way as this is dropped on the leg side, but thankfully I didn't go all the way to Essex, and that's not the first time I've said that. 40 without loss at the end of maiden number 2 in a row from Garrett. I'll just step out the way to go and update the listeners on BBC Radio Nottingham, and I'm on call for whenever you need me.
Thank you very much. We'll have our first change in the commentary box, and Dave Fulton will Dave Bracegirdle's place in just a second. It's part of the rotation today. Slater 22 from 24, Hamid has 12 from 21, and perhaps unsurprisingly after 3 overs for 36, Hakeem Jordan has been given his jumper, or taken his jumper, and it'll be Nathan Gilchrist coming back to Canterbury. He's had a patchy season in terms of performances. They rest him at some point, but he's not been well for a couple of weeks and regaining his strength. Played a bit of second 11 cricket, but he's back here as is Dave Fulton. We're very pleased to say. Dave, how are you?
I'm very well, Matt. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Tough start this for Kent.
Yeah.
And unexpectedly a change of bowling. Jordan hasn't hit his straps this morning, so here is Gilly.
Yeah, Nathan Gilchrist from the pavilion end. Just a slight change in the field at fine leg. Minutely changing the field, in fact, on the leg side to Slater. And here is Gilchrist. It's a good ball to start with. Slater looks unimpressed. Umpire Middlebrook unmoved. Reps him on the pad.
Yeah, been close a few times, Kent. Been a few good shouts. A couple of 4 catches behind the wicket. I think one where Hasib Hamid hit his pad and made a nicky noise. This one looked like it might just have pitched outside leg stump. Just, I think. Stayed a fraction low. Got a funny looking pitch from a distance, isn't it? It's got a covering of grass, but it looks used and worn. I thought when I first saw it, it might be a bat first, but we are 130 yards away.
Gilchrist to Slater once again, getting the ball to seam in towards the left-hander from over the wicket, and there's no run.
And the problem when you're in the situation that Kent are in, where you desperately need a win and you desperately need wickets, and when you are on a used pitch and you bowl first, because obviously it's 10:30 in the morning and there's a live covering of grass, you want to make early inroads, otherwise it can backfire quite quickly, and that adds pressure, especially if you're an overseas coming back from an injury. He looked a little tense, Hakeem Jordan, this morning.
Gilchrist to Slater. That's driven through the offside again. It's a lovely shot. Fast hand speed. That'll be 4 runs through the covers. He goes on to 26, not 44 for none.
Yeah, 26 off 27, Ben Slater. He's a dangerous customer. Likes to put bat to ball. Has a very fine one-day record.
Already folded arms from Daniel Bell-Drummond. Come on, Gilly. He shouts from the slip cordon.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad ball.
Over the wicket now. So foolish and angled away to backward point, fielded by Ben Compton, and that will be a single taken. 45 for none. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners. Not the start they wanted. Well, winning the toss and perhaps putting Nottinghamshire into bat was a start that Kent wanted, but Notts have raced away to 45 for none already, and we're just in the 8th over, going really quickly, particularly Ben Slater, 27 from 28 balls. This is a must-win for Kent. They need to win this and win next week against Durham to have any chance. Good ball from Gilchrist, that, by the way, just outside the off-stump of Hasib Hamid. But yeah, win here with full bonus points, and next week as well to have any chance just of saving their County Championship Division 1 status. Nottinghamshire sit just outside the relegation zone, so this is a big game for them as well. As I said, really not the start that Kent wanted. They've had 1 or 2 half chances, but want to take quick wickets as soon as they can here at the Spitfire Ground at St Lawrence. Nottinghamshire 45 for none then. Hakeem Jordan on his return to the side, as this is another dot ball of the wicket-keeper's gloves, has been wayward, it's fair to say. 36 off his first 3 overs. Gilchrist on his return has been better in his first over. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And end of that over, 45 for none then, Nottinghamshire. Getting away a bit here at the top of the order.
Yeah, wickets falling around the country. Hampshire lost a couple. They're at home against Worcestershire. Lancashire have lost a wicket against Somerset, 27 for 1. Durham and none down, going nicely. Warwickshire 26 for 3 against Essex at Edgbaston. So here is Garrett. He's bowled nicely from the Nackington Road end. He's on the money again. And Slater just prods it up to mid-off. There's no run.
He bowled pretty well last week, I thought, against Hampshire as well. Garrett, I think consistency is his.
Yeah, he's not.
Trump card.
He's not express, is he? He's medium pace, medium and a bit. He's a tall man, and he hits good areas. Good fellow by all accounts. Had a little go early on in the season, didn't he? And then was missing for quite a while. But, yeah, just trying to establish himself here. Opportunity with injuries to others. He's in here past the umpire. A nice delivery that comes back after it. Swung back after it had pitched. Looked a bit closer than it was. I think Finch ended up taking it kind of down the leg side as it went past the off stump and swung.
Big game for both sides, of course. Nottinghamshire. I mean, a draw will see off Kent, but they still have Lancashire to worry about if they get a draw or a win in their game. But for Kent, absolutely must win.
Why? As Garrett is bowling here, and this is prodded into the offside. Absolutely must win to maintain Division 1 status, you could argue.
To have any chance.
Yeah, to have any chance,
yeah.
But there is an argument that says maybe this Kent rebuild and reset will be better served by a relegation and a regroup, and maybe one or two might emerge in the slightly easier second division, but use that as a bounce back to better things, because it's been a pretty ordinary season. I think everyone's aware of that. There's no point shying away from it.
I think coming into September, that most supporters would have accepted that.
Yeah,
this is going to be
and I think you know how hard these guys try, and some good people involved. As Slater defends Garrett to extra cover, and there's no run. But sometimes you need to go backwards to go forwards, and clinging on to Division 1 status last year might not have been the blessing that it seemed at the time. You know, you get some confidence by winning games of cricket, and you can develop players perhaps more easily in Division 2 when you're not looking over your shoulder, and that trapdoor to Division 2 doesn't loom. So if Kent do go down, and it does look likely, and on the evidence of the first few overs this morning, you know, Kent look like a Division 2 side at the moment. As Garrett is into Slater, and he's being whacked through the offside. He's been good this morning, Garrett. That was a wide half volley, and Slater has latched onto that, not for the first time this morning, and he gets another boundary. So Nottinghamshire approaching 50 out of rate of knots. Slater 31 off 33.
Yeah, it's been a difficult season for all concerned, this, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I think if they were, I think you might argue that the season before, to stay in the division, you need a bit of luck as well as with injuries, and Kent certainly haven't had that this season. But
yeah, the injuries have been crippling, haven't they, in terms of performance? So many bowlers haven't bowled a ball. You know, as Garrett looking to reply, and does, and he's going to go for 4 again. This one more fortuitous from a Slater perspective, just an outside edge past third slip, and Daniel Bell-Drummond dived to his left. He couldn't get it, and he has yet to get up. The Kent captain. It's been a tough first season at the helm for Bell-Drummond. I feel for him. I've been there. Everything you try and all your energies you put into trying to win games of cricket and get performances out of your bowlers. It just feels like the world's against you sometimes. But, early days, 50 up for Nottinghamshire, 53 from 57 balls, which is not what you want when you stick a side in. There's been a bit in this pitch. Can't hit the right areas. They've just got a bit full. I think it's almost like they've said, right, there's a bit in it. We're bowling first. Let's get it full. Let's get it swinging. They've just over-pitched a bit.
Gilchrist 5 off his first over. A very good first ball against Hamid. Oh, that's chopped past the stumps by Hamid.
Run out chance.
Could be a run out at the non-striker's end. Would have been if it has been a direct hit from Harry Finch. Didn't even have time to take the glove off, though. Shied at the stumps, and Slater is diving in. I wonder if he's just grazed an elbow there, because he's dived in, yeah. And
well, that was exciting.
But yeah, inside or chopped past his stumps by Hasim Hamid. He immediately turned round towards the to see where the ball had gone. Meanwhile, Slater was having to put the reverse jets on halfway down the pitch, already backing up, and trying to get back to the non-striker's end. Finch misses A decent shy at the stumps.
He was missed by a whisker, didn't he?
Yeah.
We're almost in line with that throw, and it missed by an inch or so. I think Finch thought for a second he had him. Slater's dive, I don't think would have saved him. And, sometimes as the non-striker, you're on the next pitch, and that's quite a green, slippery one at this time of year, and it just took him a while to hit the brakes and hit the reversed, and that, so I think he might have been gone. He landed a bit heavily. Ripped a glove. He just called for a change of gloves there. So that dive.
He might have bumped an elbow or grazed himself on the way through, but he's fine. 53 for none knots. It's an impressive start. 35 for Slater so far. Hamid has 12. Here on BBC Radio again, BBC Nottingham.
Come back to that delivery. It nipped back quite sharply, didn't it, from Gilchrist? Hamid trying to force that off the back foot, ended up inside edging it to a kind of leg gully position.
So Hamid again. This one seen off stump into the offside by Compton. Just going back, obviously, we talk about injuries, and all sides have injuries, and Kent don't seem to have been particularly well served by that over the summer. But also the question is, when they have had players fit, have they been good enough to stay in County Championship Division 1? And look at the run of results they've had, and it feels that the answer is pretty much negative. 53 for none. That's wide from Gilchrist, and treated by Hamid. It's a square cut for 4 runs, and he goes on to 16, 57 for none. You can hear Danny Bell Drummond's voice out there, and I think he's just trying to concentrate the minds there, because Kent might have a familiar sinking feeling at this point, having put the oxygen in.
Well, I think this session has almost been a microcosm of Kent's season. You know, you can see the promise, you can see what Gilchrist can do when he hits his straps, and Garrett, and obviously Hakeem Jordan coming off a 5-for, albeit coming back from injury. But then there's just too much loose stuff. That consistency's not there.
Hamid, that's a great delivery again. Was the case in point. That's seamed away off a length through the wicketkeeper. Hamid can't get an edge to it even. It's through the wicketkeeper, no run.
And the best size, that delivery was a perler. But if you bowl 3 of those and then you give 2 4-balls away and you go at 8s, you end up doing what Hakeem Jordan did and getting taken off. So it's a case of just, if you put enough balls there, then eventually the wickets will come and the pressure will tell.
Gilchrist then to Hamid. That's another great delivery. And that one has left him off the pitch through to the wicketkeeper. Hamid this time actually has his bat tucked behind his pad almost as it goes through, and there's no run. 2
beauties from Gilchrist, and that'd be the frustration, the slips with hands on heads. They know there's a bit in this pitch, and that is when you want your guys to hit their straps. So a couple of perlers from Gilchrist. Can he back it up?
Last ball of the over to Hamid, and again decent length, challenging Hamid. It's a defensive shot back at the bowler, end of the over. No run, 57 for none though knots.
Yeah, encouraging signs. He's got to hang in there. Give the Knots a 50-run head start here, but there's still enough in the pitch. You could see 2 or 3 coming quite quickly if Kent can hit their areas more consistently.
Felt like last season from a Kent point of view, with Matt Milnes having left, certainly, that Nathan Gilchrist felt like the next cab off the rank as a strike bowler, but obviously he was out for most of that campaign, wasn't he, injured, which has obviously hampered his development.
So Garrett continues. It's another good delivery. Kent just beginning to wake up this morning. But Garrett's been decent. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, isn't it, when you look at the team and you think, well, why? I mean, you look at the bowlers and you think, are they Division 1 quality? And you see what Garrett did that ball and Gilchrist did with the cut, but it is a case of being, it's not, we know their best stuff is good enough. It is being able to produce it more consistently. The bowling, I mean, I was no good at it, but they tell me it's quite a simple thing. It's just land the ball in the same spot as he's been driven here, and this is going to be more runs. I think Slater got all of that, mistimed it, and it's going to be reeled in. They get a couple. First half, there's nearly an overthrow. So a bit sloppy from Kent. Compton backing up. But if you look at the attacks around the traps, Kent Just doesn't look of the same quality of a Surrey attack, or a, even someone like an Ollie Alan Dalby at Warwickshire, who's just so consistent. He's not express. He would be the guy that Garrett would probably look at and think, well, that's me. He's not fast. The keeper often stands up, but he doesn't bowl any rubbish. And he's a skillful operator. Garrett, a much younger man, has got time on his side, but he's being thumped through the offside here. Another wide-ish half volley. And Slater throws his hands at it. That is his highest score on this ground, as we were hearing from Dave Brace-Girdle. Pleased you're kind of easing me into this commentary, Matt, today. It's my first one of the year. The Girdler, I know he's going to get stuck in about 2005.
Well, he's already mentioned it.
I know
in
he's
passing.
mentioned it, but he didn't really go into any detail. He just dangled it out there.
Yeah.
When he was offering me the keys to the city of Nottingham after that, he was.
It's an auspicious date today, he's telling me as well. But I'm going to say.
Was this the same day? But it was one. Is it? Crikey. It's going to be unbearable. Come on, Ken, let's take him down with us. It's a good-looking shot, and Garrett gets in the way of it. Another full delivery. Slater in good touch.
And then later you can have a battle about who's the biggest team in Nottingham, can't you, in terms of football?
Well, very happy to have that conversation after Saturday.
Yeah. It'll be a side dish.
Yeah. Mighty Forest taking down Liverpool. That didn't see that one, was it? Didn't see it coming. I had a good feeling about it, the way we're set up, but that's a conversation for later. There's enough happening with the cricket at the moment. So changing the field here, Daniel Bell-Drummond bringing himself into a kind of square catching cover. I mean, you're trying to pull rabbits out of a hat sometimes as captain. It feels a bit like that with that particular move.
You say Daniel Bell-Drummond has said I know he's tremendously honoured to be county captain. No ball there from Garrett. Thanks, Dave. But it has been a tough season for him, isn't it? I mean,
yeah. I saw him before the start of the season. We did an event together in the long room, and you could see how proud he was to be captain of Kent. And he's Kent through and through. He's been a marvellous servant. He's a fantastic human being, and you'd wish for him and the rest of the lads and the coaching staff. Matt Walker's one of my best friends, and he's obviously stepping away from his role as Garrett is in and he's edged, and I don't think it carried, and if it did, it was put down. That leaning at slip. Yeah, not sure. It was low to him. Just looking at the reaction suggests it might have been dropped, but might not have got there. We'll see on the replay.
Yeah, that's my first instinct as well, but
see Leaning going down here and edged. Oh, it's straight in. It was knee height. Regulation slip catches, and he's a very good slip catcher. Jack Leaning, he's caught some pearlers, and he's just getting up off his knees. Well, he still hasn't, actually. He will about to get up off his knees, but yep, that was one that should have been taken, and the dangerous Slater survives. Lets this one go outside off stump to Slater. So bad luck for Garrett, who's been the pick of the bowlers so far. Induced the edged little defensive prod straight into Leaning and straight out again. So that was when Slater was 41.
Yeah. Well, there won't be telling. I don't think
we've all dropped them.
It's a rarity for Jack Leaning, that's for sure.
We've all dropped them at slip, and no slip catch is easy. But by his high standards, that was regulation. And not what Kent need as they battle to avoid relegation.
It's Gilchrist then to bowl to Hamid. It's another good delivery. He's stringing these together now, as you were suggesting, Dave Fulton. That's perhaps what sets the attacks apart in Division 1 and Division 2, maybe, but certainly to aspire to be in the top division. But Gilchrist has bowled a series of really testing deliveries to Hamid. It's the outlet ball, isn't it? The relief of pressure they're trying to avoid Kent here, and Nottinghamshire will be only too happy to take advantage of. They're 65 for none already. Hamid has 16 so far. This one again is a little bit bat and pad there. Just bounces out into the offside, and there's no run. Slater has 41 from 41.
Yeah, and I guess looking at the bigger picture for Kent, producing their own players and producing their own bowlers is the key as I see it. You know, the last Kent seamer we produced was probably Matt Coles. And before him, you're looking at Elam and Eggleston. And, you know, over the years, Kent have not produced many bowlers of their own. In my day, Martin Saggers, Amjad Khan, who came from elsewhere, as does Gilchrist, of course.
Bowles now, seeming away from Hamid. It's an easy one for him to leave, away from the right-hander through the wicketkeeper Harry Finch.
And one of the issues of underperforming and slipping to Division 2 is you're not going to attract. You know, Surrey have just signed Matt Fisher, they fine bowler, England under-19, former England under-19 bowler, and Yorkshire kind of opening new ball bowler. Well, if you're Surrey, you are a destination club that players want to go and play at. If you're slipping to Division 2 and languishing a bit in the shorter formats, you might not be.
Gilchrist to Hamid, straight back towards Gilchrist, who rings the left hand as he got that down to parry the ball through to Joe Denley at mid-off. And a lot has been talked about what perhaps a revolution at Kent in terms of, you know, changing things while they're in Division 2, but and perhaps of going down the Sussex route of concentrating very heavily on their young players. But 2 balls to go. Gilchrist to Hamid.
Got away with that one.
I was going to
short
say,
and wide.
short and wide. It's reached Compton, but that already presupposes that you have players that are going to be strong enough to play in Division 2 as well. And
yeah, well, the young players. I mean, there's some good young players coming through. I mean, people may or may not be aware that the Kent under-18s won the national T20 title just a week ago, and there are some good players in that. You know, Ekant Singh, who's got a contract, who's off to university. He was in that. Ben Dawkins, who's been, you know, tearing it up at England under-19 level. He's a very, very fine player.
Is Gilchrist outside the off stump. He tucks his bat in through the wicketkeeper. In fact, Ekant Singh was drafted into the under-19s, wasn't he, for an ODI, I think?
Yeah.
And Dawkins has already been
Dawkins has been excellent.
And Jaden Denley's played there.
Jaden Denley, and they all played in that under-18. My youngest played in that as well. Ollie Curtis is a very fine cricketer who can bowl, you know, reasonably. You know, hits the deck pretty hard and is a very dangerous batter. He's got a stress fracture, so he actually missed that final, but he's captain Kent, so he's on the academy. You know, so Kent has got some good players coming through, mainly, I'd say, batters. Ollie's someone you've got one or two bowlers slightly younger, but yeah, over the years, Kent have not produced many seam bowlers, which means you're looking at kind of trying to nab your Matt Millses and your Nathan Gilchrists, and there are lots of other counties in for them. So you've got to. There's no guarantee you're going to get the best ones.
So you answered a question I hadn't asked, but I'd alluded to, which is Mark Stewart has a great broadcaster that day, Phil. Took it on. Who's next off the rank, I suppose, for Kent will be the question. If you're going to concentrate on youth, will be the...
Yes. I mean, I would have liked to have seen Ben Dawkins get a go in the T20 Blast this year.
So Everson it is from the far.
Yeah,
it's a no, it starts with a no ball.
With a no ball, Joey Everson. Yeah, so it was a Ben Dawkins is one that when we had, and I said this to Ben when we were reviewing the T20 Blast, which seems like an age ago, but the theme was similarly downbeat, I'd say, and I just thought there was an opportunity missed there to blood the likes of Dawkins and maybe Ekant, who I think is half a notch behind Dawkins in terms of white ball, you know, striking. Jaden Denley as well didn't play Blast, could have done. So there was an opportunity missed with 5 or 6 games to go when we were gone, as Everson is being clipped into the leg side, and this could run away for 4. It's a short boundary, and it is just going to beat the fielders converging on the ball. So Everson just a little straight. That is not Slater's most forthright shot, but he gets another boundary. And he moves. Is that scoreboard updated? Yeah, up to 45. Or 43 is better than a runner ball this morning. Yeah, so and Ollie Curtis around about that time, I think that was when he was diagnosed with his stress fracture. Had he not been, he was another one that I just would have thrown in the mix and say, there you go, 3 or 4 Kent youngsters. You know, we're gone from this competition. We know how good Daniel Bell Drummond is and Joe Denley is and with everything else, but actually, if we're gone mathematically, let's give a few a chance. So Everson is back in. This is a better line, and you're going to get another boundary here. I think Slater, although it's Dewey outfield September, it will just usually runs down the hill for 4. It pulls up, and Twain Lemieux fields.
Here's the $64 million question. You talked about Kent not developing quick bowlers for a long old time, and I think we've probably talked about this before, but is there any substantial reason why Kent should produce batters, wicket keepers, rather than seed bowlers?
Well,
is it raw materials?
Well, I don't think it can be raw materials, because I don't think that in the Garden of England we are kind of suddenly bereft of athletes unable to propel the ball, and other parts of the country are. I can't believe that. As Everson is back in, left alone by Hamid, who watches it suspiciously through to Harry Finch. It's bounced a bit. No, look, I think we've... not for me to tell Simon Cook how to do his job, but, you know, I think that would be on my to-do list if I was doing that role. Point number one, and say, right, okay, let's get some of the people at the main cricketing schools in the county, the clubs, and get a few good minds on it and think, well, what are we doing? This one is edged and taken by Jack Leaning, but on the bounce, unfortunately. Good bit of bowling from Everson, just left him up the hill. You know, we've had different people like Stuart Barnes, who was a bowling coach here for a while, who's got a good pedigree in producing players. He's no longer with the county. But, you know, investing in the right coaches at the right levels, and trying to find out where these bowlers are, maybe put them on specialist kind of camps or courses and get them together. There's Everson beauty. There's still plenty of evidence that there's life in this pitch. Finch can't quite believe it. Another one beats the outside edge and nestles into his gloves. And fast bowling is not my area of expertise, Matt, as you're well aware. But yeah, it's been a problem for too long, and I'm not sure we've specifically addressed the reasons why or tried to find the solutions with enough gusto. So here is Everson, the tidy delivery, left alone this time by Hamid, finishes his over, 9 off it. Nottinghamshire 74 without loss after 13, rattling along.
As the aforementioned Jaden Denley is trotting out to bring his uncle a drink. There we go. And Nathan Gilchrist, sorry, is the recipient of that. Towels, jumpers, all changing hands. In fact, Jaden Denley's going to come on for Uncle Joe.
Yeah.
For a second at mid-on. Fine fielder as well.
Yeah. JK for JL. Yeah, look, if Kent do go down this game, I'd like to think Jaden might get a game next week. You know, if mathematically we are gone, then it might be nice.
I'm too a bit surprised maybe he didn't get a game in this one. But
well,
yeah.
he might reel off 150. We might see the trick been missed. But yeah, I think there's been opportunity to give one or two younger players more of a go. That's just a thought.
Gilchrist to Slater. That's a good ball. That's just left him through to the wicket keeper across the left-hander. Slater 2 away from a 50, we should say, by the way. And Nottinghamshire, though this has been a Kent chat for a few minutes, is 74 for none. It's been a great start for them.
It's been a great start for them, and exactly what they need, because they are slightly precariously poised in Division 1. They it feels like it's been a series of play and misses and boundaries. I think they've played and missed about 15 times and hit as many fours.
There we go. It's another play and miss outside the off stump, and Gilchrist, to give him credit, there hasn't been much relief of pressure from this end, has there? He's bowled really well for the last couple of overs.
Yeah,
he's hit a spot and challenging Slater through to the wicketkeeper again. You'll be wondering quite why he can't find the edge of the bat, but then.
But you don't mind this as a batter, because you know there's a bit in the pitch, and if you get one, you get one. But you're also getting scoring opportunities, so you just play the line when you defend, and if you get a ball to hit it.
He slips in behind him. This one comes in towards his toes, and he's just deflected that out towards the offside, but Yaya Fields. Keem Jordan Fields at cover. Yeah, he's in the slips alongside Harry Finch, leaning at 2. He's ruining that miss of Ben Slater a couple of overs ago. Downing Baldrummer at 3, so deep point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg at the moment. Gilchrist bowls. This one's it's just nudged into his toes inadvertently by Slater off Gilchrist, and that'll be a single. So didn't get the middle of the bat on that one either, but they do get through for a single. They've survived it. You said he's taken full advantage of the wide balls he's had, Slater, so far. Goes on to 49. 75 for none. I think that's somebody's alarm. Floodlight pylons are up, by the way. It's a little bit gloomy overhead, but not the floodlights on yet. That's tucked away nicely by Hamid off his toes, and he'll take a 2 down to deep backward square. With 99 on his white shirt. Goes on to 18 from 40 balls now. Much more circumspect, but that is the way he plays. Not 77 for none. Sobering. The raw stats, aren't they? After Kent had won the toss. I'll take over for BBC Radio lessons very shortly. Gilchrist just a little bit wide on that one. He aggresses it, but hits it straight to Jordan at cover, and there is no run. So Nottinghamshire 77 for none. Slater 49, Hamid 18. Kent still to make that breakthrough that they crave. Nottinghamshire will be feeling pretty good, I'd imagine, about their morning's work so far. Just with runs on the board. Elsewhere, Lancashire between Kent and Nottinghamshire. Second bottom, 42 for 2 against Somerset at Old Trafford. Hampshire 54 for 2 against Worcestershire at the Utilita Bowl. Durham are 50 for none at the Oval against Surrey. Warwickshire 33 for 3 against Essex at Edgbaston.
Yeah, top of the championship shaping up really interestingly, isn't it, after that amazing Somerset win. That was great for county cricket. We'll come back to that in just a second. Matt's got an update for BBC Radio Kent.
Yeah, the stats don't make good reading, I'm afraid. The scoreboard, 77 for no wicket for Nottinghamshire. And that goes through a fielder on the offside for Kent as well. They won the toss, Kent, and elected to field first, which looks like the right decision under gloomy skies. And the ball has been doing something for the bowlers as well. As Ben Slater, congratulations to him, a Nottinghamshire batter who's really taking the game away from Kent in this first session. 51 from 49 balls, including 10 fours so far. He was dropped by Jack Leaning, usually so reliable in the slips. The best chance Kent have had. Hit a knee-high towards Leaning. He spilled that one. Kind of sums Kent morning and maybe even their season up so far. A must-win game for Kent. If they don't win this one, they will be relegated from County Championship Division 1 at the end of this game with a game to spare. Nottinghamshire just outside the relegation zone as that one's clipped away by Slater for 4. So Nottinghamshire just outside the relegation zone. A win here and they are safe from relegation. So a lot on it for these two sides. Nottinghamshire have definitely started the better of the two. 83 for none here at Canterbury now. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So, yeah, that one goes through fine leg from Slater. From Everson, that's a good ball. And that has beaten him off the pitch through the wicketkeeper, no run.
4 and a play and miss. Story of the morning. Yeah, so Lancashire 42 for 2 against Somerset. So Somerset, I think, started 8 points behind Surrey after that amazing. They were great scenes, weren't they, at Taunton last week?
Yeah.
With Archie Vaughan and Jack Leach bowling them to victory, which would have been universally celebrated, I think, by county cricket fans, albeit not Surrey fans, just to make the whole thing a lot more interesting going into the final couple of weeks.
Everson to Slater. Defended off his off stump and there's no run. Yeah, particularly because they've won a back-to-back championship, Surrey, and they've got a dominant side and everyone will go on about the resources there as well.
Exactly.
So.
Well, it's an underdog story, isn't it? So Somerset are, and look, you look, yes, and I take, people have made the point to me this morning that they have perhaps a bigger catchment area than Kent, given they've got Devon and Cornwall as well as their own county. You know, that southwest corner, they tend to dominate the players. But, you know, Kent's a pretty big county as well, but similar size.
Everson to
beauty.
He turned him around there, squared him up. Slater through the wicketkeeper. A bit of lift from Everson as well.
Yeah, I mean, Notts could be 4 down here. You know, the amount of playing and missing that have gone on, they could have been. You nick some of those, and if Jack Leading takes that catch, I mean, they're not, and we haven't bowled well enough, and they have played beautifully, but the ball has gone past the outside edge at least 15 times, which is usually enough for a couple of wickets.
Everson to Slater. Oh, it's done it again through to the wicketkeeper. A whisker away from the off stump.
Brace Girdle was just looking at me and smiling from ear to ear. But I think the point is a valid one. There has been a lot happening out there which kind of justifies Bell Drummond's decision at toss to bowl first. but not much has gone in Kent's favour.
As I make way on kentcricket@gmail.com.
Here he comes. Get the big fella in.
Here's Mike. Good morning, guys. As always, thank you for the coverage. Enjoying it, Mike says. Before the start today, I viewed our chances of staying up, says Kent, as about as likely as Steve McQueen clearing the barbed wire on his bike in the most recent repeat of the Great Escape. However, we keep shipping runs like this, it'll be all over by lunch. Poor season, reset in Division 2 looms, hoping against hope here. Come on, Kent. There we go. I shall leave you with those cheery thoughts with David Fulton, to be joined by Dave Brace-Girdle. Let battle commence.
Yeah, thanks to Matt. Nathan Gilchrist starts a new over. He's been impressive last couple of overs. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12, and Hamid solidly behind this one. Defends it out into the offside. And there's no run. Dave Brace-Girdle, well, very good morning. I've been looking forward to this ever since I knew I was getting this particular gig.
What an absolute delight it is.
Yeah, I will reserve judgment on just how delightful as the morning transpires. As Gilchrist turns, he's in past umpire Middlebrook, and is left alone by Hasib Hamid.
Not seen you for a while.
No, mate.
Are you still the voice of very early morning television, or can I start watching that channel again?
Oh, behave yourself. Whenever they'll have me. Yeah, so mornings, night times. I'm on Thursday at 10 o'clock in the evening, so I did the weekend.
Very good.
At 10 in the morning and 4:30 in the afternoon on Sunday. So, yeah, but it's nice to be here, back at the home of cricket.
Nice to be anywhere, isn't it?
Well, it's nice to be watching live county championship cricket, as Gilchrist is in once again, and Hamid takes that bottom hand off the bat. Just some steep bounce, and he played it nicely.
And nice to hear a nice topical reference. Steve McQueen in The Great Escape.
Yeah, I don't think anyone from Kent is whistling just yet.
There is a slope, isn't there, as we look?
Yeah, the slope is the same it's always been, Dave. We haven't adjusted the gradient for your visit.
Well, we don't come here very often.
Yeah, there's a slope that goes kind of diagonally across the ground as Gilchrist is in. I mean, driving attractively, but straight to mid-off. And there is no run. Yeah, I guess it's perhaps more pronounced at the top end of the ground, which I think was your observation from earlier. But it slopes from the high point, which is up by the Les Ames scoreboard, down to the Oriole Lime Tree Cafe. So it's not quite Lords, which is more side to side, or Oval Headingley, which is top to bottom. It's kind of on the angle. Bouncer, first one of the morning, and Hamid has nothing to do with it. 2 men back on the leg side, and he would have had to have fetched that from a foot outside off stump, and he decided against.
Been ordinary from Kent this morning, as you say. They've beaten the bat with a number of good deliveries, which you'd expect in the first hour, but all those no balls, all those 4 balls.
Yeah, no, it hasn't been good enough. I mean, there's been some purling deliveries, which is an indication that there's plenty in this pitch. But then the 4 balls have not helped, as this is a better delivery. Gilchrist, who's been decent in the last few overs. It's a maiden. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12. And Garrett, I thought his first 4 were pretty good as well, but Akeem Jordan, 3 overs for 36, really set the tone. But he, I guess, is, Kent are kind of, they're not picking from the top shelf of overseas, would be my observation, and that's a bit harsh. But yeah, I think he was playing league cricket, as Matt was mentioning earlier, and he acquitted himself really well against Worcestershire, taking a 5-for. But when you look at some of the overseas around the traps, Akeem Jordan, people would have gone, who is he? And we wish him well. And I've seen him when I've been down the ground, which has been on a couple of occasions, working really hard to get back to full fitness to show what he's about. So it just didn't quite happen for him this morning.
There's Joey Everson from the far end, bowling to Slater, who eases us into the offside, and there's no run. Andy Easom, before he starts going on about Forest and the Anfield joys, just remind him this week, Dave, that it's Notts 1, Kent 0 after a certain 4-2 result on Saturday for the Magpies over Bromley. I was down here for that one. I've been to Bromley.
Kent, yeah.
I've been to Bromley.
There you go. We know South East London, do we call that? Yeah, okay.
83 on the board for Notts. Ben Slater off to a terrific start here. Plays this up to mid-on. Full pitch delivery from the former Notts man. Sammy King, one of those in the squad but didn't make the cut, is just wandering down below us round the boundary edge. He played here in the Metro Bank win last year. Still waiting for his first chance in first-class cricket. Mid-on and mid-off have just swapped over, and this is played nicely by Slater. His timing this morning has been mightily impressive, and that will run down this huge slope and away for 4. Bless you.
Thank you.
Slater
Good shot.
on to 59.87 without loss. Well, you couldn't write it, could you, Dave? You couldn't write it. 17th of September.
Here we go.
Anniversaries and birthdays today.
Yeah.
And it was the day. Today was the day.
2005, Dave.
Saturday.
We've gone there already.
A Saturday, September the 17th, 2005. Despite still having one match left to play, Notts clinched the Frizzell County Championship title when they defeated Kent at Canterbury by 214 runs, chasing a mammoth 420. The home side was skittled out for 205. As Slater pushes his Everson delivery square of the wicket on the offside. AJ Harris claimed 6 for 76 to kickstart the celebrations. Yeah. And earlier in the game, Nottinghamshire's Jason Gallion was run out for 199, having already fallen for the same score, also to a run out against Sussex at Trent Bridge, thereby becoming the first player in the history of the game to be dismissed for 199 twice in a season.
Yeah, we always thought Gal was a little bit dodgy on 199.
This one's turned onto the leg
a bit
side,
vulnerable.
and there's no run.
The chap, when he went past 150, he won't get past 199, this fella. Money on the run out. But no, he's a good player. And when you look at that Notts side, and we were a pretty decent side as well, and we were in contention for much of that year, and we did win at Trent Bridge in the reverse fixture pretty comprehensively. But you look at that team, and it's obviously Mark Elam and AJ Harris, who was your left arm, South African lad, opening bowler. Greg Smith.
Joey Everson.
Ryan Sidebottom.
Passed umpire Shanmugam, hit him on the pad. He's going to ask here, and may have just been drifting down, but
swing.
Yeah, good loud appeal from Everson. That possibly the most convincing appeal. Ben Slater wants something from the Notts dressing room, waving the 12th man on with supplies. 87 without loss at the end of the over.
I'm thinking batting lineup then would have been what, Gallion? Was Bicknell playing?
Yeah, Gallion Bicknell.
Gallion Bicknell. Was Hussey playing overseas as well as Fleming?
Yeah.
So you got Hussey and Fleming, so you got two world-class players.
Yeah, a first-class umpire is the other one at the top 5. Russell Warren.
Yeah, Russell Warren, Chris Reed.
Yeah.
So that was a pretty impressive.
Elam, Swan, Sidebottom, Smith and Harris.
Yeah, I mean that is a different pedigree of side, probably to the side that you've got out there today. No disrespect to some fine players that you have got, and certainly I would look at the Kent side that we had out that contested that championship for much of that 2005 season. And certainly in my time we never played Division 2 cricket, and we challenged that year. We came second in 2004. So change of ends for George Garrett, back into the attack. 6 overs for 20, and that just for a second there I thought it was going to roll back onto the stumps, but Hamid was alert to it, tapped it away. Yeah. So my observation in general about county cricket is that championship cricket back then was stronger than it is now. Yeah. White ball cricket is leaps and bounds ahead of where it was then. Now the game has become more white ball orientated, to perhaps the slight detriment of the 4-day stuff. And there are still some good sides around, but I think in general across the 18 counties, as Garrett is in once again, and Hamid is dropping the bat on that. No run.
I've got a birthday from each side as well, but very loose connections with both sides. Kent, for a while, with the home county of Jimmy Neesham, the New Zealander. It's his birthday today, born on this day in 1990. Wouldn't have played much here, would he, Jimmy Neesham?
Just a handful of games, yeah.
And similarly for Notts, Ravi Ashwin. It's his birthday today. He's 38, played 5 games in the 2019 season. This has eased into the offside by Hamid. That was I think the only previous time we've seen plus 19 on the Trent Bridge over 8 for Notts. We obviously saw it the last home game when Liam Patterson-White and Farhan Ahmed were bowling, but Ashwin and Liam Patterson-White absolutely rattled through their overs when they were together. So they're your birthdays for both sides, and on this day, as Richard Dawson has also reminded me, this was the day that Franklin Stevenson completed the double in 1988, the first class double. This was a good delivery from Garrett, and Hamid seemed to be in two minds there.
Yeah, just swung late, and Hamid rather dangled the bat a bit wafty. Play and miss yet again.
And I think we're all pretty certain that nobody else will ever achieve the first class double of 100 wickets and 1,000 first class runs in the season, but this was the day that Franklin did it right at the end of Notts v Yorkshire. He'd already gone way past 100 wickets, but started that game still needing 200 runs, and he got a century in each innings. Absolutely phenomenal stuff from the West Indian. Garrett bowls, Hamid pushes this square of the wicket on the offside. 87 without loss here at chilly Canterbury.
How many test matches did Franklin Stevenson play? Because he was around and he didn't. He was in that era.
Well, he went to South Africa with the West Indian Rebels. Yeah.
But just another one off the conveyor belt. A fantastic cricketer. I think I played against him in his Sussex incarnation.
A very good autobiography I can recommend. Okay. My Song Shall Be Cricket, Franklin's autobiography.
Okay.
Yes, it was very well written, David.
Was it by your good self? As George Garrett is in bowling, and Hamid gets slightly outside the line of that one, but gets his back coming down straight to keep it out.
End of the over, another maiden from Garrett.
Yeah, Garrett's been good. Garrett and Gilchrist have been good. Everson has threatened. Need Hakeem Jordan to really hit his straps, and he's going to get a change of ends, which I think is a smart move from Daniel Bell-Drummond. Some bowlers do struggle with the slope here, and if they struggle at one end and they're new to the St Lawrence ground, then you can switch their end and things might click for them. So took him out of the firing line, 3 overs for 36, and bringing him back from the other end.
Some news this morning from Trent Bridge via the ECB, or ECB via Trent Bridge. Chris Guest, who's been the head coach of the Blaze, the women's team based in Nottingham, the successful women's team, is leaving at the end of the season, and he's going to be England Women Under-19 Performance Lead. That's a fancy title, but I guess it's clearly seen as an elevation, a promotion for Chris, who's done a good job with the Blaze up there in Nottingham. I've totally lost count. It's not hard. I've only been here 2 minutes. Is this my end or yours?
This is you, I think.
Okay.
We shared that last one a bit.
Jordan bowls.
No ball.
Slater.
Starts with a no ball.
He does. That's his 4th of the morning. So, as David was just saying, there's the slope here, and it does take bowlers a little bit of time. I mean, Andre Adams, he could just never fathom it at Hove.
Yeah.
Talked to him at length
Which
about that a time.
Coming down the hill, or both?
Yeah, both. Just couldn't get it right there as wide of the off stump. This is cut to backward point, and there's no run. He'd go anywhere, and he'd bowl all day from either end and get wickets, particularly left-handers, but he just couldn't cope with it at Hove.
He's a good bowler, Andre Adams. Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? I mean, just the one first-class wicket to my name, Dave, in 15 years. I'll give you an indication of just how bad I was, so I don't know much about the dark arts.
Slater on 59, turns this on the leg side for his 60th. That'll be 19 4. Without loss. Has it gone for 4?
It's gone for 4. It's a short boundary that side, but he timed it beautifully and he picked the gap. We're just obscured by the corner of the Frank Woolley, but 2 men back and it bisected them.
Lovely bit of timing, but just expected somebody to be positioned out there, out of my eye line. 93 without loss. Slater on to 63 has been very positive this morning. He was allowed to get off to a fast start and has capitalised. Dropped on 41. Regulation chance. And second slip by Jack Leaning. He's on 63. Run a ball 63. This one down the leg side, and he leaves it alone. Jordan is halfway through his 4th over and figures of none for 42. Really taking a pummeling this morning. Got autograph hunters in the box. I'll just tend to this.
This is the meal. This is your meal deal.
This is the meal deal. 93 on the board as Jordan bowls Slater. A little drop on the offside and immediately sends Mead back.
My first game of the season here. There used to be the carvery and things are times are
desperate
tough. Times are tough.
Absolutely.
They won't be turning those. They won't be turning the floodlights on unless they really have to. It'll save your pennies.
Jordan once more to Slater, and a repeat of the previous ball. It's pitched up to him and he just pushes it into the offside.
Yes, better. Better from McKean Jordan. What have you missed, Dave? Your drink?
I don't know what I've put.
It's a meal deal. You don't just get your sandwich, you know.
Oh, I know. I meant to put C and O for cheese and onion crisps. This is how glamorous it is. And my O was looking like J.
I've gone for the barbecue pop chips, which is a controversial choice. They might not be there.
It won't. I'm sure that won't. That'll burst the budget as Slater gets another run, forcing it out to deep backward square. 94 without loss as the wind picks up, and Jordan's got through his 4th over. 4 overs, none for 43.
I thought you'd be a skips man, you see, Dave. I thought you'd be on brand with the Rockets.
You didn't really, though, did you? 94 on the board.
Yeah, this is been a tough morning for Kent. Too many 4 balls. And credit to the Nottinghamshire opening partnership. Ben Slater in particular. I mean, he does play this way, doesn't he? He can put bat to ball. Yeah. He's got a very fine list A record and he gets his runs quickly. And Hamid just doing what he does, just playing every ball on merits. Solid. So it is to be Garrett to continue. It's a little straight. He's been clipped into the leg side. Didn't quite time it. Inside half of the bat, but comfortable 2. Slater moves to 66.
A number of people have taken the trouble to get in touch. Thank you. The Sheffield Outlaw, delighted to see Dane Schardendorf getting an opportunity at last. Hope he goes well. T saying when he watches from the Nackington road end, it's making him feel seasick, the sway of the camera. Well, turn it off, T. Andrew Park, if we win today, I'd like to see Luke Fletcher made captain for the last match next week. A number of people saying, yeah, that's a good idea. Of course, it'll be his last game for Notts after the news yesterday as Garrett bowls and it's pushed into the offside. Sorry, you started the over and again. I've taken over.
No, that's fine. I was just looking. I was looking at your lineup. Don't know much about Dane Schardendorf. I know quite a bit about Luke Fletcher, who no doubt will be delighted with Forest's performance at the weekend.
I believe he was there. In fact, he was there. Steve Battlemuch is so wrong. He says that clubs don't play each other twice. It doesn't make for a fair competition. If, say, you end up playing Surrey twice and Kent only once. Well, this year Notts, the two they only play once.
No disrespect taken.
Surrey and Kent.
Yeah. But it's a fair point.
Garrett bowls Hamid, the captain, works it to mid-on and there's no run.
Well, that's the problem.
For example.
With having 2 divisions, if you have 9, then 9 in each, then you've got your 16 matches, haven't you? But we can't do that anymore because we can't fit them in. Especially with 100 taking most of August, so probably best not to go down that road. But
we could.
Well, we could, but if you've got 10,
you and I could come up with a schedule.
If you've got 10 in one division, then what you can't have is 18 games. Although back in the day, it was 3-day cricket, and they'd have 20-something. So Garrett once more past umpire Middlebrook. This one back of a length, and he drops it into the offside, no run.
Simon asking what's happened to Verreiner. Not signed him for the end of the season. They always knew he could only play 3 of the last 4 games. I don't know why, but this week he has to be back in South Africa, so this was going to be the game that Notts had to make a change behind the stumps. He is expected to be back for the Warwickshire game next week, but a debut for, well, a full debut for Schardendorf. I'm sure at various times you'll hear me going on about that. He did come into the game. He has made a first-class appearance for Notts as a third-day replacement for Ben Duckett 3 years ago, when Duckett was whisked out of the Notts side to go and play for England.
Oh, crunched. That was short and wide, and Hamid got on the front foot and hit it on the up, just dispatched it. It wasn't really a square cut. There was his width on offer, and Garrett, as we mentioned earlier, not express. And Hamid just climbed into that, Slater-like. 100 up for Notts. 101 this partnership of just 125 balls. Not been good from a Kent perspective.
Simon goes on, and while we're at it, can you tell me where's Moores and presumably Hutton, Patterson, Stone and Pennington are all unavailable for various reasons. Yeah, Tom Moore's not in the squad for this one. Dane Patterson's still in South Africa. Brett Hutton's here, he's 12th man, just missed the cut. Stone's with England and Pennington's injured. Next ball is striking him.
Yeah, slightly down the leg side, hit him on the pad, but bouncing and leg side and Middlebrook has nothing to do with it. So another frustrated shout from Kent. Sorry. So what's Big Fletch doing next year? Do we know? I mean,
well,
because is he going to be your partner in crime? He's had previous, hasn't he, in terms of from a media perspective?
He was interviewed several times yesterday, and almost mirroring the exact words of both Samit Patel and Jake Ball this time last year, this very same week last year. Don't intend to retire just yet. There's more cricket left in me, so
okay. So watch this space.
Stand by for an announcement.
Okay.
Mark the Mod. Morning, gents, from bright and breezy Sevenoaks. Looking forward to coming along tomorrow. I remember being there at Trent Bridge for Franklin's big day. 2 centuries in the match, was it? Yes, it was. Good start today for Notts. Long way to go. Thank you, Mark the Mod from Sevenoaks. As Akil Jordan has come from a little further afield. Bowls outside the off stump to Slater, and it goes through to Finch.
My old stomping ground, Sevenoaks, Dave. Sevenoaks Vine for many years.
Where's that then? Where's Sevenoaks?
Oh, it's kind of west of the county. It's about an hour from here. Nice kind of commuter belt, half hour into London.
Is he a man of Kent or a Kentish man?
Man of Kent.
It's all that sort of nonsense, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's not nonsense down here, of course. The river. Crossed the river yesterday, I think. Wide of the pegs, this goes through to Finch. 101 on the board. I think, my notes are next door, I think it's the 4th century partnership they've had this season. Hamid and Slater, which isn't too bad for a side 8th out of 10 in the First Division. And Slater's certainly led the way this morning. It's very often been the other way round. I know people don't necessarily see a Seba Mead as somebody who can rattle along at a run a ball at the top of the innings, but he generally does. So this is very wide. It won't be called a wide. It would have been in white ball cricket, but Slater leaves it alone. Yeah, he generally gets on with things. The Notts captain. He's had a very fine 90 minutes here, as has Ben Slater. Just that one spillage. Garrett, the bowler. Notts was 65 on the board at the time, and Slater was on 41, and he edged low down and leaning in and out. Jordan. Nice and full, but 12 inches outside the off stump, as again it goes through to Finch.
Yeah, and noticeably this last couple, Finch is taken around shin to ankle height. So I feel that the life could go out of this pitch as this ball starts to get a bit softer. Kent would have been desperate to have made some early inroads, winning the toss, opting to bowl first. It looks a used pitch. Bowl first in those circumstances, you want to take early wickets.
Jordan bowls now wide of the pegs. This goes through to the keeper. Time to have a little switcheroo because we're right on midday. Matt's going to come in for me. I'm going to go and update the listeners to the Robin Hood County, and then I'll come back and give you a well-deserved breather, Mr. Fulton.
Thank you, Dave. So Akin Jordan, the last ball of his 5th over, he's none for 43. Just settling on a slightly wider line to Slater, just trying to dry him up a bit, as this one did bounce through to Harry Finch. Took it above waist height, but it was foot and a half wide of off stump. Slater had nothing to do with it. So Jordan, it's a maiden. 5 overs, 1 for 43, just bringing that runs per over down a notch, which is much needed. And I think from Daniel Burr-Drummond's perspective, might have been just the order of the day. We just need to just tighten things up, bowl one side of the wicket. It's not really what you want to do. You want to be attacking the stumps when you've got these 10:30 starts in September, but got to curb this run rate.
Yeah, go from a Ken point of view that he's put the ball on the money now, but it's 101 for none. Incredible start.
Yeah, so here's George Garrett. He's bowling to Hasib Ahmed. That's a nice looking delivery which swung quite early from the hand. There has been a bit of seaman swing on offer this morning, and Kent have been a touch unlucky in the sense they've gone past the outside edge on numerous occasions, but in between times the boundary has been peppered.
Parkinson's shined the ball.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other option, isn't it? If you have an early look at Parky, but you really want to exploit these seaming conditions. Probably think he'd have a quiet morning, but when you're 100 without loss, you might get pressed into action. Garrett swinging, Hamid leaving.
How difficult these things psychologically for players as well. Been on a long losing run. Kent in the championship also had a draw against Hampshire, but things haven't been going their way. I mean, a lot of professional sports between the ears as well as physically.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 90% between the ears, I reckon, and there will be a sense, I think, of, well, here we go again, and trying to keep that belief, particularly if you're not the one doing the bowling, you know, believing in your teammates and believing in the collective effort. It can be tricky. Driving is Hamid. He's going to get runs here. He didn't time it. It came off the toe of the bat, but it is running down the hill. I think it's just going to be reeled in. And it is Joe Denley doing the fielding. He's got a good arm, but they come back for a comfortable 3.
Then he's another one that spent time out this season, doesn't he, with a bad knee injury and a calf injury on his way back from rehab.
He's now holding his shoulder after that throw. First one he's thrown in anger for a while. Yeah, I mean, injuries have been a real feature of this season, haven't they? I mean, we talk about Mikey Cohen and Fred Klassen and Matt Quinn, you know, 3 guys who have not bowled a ball. And others have, you know, Wes Agar never quite hit his straps as he has done previously. This one's tucked into the leg side, just going to get a single down to long leg. Yeah, Fields.
They didn't get to use him on the T20 either, did they? Because he injured his shoulder in that game against Essex and was injured out for that. So his T20 part of his contract, he couldn't fulfil that for them either. So, but yeah, there we go. Sorry, I'd feel like I'm just reading an injury list out, and we've done that last couple of games. So perhaps for both sides, it's a look forward rather than a look back, I suppose. In the Knots don't know exactly where they'll be next year.
So here is Garrett, and this one, an innocuous looking one, a bit wide, and Finch dives in front of the slips.
Yeah, it's 105 for none. Nottinghamshire. Kent have tried their best to take wickets this morning in a crucial game for their County Championship Division 1 survival, but haven't managed it. A number of edges falling short of the slips. Decent bowling, particularly from Garrett and from Gilchrist returning to the side. The best chance still was that catch dropped at second slip by Jack, leaning off the bowling of Garrett, leading usually so reliable. Things not going Kent's way on a day where they've won the toss and elected to bowl first. Does seem something in the pitch for the bowlers as well, but Nottinghamshire 105 already on the board and have not lost a wicket first up. They're just outside the relegation zone. Kent bottom, so both these sides have a lot to play for in this game. It's definitely a Nottinghamshire session so far in the first hour. Ben Slater has 68, Hasib Hamid on 25, and Kent desperately need a wicket. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
I'm going to make way for Dave Bracegirdle in just a second. Just my final thoughts on your point about it being between the years. I think you've got to find things to play for, and obviously staying up in Division 1 is looking increasingly unlikely. But from the individual pride, the end of the season, if you can finish with a big 150, or you take a 5 for it, can kind of set you up going into the next season. Very much part of the selectors' thoughts and the captain's thoughts if you perform well. So. There's plenty to play for still. As Jordan throws that one wide outside off stump once again, persisting with this kind of wide line, trying to dry Ben Slater up. So that's it from me for the moment. And here's Dave Bracegirdle.
Thank you, David. David Fulton there, former Kent captain, of course. Is his thoughts, and certainly Matt Walker had said that to us, that he expressed that to the team, that make this end of season yours, something to take pride in. King Jordan bowls to Slater, goes for a chop again. It's a wide one from Jordan, tries to chop that into the offside, cut it away, but it bounces to the ground, not 3-4 feet away from him, and he mimes the shot again and ends up with Ben Compton at backward point. 2 slips in for Kent now, a little bit more defensive than they started, but bowling's not had the consistency, and I was saying, when Nottinghamshire have seen a ball they like, they've gone after it, particularly Ben Slater, 68 from 78 deliveries. That one, he leans onto that, into that and tries to cut that one away. Gets a single towards Joe Denny, doesn't quite middle it, but 106 for none. And they've taken advantage of the bad balls they've got, Dave, certainly, and done really well so far. Not 106 for none. We talked about Kent getting something out of this pitch, not enough to stem the flow of runs.
Well, Notts got off to a bit of a flyer, didn't they? Those early 4 balls and no balls enabled both Hamid and Slater to settle to their work, and they've really looked to cash in since then.
Indeed, as Jordan bowls to Hamid now. Late withdrawal of the bat from one that bounces just outside the offside. It's another no ball from Jordan. Goodness, and I've lost count. I'm not saying it's that many. I've just haven't kept account. But that's his 5th. There we go. So an extra 10 runs of the ball. But yeah, symptomatic perhaps of the way he's bowled. He's just looked a bit out of sorts, hasn't he? Don't think he's got into a rhythm at all. So maybe Parkinson doing some warm-ups at mid-off through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
It's not the worst idea in the world, is it? Just try and bring about an element of control.
No, a maiden last start, but Jordan is still going at 8s, and there's no way to try and keep control of this innings, that's for sure. I mean, it's 25 from 64 wickets, falling all around the country at the moment. Let's give you a quick snapshot of that after this ball. Not here though. Importantly for both sides. Oh, it's a good delivery from Jordan, 5th of the over. Leaves Hamid off the pitch through to wicketkeeper, no run. So Hampshire 86 for 2 against Worcestershire at the Utilita Bowl. Lancashire now 78 for 3 against Somerset at Old Trafford. Durham have lost a couple of wickets after a decent start. 69 for 2 at the Oval against Somerset, of course. Warwickshire 58 for 5 against Essex at Edgbaston. Into Div 2, Derbyshire 68 for 2 against Middlesex. It's full delivery from Jordan, defended by a splayed feet there from Hamid, but blocked it out. Yorker length delivery into the onside. End of the over, 108 for none. Notts here. Yorkshire 82 for 1 against Glamorgan at Cardiff. Sussex, I think I'm right in saying they can be promoted with a decent result against Gloucestershire in this game. Gloucestershire, I'm not saying hashtag hangover, but they're 55 for 6 at Bristol against Sussex. Perhaps that's a bit unfair on Sussex, actually, because they've been fantastic, dominating that division all season. And Leicester 68 for 2 against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road.
Just thinking back a week, and Essex bowled Notts out for 93 in Notts' first innings at Chelmsford, so certainly some more resilience here. Second time around, actually, Notts didn't do much better on the final morning. They were 2 down, but then lost their last 8 wickets for 100 or so. So their last 2 mornings of batting have been pretty atrocious. But cashing in here a little bit I always talk about if you stick a side in, you want to get 3 wickets before lunch if you can, and I just wonder if Ken could get 1 or 2 here. It would just make their lunch go down a little bit tastier, a little bit easier. There's Gilchrist bowls. This is down the leg side and stopped by Finch. It was dying on him, I think, might just have brushed the clothing.
Well, I'm going to trot out this stat, so Kent fans, you probably know what's coming. So you can wince, you can put your fingers in your ears, you can turn the radio off for a minute or two. But in all but 1 game this season, Kent have conceded 400 or more in the first innings. And that 1 game, unsurprisingly, was the one they won against Lancashire.
Gilchrist again to Ben Slater. He'll get a couple here. Might go all the way. It's going to be touch and go. It's gone for 4. Very, very fast on that side of the ground, and Ben Slater has peppered that rope with great regularity. He just seemed to run that one away. Pace on the ball from Gilchrist, and Slater just opened the face, ran it away on an angle of 45 and goes into the 70s. 73 from 81 faced. Strike rate of about 90. 112 without loss. Match that Kent really need to win. They've got to turn this around, hold up whilst this movement down below us. Now Gilchrist comes in. Slater turns this to mid-wicket. There's at least 1. They'll have a chat about a second. They do have a chat and then decide against it. 113 without loss. Been considerable number of players in recent times, or relatively recent times of course, who've either gone from Kent to Trent Bridge or vice versa. Think of Mark Elam that David Fulton was talking about, Will Gidman, Mark Davis played for both, Greg Blewett the Australian, Ian Butler the New Zealander, Vernon Philander the South African, Ben Phillips, Charlie Shrek. Delivery that's Ameed whips to mid-wicket. Matt Milnes, of course, he's now at Yorkshire in his relatively young first-class career. Played for Notts, played a season or 2 here and then moved up to Headingley. Joey Everson and Ben Compton in this Kent side. And of course, in the Notts side, you've now got Jacob Duffy, who played a couple of first-class matches last season before for Kent. Yeah. 113 without losses. Gilchrist comes in to the Notts captain and wide enough to be left alone.
You may have already covered this, but Carl Verine, is that right?
Yeah, from Verena. Yeah.
Right, sorry. Absent for Notts this week. He's playing for South Africa against Afghanistan in the 3-match ODI series in the UAE. Apparently so. Thank you, David, for that one on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com.
Yes, I knew he'd had to go back for something, but wasn't entirely sure. The week that he made his debut a couple of weeks ago, he actually should have been skippering South Africa A, and I think there was a few conversations had to be had as he turns this on the leg side. Does the Notts captain gets another single.
That's where Bayer Swanepoel is at the moment in that squad for South Africa.
Notts 114 without loss.
Been catching up with his exploits. Yeah, 114. So yeah, Kent lost Bayer Swanepoel for the last run of games in the Championship because he was too good. That's the problem. He gets selected for your national side. We talked about the sweet spot the other day of county Championship players that England don't consider good enough for them, but very happy to have them in county squads. But Swanepoel, perhaps from a Kent point of view, suffering from the same thing. Email from Michael here. Hi all, he says. Notts fan here. Happy there's an email. I don't use the Twittery thing, he says, that Dave's on. Fair enough. As Akeem Jordan continues from the Nackington Road end, bowling to Hamid outside the off-stump through the wicket-keeper. He says, currently on a sun lounger in Kos. Thoughts and prayers, Michael. Thoughts and prayers. But we'll be with you in Canterbury on day 3. Oh, there we go. I mean, what could be better than a sun lounger in Kos? But obviously, Canterbury in September. Hoping for a good match for the mighty Fletch, he says. Very sad that it'll be the last time I see him play professionally. And thank you for your comments, Mario. It's very kind. And Hakeem Jordan to Hamid, and his back foot steered that away to the offside boundary for a single. David Fulton, there we go. Fine broadcaster, very fine cricketer, captain, coach, and he's gone out and bought us all lunch as well. What a man. End of the over, 150. Sorry, not quite the end of the over. What am I talking about? It's only 2 balls in. Saw them change over and thought, crikey, got it wrong. 74 for Slater. I'm wishing the overs away. 27 for Hamid. Kent fans might be wishing the season over at this point as well. 115 for none. Round the wicket to Slater. A bit wide. Slater decides not to go from it. Dot ball.
Fault should be on silver service every time he steps in the ground here. He shouldn't have had to have poured a single drink on this ground since he retired for everything he did for this club.
I mean, you might say that, but I couldn't in his presence because you have to keep a bit of journalistic decorum. No, absolutely right. Fine man. I don't think he can quite hear us behind the glass, so we're all right complimenting him. Here's Jordan out towards Slater. It seems away from him. Was that the umpire saying no ball? No, it's not. It's just a signal to the square leg umpire. Shortish, wideish. Slater keeping his powder dry. He's done well so far. 74. 27 for Hamid, looking for just his second century, we're saying, of the season, Dave. This would be, is that right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's been a fine flow today, notwithstanding a drop chance at second slip by Leaning. Fuller from Jordan. Good testing delivery, that one, but Slater equal to it. And the offside and a run.
In the Championship, he had, I think he had 2 in the 50 over.
As David was saying, he's a fine one-day player, isn't he? White ball player. And Jordan turning at the Nottinghamshire road end. Still breezy out there. Floodlight pylons are up here, but no lights on so far. Oh, that's very wide. Goodness me, that's flirting with the blue line there, isn't it? I think the umpire decides it's Championship cricket. If Ben Slater had got on a number 6 bus and got over there, he would have been able to hit it. 115 for none. 27 for Hamid. 74 for Slater. At the end of the over, listen to Matt Cole and Dave Bracegirdle. Just been talking about him. He's been with us as well. We'll be in with the first 3 days. David Fulton, former Kent captain, as well. And so not the season Notts would have wanted either from a results point of view.
No. Finished bottom of their group in the blast. Didn't qualify in the 50 over. Is Gilchrist in now, and Hamid drives it into the offside. It's a partial stop, preventing any runs. Can't tell you who that is. Who's that? Just getting himself up in bits.
That's Joe Denley. At point. The faded cap will give you an indication of how long he's been at the club. So yeah.
Good bit of work. 115 without loss. That's Gilchrist in past umpire Middlebrook. Good delivery, which shapes away from Hamid. Not tempted to follow it. There's a big gap between those 2 slips and point. Lots have exploited that throughout the morning session. Bowling changes have been rung with great regularity, but we've not yet seen pace off. May well be that Matt Parkinson gets the statutory over before lunch. Another one that shapes away, but it's another no ball. This time Nathan Gilchrist, the offender. 2 more to the total. Not 117 without loss. And they look to be bang on to score more than a run a minute in this morning session, having been put in under grey, gloomy conditions. You'd imagine the ball would have been ideal for swinging around. Well, it has, in truth. There has been a little bit in it for the bowlers as this one shapes away again. Playing with the Duke's ball again, thank goodness, after a couple of matches with the Kookaburra. Conditions seeming set fair for all 4 days of this.
Yeah, it's looking good so far.
Penultimate round of matches. Next ball is wide of the pegs and it goes through to the keeper. Notts finished next week at home at Trentbridge to Warwickshire. Well, it's Kent, is it Durham away?
Durham away, yes. Yeah.
Have you got that one?
I have, yes. Yeah. I'll be speed my car.
Private
moves.
jet?
I was going to say the speed my car moves. I'll be leaving just after the end of this game.
How many is that as the crow flies then, Miles? Do you know? Have you?
That's a very good question.
No, you're all right. Don't look it up. It's the best part of a long way. Let's put it that way. It must be 320 miles.
I was going to say as a round trip, it'll be
600 plus.
I mean, it's south of Newcastle, so it's it's hardly any distance at all. But yeah, it'll be 600 miles certainly. I was trying to think.
Of course, what you don't want is an early hold up at the tunnel.
I'm already in trepidation of that kind of thing. But yeah, absolutely.
Gilchrist to Hamid. Always got lucky there. It was outside the off stump and he's just rocked back a little bit, trying to cut it away either square or more probably trying to run it in that gap I was talking about down to third man, and he's got an inside edge past the leg stump and it just runs away to a very fine leg for 4. So Notts are going to end this session with more than a run a minute to their name, 121 without loss, and Hamid on to 31, but he got lucky there.
Absolutely, and Gilchrist hands on knees after that one, but 121 for none. Scoreboard tells its own story. Kent might have wanted a little bit more luck, but to an extent as well. We've seen some wayward bowling too. Slater 74, Hamid 31. They've just done really well punishing the bad ball as well. Jordan then starts his sprint in towards Slater. Doesn't quite know what it is for a moment. He's getting on the front foot, looking for a quick runner, drop into the offside, I think, and run, but just lost track of where it was as it came off the bat and goes quickly back into his crease, and there's no run. But yeah, I'd like to say, I mean, I don't know if it's the right sort of tagline, but I'm going to Durham next week, so listeners, you don't have to. So, I mean, it's a lovely part of the world. Don't get me wrong. Northumberland's magnificent, but yeah, it's a long trip for last weekend of the season, I suppose. It's a long trip at any time of the season. Here's Jordan to it's a swing and a miss from Slater. Didn't quite get up that one for him. I think he's looking to crash that through the offside, cutting it away off the back foot, but through the wicket, giving us no run. It's 121 for none. So you can say stay safely at home, and Martin Emerson and I will bring you the action from Chestler Street next week. Kent will be hoping it's not a dead rubber at that point, but every indication is that obviously it has been for a while, that they may well be relegated by that point. Oh, that rises off just back of a length. It's got some good lift there, a little bit of wobble as well. Hakeem Jordan, but once again Slater stayed inside the line through to the wicket, even there's no run. You don't get any wickets for the volume that you and are as a fielding unit, do you? You have to the umpire not giving anything for that. 31. So did you go to Durham? Have you?
Yes,
played them? Yeah.
About 3 weeks or so ago now.
It's Jordan bowls now to Slater. Stays up straight off the back foot, drives it out towards the offside. Joe Denley fields. They take a comfortable single. 122 for none. Crikey, this is half an hour before lunch as well. I keep having to remind myself. This is a huge total for no wickets down for the first session of a match. This really has got away from Kent, and Nottinghamshire absolutely in the driving seat. They need
about 7 minutes to lunch.
Yeah. I was suddenly thinking it was another half hour, of course. Yeah, but still 122 for none. And Jordan, that rises off length again, pops up. And Jordan turns away from the batter and looks wistfully, angrily, ruefully towards the right-hand side of the ground as we look up the hospital side of the ground. I think for me, just look down the pitch at him. I don't know if he was wishing him all good things and telling what a great ball that was, but it won't make any difference. So Hamid's still there. Kent still don't have a wicket. So frustration for Kent, but Nottinghamshire have taken every advantage, and quite likely too. Bit of bat and pad as it's just to whip it round the corner down to Hamid. In fact, they're going to get 2 runs there. Wide open spaces on the leg side. Joe Denley has to run it all the way in from the leg side boundary. Everton got close too, going back from his position at mid-wicket, but they'll come through for a very comfortable 2. 124 for none. We're going to have regulation spin. Is Matt Parkinson going to take his jumper off, or is he going to hand it to Nathan Gilchrist?
Got to be. No, it's going to be Gilchrist.
He whips off his cap, and it might just have the one over then before we go to the luncheon interval, of course, at 12:30 on September 8th.
Elsewhere, Durham 79 for 3 at the Oval. Their first county championship match there since 2015. Hampshire 104 for 2 at home to Worcestershire. Lancashire 90 for 4 against Somerset at Old Trafford. That's a huge game for both sides there. Lancashire next to the bottom of the table, Somerset next to the top of the table. Warwickshire 69 for 6 against Essex. Shane Slater with 3 wickets there. In Division 2, Yorkshire 97 for 2 in Cardiff. Gloucestershire 67 for 6 in Bristol against Sussex. Leicestershire 96 for 2 at Wantage Road against Northants, and Derbyshire 90 for 2 in the East Midlands against Middlesex as Gilchrist round the wicket poles. Slater tucks this down to long leg. Fielder there for this one, and Slater on to 76, 125 without loss. Freddie McCann doing next. 19-year-old had a really good summer for England under 19s. Got a lot of runs against Sri Lanka, a lot of runs for not seconds. Bats 3s. Had a great start to his career. 50 in the first match at Durham, then 150. 150 at Trent Bridge against Surrey, but he missed out in both innings last week. So that was just a reminder that first-class cricket is a little tougher than he'd found it in his first 2 games. As Hamid turns this out to leg for a single. The other youngster is Farhan Ahmed, off spinner, 16 years of age. You'll see him at number 11 in the order, but he'll bowl a lot of overs. He's already taken 13 wickets in just 2 matches. Younger brother of Rian Ahmed, the Leicestershire and England spinner.
He's taken his wickets at 24 so far as well. Good return.
Yes, he announced himself with a 7 for against Surrey, and then a 3 for in the second innings as Slater plays a little loosely away from his body. And goes through to the keeper. That's of course without, as somebody mentioned earlier, leading wicket taker Dylan Pennington, who was having a great season and then selected by England for the West Indies 3 tests in the middle of the summer. Didn't play in any of them, was 12th man for all of them, and then the start of the 100 straight away got injured, having not played cricket for a while. That was his season over. Slater on strike, drives again into the offside, and the fielder had been brought in, and Slater just punches that gap again, gets another boundary way to our right to the side of the ground where the grassed bank is, and you can see an ice cream van. I don't think he's had a roaring trade as yet. He'll be hoping the sun comes out. Slater on to 80 before lunch here, out of 130 without loss. About 28 minutes past 12. 2 balls left in this over. Gilchrist to Slater, and he's really got hold of this one. It's 4 more in the same direction. The first one was just pleasantly pushed. This one was absolutely carved away. And he's motoring. 84 from 94. And Nathan Gilchrist's response is, I'm going to go over the wicket for the final ball, please, umpire. Really outscored his partner here more than 2.5 times Bermuda's total. Doesn't matter who gets them, but Slater romping away of his opening partner here on 84. Gilchrist to conclude his 8th over, and Slater leaves it alone. Gilchrist 8 overs, none for 34, but a couple of boundaries have just damaged his figures there. Knots 134 without loss, and the players in fact are walking off. My watch says it's 29 minutes past, but clearly they're not going by my watch, and that's fine. 28 overs bowled by Kent, and I think Daniel Bell-Drummond and Matt Walker and the rest of the Kent think tank will be grateful that that session's ended, and they'll be looking forward just to getting all the players together in the dressing room and just having a little word and get together some preparations and plans for the afternoon session. If they've gone with plan A and then moved on to plan B and C, I don't know what letter of the alphabet they'll be on by the time they come out, but Kent need a better afternoon session than they had this morning. They've put knots in, and the visitors 134 without loss at lunch.
Dave Bracegirdle, thank you very much for that. I'm Matt Cole, and with Dave Filton, we'll be back in around about 40 minutes' time. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners, but otherwise, commentary resuming via the BBC Sport website and app, BBC Radio Kent and BBC Nottingham, of course, via most smart speakers as well. Just ask BBC Sounds to play Kent v Nottinghamshire Day 1. And of course, with the pictures courtesy of Kent County Cricket Club as well. You'll be hearing from us then. It's been a really poor morning for them. The scoreboard says Nottinghamshire 134 for no wicket. Ben Slater has 84. Hasib Hamid has 34 on a pitch which has seen some life for the bowlers as well. Kent won the toss, put their opponents in, hoping to take quick wickets. The ball's moved around, they found the edge of the bat occasionally, but just haven't made that breakthrough, and Nottinghamshire have really punished every bad ball that Kent have bowled. The closest they've got, still that chance from Jack leaning uncharacteristically at second slip, dropping Slater when he's on just at 41. He's more than doubled that total now, and Kent really on the end of a hiding in that first session. Now at lunch, they need to come back all guns blazing really to try and take quick wickets this afternoon to get back into this match, which is very, very crucial to them. Any chance of saving their county championship Division 1 status really rests on them winning this game, and with full bonus points as well. That's looking very, very unlikely at this point, but commentary will be continuing at 12:10 via the BBC Sport website and app.
13 first-class hundreds. List A, 3,000 runs, high score of 164, averages 52.75, 800s. I remember looking at that a few years ago and thinking what a wonderful one-day batter he is. Here's Gilchrist, he's bowling to Hamid, who is beaten again, or is he out? It's a big appeal, and they implore, but James Middlebrook unmoved. That's happened a few times across the session and a bit. The play and miss and the pleading Kent fielders to no avail. Good delivery though, bounced and left to Mead. Still a bit in this pitch, Dave.
Yeah, very much so, yeah. I was just sitting down. That ball got down the far end. Wasn't totally in position to see what it did, but it was a huge appeal, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think he could have touched anything else, and another player miss. And Gilchrist can't quite believe his luck here. He just needs to keep going and not get too frustrated. Don't try and bowl the magic ball, because that's the one that tends to go for 4. It's 159 without loss, and the evidence of what we've seen, it might be enough already. I think I might have declared Dave by now. You know,
about that.
True to form and all that. But just thought I'd get in there first.
It's a little early, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you know, I've got previous. But,
well, we all have a 3-day game.
Yeah, a little early, 159 without loss. Forecast is set fair across these 4 days, which is good news. And Hamid locates the middle of the bat this time. A bit shorter from Gilchrist. But, what a start. You could have got stuck in and you'd have offered not anything close to this. They would have said, yes, please.
Yes, you'd imagined that the top order would have groaned inwardly when the news came from the toss that you're batting first this morning, fellas, but what a platform this pair have given them.
Well, it is a used pitch, that's all I'd say, judging by the footmarks, you know. So it might be a bit in it throughout this game. And that's what he's got to be careful of, Gilchrist, searching for that magic delivery. It's only going to cost him a single, but it was a leg stump half volley, 2 men back. And Hamid flicks it into the leg side, so I think I might let Dave take over the commentary with Ben Slater poised on 96.
It's very kind, but generally when these things are sort of passed from one to the other, it's
disaster strikes. I'm trying everything to get a wicket for Kent. No bones about it.
Here's Gilchrist then. 2 balls left in the over. Ben Slater is on 96, and this is a no ball, and it comes off the pad down to fine leg. He'll scamper back for a couple of runs. So there'll be 4 added to the total from yet another no ball, and then the umpire at this end, James Middlebrook, doing all sorts of umpiring gymnastics. Yeah, he's signalling the no ball and then tapping his knee as well to signify that it was leg buys rather than off the face of the bat. You can just see Luke Fletcher doing a few laps of the ground. The news from Trent Bridge Towers yesterday was that Luke will be leaving the county after 17 years at the end of the season. This is his 150th first-class match. Slater on 96, drives
there
into the offside, and is it going to go? It is indeed. It crosses the boundary rope at extra cover, and Ben Slater reaches his 109 balls. That's his 18th 4. Jubilant seems out in the middle, takes off his helmet, waves it to the Notts balcony, and then acknowledges the applause coming from all around the ground. It's his 14th first-class 100, his 10th for Notts, and his 2nd against Kent, having got one at Trent Bridge last year, and it's been a sparkling knock. I guess there's the asterisk dropped on 41, but either side of that, he's played really beautifully today, really fluently, and a well-deserved 100 to take the score to 168 without loss.
Yeah, I don't think he'll care about that asterisk,
No.
Dave. I don't think that pops up in the scorebook, does he?
No.
Most of us who scored hundreds over the years have been put down from time to time. I don't know if he would have got many quicker. 109 balls.
It's a great effort. Gilchrist bowls again, and this is dropped on the leg side. Combination of bat and pad. We'll have to have a look at the umpire to see. No, it was a run, so Slater moves on to 101, 169 without loss. Just to finish what I was saying about Luke Fletcher, remember back in 2017, of course, a lot of people remember that sickening sound of the Sam Hain drive hitting him on the skull at Edgbaston, and then him having to take an enforced period out of the game, and I'm going to do a few games with you now, Dave, on the BBC commentary, and he did a couple of games, and then can't do the next match. What do you mean you can't do the next match? Can't do the next match. I'm going to have some media training with Sky, or we're at Derby. Can't you do it? No, I'm going down to I'm getting my brother to drive me all the way down to the Aegeus Bowl, I think it was in those days. David Fulton is going to give me some media training. It came back a couple of days later. I don't think it's for me, mate.
I didn't learn too much, the big Fletch. I think he realised it was a tougher job than some of us make it look, Dave.
Well,
no, he was great company, Fletch, in those couple of days at the Aegeus. But, he did do a few bits for us at Sky. Change of bowling, and another player miss. Hakeem Jordan back into the attack. He's had a difficult day so far, the overseas. 8 overs, 1 made, none for 50. No balls and boundaries.
What they did do was they actually put him on reporting for the reverse fixture, Notts versus Warwickshire, or Birmingham if they were then, at Trembridge, and they got him to interview Sam Hain.
Yeah, it was a nice touch, that. Yep, nice touch. I still can't believe no one caught it, because it went quite a long way off his head in the air. But, he's a big, strong boy, Fletch. It is a down the leg side from Jordan, and Slater couldn't catch up with it. Fletch takes it down the leg side.
He's just come past us for the third time. If I get his attention, if I can wave to him, I'll try and get him to come up.
Yeah, get him up. We'll see if he remembers any of that sage advice I gave him back in the day, from that day at the Aegeus.
Well, in the old days, you just used to be able to ring them. You pop up, mate, but of course all their phones are taken off them now.
Protocols, isn't it? Jordan is round the wicket to Slater, who drops this one. No chance of a single. Extra cover is in pretty tight.
Jordan's got his 50. 8.5 overs, none for 50. Had a horrific start to the morning. He was 2 overs, none for 21. He'd bowled 3 no balls by that stage. 3 overs, none for 32 when he was whisked out of the attack. Slater in particular had really cashed in.
Rather set a disappointing tone for Kent this morning, because Garrett was decent up the other end. So he's no ball again here, Jordan. Really struggling. And I feel for him. I said I've popped down a couple of times for various reasons to the club, and I've seen him sprinting and working with the physios and the strength and conditioning coaches to get himself back on the park after a decent debut where he took 5 for at Worcester. He's been coming back from this injury. He's had a few weeks off and he looks short of rhythm. It is better. Slater nonplussed. Just leans on a forward defensive.
Now these are all timed at 10 minutes ago. Kyle, any idea why the live stream isn't working, Dave? Julie, the non-functioning live stream, Dave, question mark. Yellow Belly, the same mark. Live stream not working. Does anybody at Kent know why? Dave, have you got any idea? Well, I haven't. As we always say, we're sat here watching the cricket and talking about it, and we've nothing to do with the technical side.
Lovely shot from Slater. Probably his best of the day through mid-on. Most of his 18 boundaries to this point have been crashed through the offside. That was a bit straighter, and that was a classical on drive. So,
and Alistair, 8 seconds ago, sorry Dave, is now working. So, as I say, that was 10 minutes ago. And hopefully they sorted it out in time for a lot of love and affection to be thrown Ben Slater's way.
Right, just looking around the grounds, Dave. Lancashire 121 for 8 against Somerset. Obviously Somerset 8 points behind Surrey. In second, Surrey are at home to Durham, who are 129 for 3. So Somerset further ahead in their match. And that will make next week very exciting indeed. The championship alive if Somerset can win that one. Just dabs it into the offside. Slater, better delivery from Jordan.
Adam's late to the party. You've got Dave Fulton on with you. Didn't he once give us a rather generous declaration?
Thanks very much. That's fine.
And then at the end, or was that Mark Chilton? No, it wasn't.
It was me. whenever I'm up in Nottinghamshire, getting cheap meals and
few tickets for Forest.
Yeah, tickets for Forest and Barman, the free pint,
This is now Nottinghamshire's highest first wicket partnership of the season. This pair put 172 on at home against Somerset. That was the match that Slater got his 168 in, but they've gone beyond that. 175 without loss. Bonus points, of course, kick in for the batting side at 250. I know it's the second season that we've had that, but still have to remind myself whenever we get close to 200. There's Gilchrist into his 12th over. Bowles and Mead still 5 short of his 50, drives up to Parkinson at wideish mid-off, no run.
Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-on, hands on hips, wondering how you're going to break this partnership. Sure, I'm looking at Matt for an answer here. If Bell-Drummond has turned his arm over much this season, he's shaking his head. He's quite good as a partnership breaker, Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Gilchrist, Bowles, this was always starting wide and swinging away further wide. Jack Leaning also earlier in his career, he had a bit of a and he's sort of clutching for straws a little bit, looking at part-time bowlers without Matt Parkinson having had a go yet, but it's nice to have a few options.
Well, Leaning often bowled his full complement in the Metro one-day bank. He's captaining that, I think, but yes, he has sent down a few overs this year, Jack Leaning. Joe Denley, obviously he's got his leg breaks, but Matt Parkinson would be the obvious one spin-wise. But from a seam perspective, if you're just looking for something different, Daniel Bell-Drummond can send down a few medium pacers.
Gilchrist down the leg side, well down the leg side, nicely taken by Finch. Good movement by the keeper. Joining us late, Notts have made a couple of changes to their side. They've given a first start to Dane Schardendorf, the former Zimbabwe under-19 wicket-keeper. He did come into a game, an official ECB replacement in 2021 to replace Ben Duckett, who was whisked away for England. As he drives into the offside, he went through that ring, and we'll get at least 3, I fancy. They've run 2, it'll be dragged back just inside the rope, and they do come back for 3. Parkinson and who's that with him?
Denley. Joe Denley. Yeah.
Good work by the pair of them. 178 without loss, and Mead on to 48. Yes, it was that. I'm pretty sure it was that ODI series where somebody in the England ranks, or the entire team actually, were put into quarantine. Somebody got COVID, so ahead of a series against Pakistan, they sort of called up an entirely new ODI team in the middle of a round of county championship matches. Next delivery is cut away to backward point by Slater, and there's no run. So Duckett was called away into the England ranks, and Schardendorf came into the game for the start of day 3. Duckett had been 69 not out overnight, so Schardendorf came in and not only took his place in the side to get his first class debut, he took his place at the crease and made 24.
Was he a named replacement? Did you have to have named replacements in those days, or was it special circumstances?
I think that was, this is again played to backward point, and there's no run. 178 without loss. I think in that instance, because it was the ECB doing it, we've got to call up a whole new squad of 12, 13, 14, whatever it was. I think it was sanctioned all around the counties. We'll have him, and you can bring in who you like. Yeah,
COVID related. The rules are a bit more flexible back then. Seems like a long time ago now, thank goodness.
So Schardendorf, it's a strange one, isn't it? We're talking about asterisks. There's an asterisk there a little bit. He made his first class debut in that game, but he's in by rights for this one. And Wayne Nunu's here, the match referee, former Notts wicket-keeper. He presented him with a cap this morning and gave a nice speech, apparently. Reduce them all to tears, said Wayne. I'm not entirely sure whether that's true or not.
Is Akin Jordan, this one defended back down the pitch. I'm not sure the match referee should be quite so one-sided. And I think that maybe we need to start this whole game again with a new referee. But,
maybe.
Yeah, I was feeling that way. Well, that's a nice story. Nice, he's had to wait a long time.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll make the most of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of umpires, and of course Wayne the match referee, but there's a lot of umpires on the county circuit with Notts connections, former Notts players, and very often we'll say, oh, there's Pollard and Wharf out there who both played for Notts. Or
Robinson still going?
No, he's an assessor now, I think.
Oh, he's moved up the chain as this one's left alone outside off stump. Decent looking delivery by Hakeem Jordan, bit of pace and bounce in that one.
David Milnes.
Yes.
Russell Warren.
Do you have the most? I don't know if you've compared.
Well, I don't know.
So Kent have obviously Nigel Long, Martin Saggers, James Treadwell.
Oh, yeah.
So, a few. Mark Benson formerly.
Name's gone. Lady umpire. Also from Mansfield. Oh, crikey.
Jordan bowling and Hamid. Very watchful in defence, as is his way. He's been excellent. He hasn't been quite as fluent as Slater, but he's experienced these days. The Notts captain, just happy to play second fiddle. Happens, Dave, doesn't it? The brain cells sometimes just from nowhere.
Yeah. Surprised you didn't leap in there.
No, well, I would have liked. I couldn't.
Sue Redfern.
There you go.
Sorry, Sue. I doubt she's listening. She'll be umpiring somewhere. She's on the county circuit now. Sue Redfern. Next ball is defended by Hamid, who's on 48 from 112 deliveries. Slater was quickly out of the traps this morning and had left Hamid in his wake, and he's got more than double his score. Slater on 105, 178 without loss, Nottinghamshire. Quite extraordinary that wickets have gone down in great numbers around the county circuit. There's 4 more. It was a good delivery from Akil Jordan, who's gone full teapot, stands there with his hands on his hips, and he comes off the outside edge, runs down to third man, and Nasib Hamid has got his half century. He's on 52 from 113 balls with 7 fours, and nice little embrace between the two of them. It's 182 without loss.
Yeah, he can count himself a fraction unlucky there. Akeem Jordan was a decent delivery, bounced, left him, but I think Hamid knew what he was doing there. He wasn't running it down to third man per se, but he covered up nicely. Fletcher's doing another lap. Look, there he is.
Oh, he's not looking up here again. This one's just played out into the offside, and there's no run. 182 without loss. We'll get him at some point, I'm sure.
We've got 4 days. It's like Joey Everson is going to get a go at the pavilion end. So still no spin.
Would you advocate that? Or?
Well, I think it's worth a look. I mean, I'm a big advocate of having a look for just even if it's just 2 overs, because you might find you bring him on at 3 o'clock this afternoon and it turns square, and you're like, oh, I could have tried that 2.5 hours ago. So I think if you have an early look sometimes, and then you kind of rule it out with, okay, there's not much in it for Parky, but at least we've tried. And he's probably not going to go worse than some of what we've seen this morning. So that would just be my gut feel. But I also understand Daniel Bell-Drummond sticking with the seamers, because there has been plenty happening for them. And if it is nipping around, and they get it right for long enough, you'd think that the breakthrough would be imminent, but it hasn't proved that way so far. 182 without loss. Everson just got a few to swing. He bowled for the Nackington Road end this morning, so Bell-Drummond trying all his seamers from both ends, just mix and matching, trying to find a combination that works. He's got a slip, a gully, and backward point is on the boundary. So it's quite a strong offside field. 6-3. This one does swing back. Slater just defends into the offside.
When did you first come here? What age would you have been?
92. I was first on the staff. As a student,
Now, did you come as a little lad in shorts?
Yeah, I would have come as a
watched
youngster
cricket?
once. I didn't work because I was the other side of the county at Sevenoaks, so I didn't come often here.
Oh.
And obviously the county game travelled around a bit then, as this one swings back and Slater drives attractively to Belgium at mid-off, no run. Yeah, so I would have probably waited to Kent, went to Tunbridge Wells or Maidstone and gone to see them there rather than come down to Canterbury. But yeah, my first taste of playing here would have been in the early 90s. 93 was my championship debut, made a very fine 0 against Surrey. As Everson is in, and this is a wristy drive, and he's going to get runs for it, is he? He's going to have to hurry. A bit of work from Mieye to...
Who got you?
Joey Benjamin got me.
Oh, right.
Cool Kersey, late Graham Kersey, God bless him. I faced Wakar Yunus first. We'll crunch one off the back foot. This was destined for 4, and cover point dived full length and stopped it. And then I got a leg by, and then I nicked off a couple of balls later for 0. Surrey got about 570, and I'd spent 140 overs in the field and nicked one early. I thought, not sure this first-class cricket's all it's cracked up to be. As Everson starts again, he's turned into the leg side, and there's a comfortable 1.
Fine margins.
Jaden Deadly doing the work there. He's on for someone. Can't quite work out who at the moment.
That was the era of genuinely quick overseas players. Who was the fastest you faced? Was it Wakar? Sylvester?
Wakar was there. I don't think Sylvester was there then. He was just after him as Everson begins another delivery. Leanings at the gully position. Thick edge. He saves what would have been a boundary. Yeah, my first 3 games were Wakar, Wasim, Kirtley, and Australia was the other one. So the first they would have had Warney and co playing for Australia, and then those 3 overseas. So yeah, that was a good baptism.
The deep end.
Yeah, but great fun to pick your skills against the best as a young player. As Slater blocks that one out to mid-on. Got nothing against Surrey, but I got a few against Kirtley, which was nice. Got a couple of 50s in that game, and then when you play against those guys who are heroes of yours, and you get a few, you think, actually, no, I can cut it at this level, which gives you confidence, an early boost.
But there's pressure, isn't there? Even though, as you said, the household names some of the very best in the game, it doesn't do anything for your career if you don't make a contribution. It's no good. Oh well, he's had 3 games, but he's playing against some really good players, but clearly he can't cut it at the highest level. It's
it just depends who you play against to some extent, I guess. I think you look back, as someone that never played for England, you look back at the battles that you had against those players, your Ambroses and your Warnes and the Wasims, and you can look back with pride.
Jordan 10 overs, none for 60. He's dragging those figures back a little bit. Bowls to Hamid, who defends. I mean, he's going to run a ball, 60 balls for 60 runs. Did you ever get a Lions call or anything like that? Yeah,
I played a game before the Lions were really
England
Lions. So England Day or MCC as well. So Sri Lanka 2002, when I was kind of in the frame. I got picked actually for the Ashes, the Headingley Test of 2001, when Butch got 170 odd not out. I was picked for that one instead of Butch. The selectors changed their minds at the last minute, and it proved quite a good call as it turned out, with Butch getting those runs.
Jordan to Hamid, and this is run to backward point. Remind me, what do you mean I was picked for that one?
Well, I was on a run of about 600 runs without being dismissed. I got a double 100 and 100 here against Somerset, and I got 190 odd against Northants. So I was having a good season, and Butch was effectively dropped, as I understand it. Nasser Hussain wrote about it in his autobiography, and I've seen him talk about it on telly.
So you were in the squad?
But I wasn't told I was in the squad. So
right.
The selectors had their meeting. I was picked in that Test match, and then when they were driving home, I think David Graveney, whoever was chairman of selectors, or Nasser, made a phone call. Went, "Are we sure?"
Jordan Bowles driven back at him by Hamid. Yeah, it saves a boundary there.
Yeah, so they had a kind of a change of heart on the motorway with the team picked but not announced. And I found out about this after Nasser published his autobiography, and it was the day after my eldest son was born, and some journalist from the Beeb actually phoned up and said, what do you make of this? And I think we're trying to get some sort of comment, and I was like, well, I think they made quite a good decision by the looks of it. Butch got a good 100.
Jordan Bowles into the pads of Hamid was Always missing leg.
Yeah, he's missed out a couple of times on that one. I mean, you can see he's frustrated with himself. That was a kind of leg stump half volley, always sliding down the leg side with the slope. You expected
he's strong there.
Yeah, a player of his calibre, and then that's his strong area. You expect him to pick that off through mid-wicket, but he missed out. There was a deep square leg back on the fence.
Always seems like he's having one or two mental battles out there. He rehearsed the shot or played it a couple of times like he wished he'd done. This next one wide enough to leave outside off.
So yeah, so I think that was my main to Butch getting those runs. Obviously, he was then embedded, and yeah, I was on standby for the winter. I think it was Pakistan, didn't materialise. 2002, I captained effectively what was an England A team against Sri Lanka. Straussy and Kesey opened the batting. We had Reedy kept wicket. Simon Jones was in there. I'm trying to think who else who went on to big things. And Steve-O played that game.
It's wide of the off stump, well wide. Nicely taken by Finch. Goes through to the keeper. We're knocking on the door of 2 o'clock, so time to do all the local radio updates. Matt's going to take over from me, and David will just fill in for a moment or two, which he's so good at.
Thanks to Dave. He goes to do his updates. And Matt Cole back in, re-energised, ready to describe wicket after wicket after wicket. Joey Everson, career best 7 for coming right up.
He called that 100 for
inevitable
Slater,
100,
so
yeah.
Inevitable 7 wickets.
Well, less inevitable. I think that's a bigger stretch. Slater was in the 90s at the time. I was just trying to put the mockers on him. I think I did see someone's waving. I don't think it's us. It might have been Cole coming out the window.
Might be very much so.
I'm hoping,
sure.
not so. No. See Jonathan Trott get a 7
Keep
for
going, they're saying. That's
going.
not us.
No.
I hope
Keep,
not.
well, maybe it is. Maybe they're suggesting we keep going. We could say straight back at you, Kent fielders. Just keep going, lads.
Or maybe straight out of the ground.
Yeah.
Don't come back. So Everson bowls. It's just outside off stump. It's driven into the offside, and Akeem Jordan fields. No run.
Yeah, Jonathan Trott got one of the most bizarre 7-fers, I think it was. It was still his career best bowling. 2005, Martin van Jaarsveld's debut for Kent. He got 200s in the game against Warwickshire, first game of the season. And Trott just kind of came on, took a couple of wickets, went off, came back, took a few more wickets, and then came on as we were kind of slogging for the declaration, picked up another 3-fer, and he ended up with 7 or 8-fer.
It's Everson. A decent delivery on the front foot. Slater trying to get forward anyway. Defensive, no run.
Yeah, he got 500 and something, and had figures of about 7 for 35, or something daft like that. Yeah,
shouldn't be allowed.
Joey Everson, I think a bit better than Jonathan Trott. Similar kind of medium pace. Try to swing it around a bit.
He just keeps it a little bit low, but it's push and run from Slater into the offside, and Akeem Jordan is. Well, if he could have twisted in one movement and thrown down the stumps at the far end, actually Slater probably would have still been home, wouldn't he?
Yeah, it's good cricket, really good cricket. I'd like to see that. You know, they've been dealing in boundaries. Slater certainly has for a lot of his innings, but just being able to mix it up, and this left-right combination always makes it tricky for bowlers. Keep rotating the strike. Having to listen to Brace Girdle update his listeners. Difficult, isn't it?
It's Everson to he's a fine professional, but I take the sentiments entirely. He was driving a little bit further forward than that. He's not got all of it outside part of the bat.
Yeah.
Skews out towards point, but all the way along the ground. Ben Slater got 187. Those are 2 separate things in July last year against Kent. And there's 106 to his name this time round. David Fulton, thank you very much indeed, making way for Dave Bracegirdle to join us. This is tucked away off his pads on leg stump. Hamid out towards mid-wicket, and they'll take another single, and it's 186 for none. And Kent fans developing a slight headache over this. I don't blame you at all. Just from that's frowning, wrinkling your nose. Who knows? 186 for none. Nottinghamshire fans, you can metaphorically lie on your sun lounger, enjoying this. Amidas 54, Slater 107. End of the overs, that one's defended. Here comes the update for well, listeners across the south, not just for BBC Radio Kent, I should remember. It's not good news for Kent either, Adam. They won the toss, put Nottinghamshire into...
That went well.
Well, cut brutally short there. So if anyone can hear me in the studio, I could hear Adam. He couldn't hear me, and we're commentating. We're still here. No, we're still here talking. It's about 20 minutes after lunch on... no, 50 minutes after lunch on day one, and yeah, we are here. Laura can't hear us in the studio. Adam can't hear us. We can hear them. They can't hear us. We're still here. I think they're accusing us of gone off for an ice cream. To be honest, if they can hear us now, at the stage of Nottinghamshire 186 for 9, if I had an excuse to go anywhere else, I would do Dave Bracegirdle, but I'm not. I'm here. I'm doing my job. I'll hand to you for Keane Jordan, I think.
There he comes. Oh, and the hold up. Seba Mead has spotted a fly. Look at this. They're asking people who are 20 yards wide of the sight screens at the far end, in the deep distance near the forest, to just move a little bit. They're nowhere near the sight screen at the far end, but just holding play up. Yes, it is Akeem Jordan. I think I called him Akeel last time I was on. Comes in and bowls a delivery of fullish length. And he jabs down on it, and there's no run. Just looking at the highest first wicket partnerships for Notts against Kent, just in case. Nowhere near it. 282, Paul Pollard and Tim Robinson at Trent Bridge in 1989. There's the highest for Notts against Kent. Jordan in, beats Hamid. Lovely delivery. Just pitched and jagged away sharply, with Hamid just groping forward. Hamid on 54 from 125 deliveries. Ben Slater, his second century of the season, on 107. Started this match needing about 250 runs to reach 1,000 for the season. Well, he's given himself a chance with one more game to come. Potentially 3 more innings after this one. Second innings here, and perhaps 2 matches against Warwickshire next week. Getting himself into a position to perhaps reach the landmark that all top order batters try and get. Next ball's just pushed into the covers and there's no run. Are you not getting any response, old boy?
No, I'm just assuring our producer that we haven't got anywhere. In fact, if there's only an easy way of checking. Listeners, you can get this commentary via the BBC Sport website and app if you go there, and also via a lot of smart speakers as well. Just ask BBC Sounds to play Kent v Nottinghamshire day one, and you can find out that we're absolutely here. There we go.
Jordan bowls bouncer over the left shoulder of Hamid, and it's been called as a no ball, and I think that one's for height. If if it wasn't for bad luck, he wouldn't be having any luck at all there.
Goodness me, it's gone over his head.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. The floodlights are coming on,
and yes.
188 without loss, with those 2 added on for the no ball. Jordan again in the 12th over bowls, and the next one's pushed away. Is that another one?
Oh no.
Don't know. He walked away, the umpire, at the far end, and his arm was out, but I think he was just flicking the coin up rather theatrically.
Well, there we go. Yeah.
Hopefully we're going out.
Yes, we can hear them loud and clear in the studio.
188 without loss. It's Jordan in again. Bowls, and that's a really good delivery. Just jags back, and Hamid does well not to get anything on that. Lovely bit of bowling. Terrific stuff. Hamid on 54. Slater on 107. 188 without loss. We've still got one ball left in this, the 41st over. Daniel Bell-Drummond just going to have a word with his bowler at the far end, just see if there's something that they can do. Final ball of the over. Jordan none for 62. Not helped himself with all those no balls, but every now and again he'll bowl a super delivery as he turns this square on the leg side, gets a run. He'll keep strike 189 without loss at the end of the over. Jordan 12 overs, 2 maidens, none for 63. Helmets being brought on the field, or a helmet being brought out onto the field, so I suspect this is going to be the first bit of twirly-whirly stuff today, and it is indeed. Matt Parkinson's just handed his cap to umpire James Middlebrook at this end. I'm going to have Parkinson to bowl to Hamid.
So it's going to be Matt Parkinson for the first time. First spin of the game. And, well, at 189 for none, I suppose you would turn to your frontline spinner. But as Dave Fulton's saying earlier, I mean, it seems just from the ball statistics ridiculous, but the ball has been doing something for the seam bowlers, but this is worth a go, so certainly. So Parkinson from the pavilion end to bowl to Hasib Hamid, who has 55, and a slip in. It's the AO, I think, is hit on the full. So we won't find out if it turns till the next delivery, that's for sure. But Hasib Hamid went after him a little bit there.
He'll be furious he's missed out on that.
Yeah, it's a low full toss. Parkinson over the wicket to Hasib Hamid. I think I need to take this phone call, unfortunately.
Okay,
if you don't mind carrying on.
Taken, hit to leading at wideish mid-off. 190 without loss. Just one or two technical gremlins preventing Matt being able to do his updates at the moment for local radio. Ben Slater down on strike. He's not seen too much of the strike since reaching 3 figures. He's on 107 now from 128. Going to face Parkinson for the first time. The leg spinner flights this one nicely right up there, and Slater happy to defend. There's a slip, the only close catcher. 3 saving 1 on the leg side, and in fact 4 saving 1 on the leg side. 2 on the off. There's Parkinson in again, past umpire Middlebrook's left shoulder, and played nicely with an open face by Slater. He's going to get a couple of runs down towards third. 192 without loss. Slater on to 109. Mead at the non-strikers end, the not skipper on 56. Platforms well and truly been laid here for a huge Nottinghamshire first innings score. Parkinson bowls, Slater pushes it to cover. Feels sorry for Freddie McCann, who's obviously been padded up.
Yes, good point. Yeah, he's going to be very patient
before they started, and because we all know what happens after a partnership of this length. Sorry to mention it and inflict it on you, Freddie, but we just know what's going to happen. Everybody knows what's going to happen as Slater, little push into the offside, will get a single. Stopped partially. That's Everson. 193 without loss. Ben Slater on to 110. And that's the end of Parkinson's first over. It yielded 4 runs for the Nottinghamshire cause. Doing any better, is it?
Yeah, apparently it's all fine now. It's all fine.
193.
So apologies for breaking communications. I think with the pictures you've heard us anyway, but maybe on the BBC stream it had gone and come back, and but there we go. Apparently we weren't on, and we'd gone away, and we'd done. I don't know. We'd had a lovely lunch, you and I, Dave. Apparently we had an ice cream. We had a couple of beers.
I missed out on that.
We come back. Yeah, I don't remember any of it, but apparently we're back.
Steve Battlemutt's just urging me to have a look at the Lancashire scorecard, because they've been bowled out for 140 by Somerset at Old Trafford.
I don't mean to pour on the pain for Kent listeners, but there've been a lot of wickets falling all around the country, haven't there? So just not in this game, which is great news for Nottinghamshire, obviously. But yes, that's. I'm not sure exactly all the mathematics of that. We've been focused, obviously, at Kent on how Kent could possibly catch Nottinghamshire, and not easily, I think, is the answer to this now. 193 for none. Everson bowls to Slater, trying to get on the front foot and checking that into the offside, and there's no run.
I was going to say something of national importance, but I can't remember what it was. Oh yes, before all that started, you quite rightly mentioned the smart speaker.
Yes.
And you did say, again, quite rightly, just ask BBC Sounds to play Kent versus Nottinghamshire day one, I think you said.
Yes.
But Notts also works. Just going further forward, you can either say Nottinghamshire or Notts. They've tested that.
Here's Everson to Slater, the back foot. It's deflected out towards the point boundary. Joe Denley feels, and they got a single. It feels like we've had more testing than the most medications go through the. Perhaps I want not to start that. You never know, the conspiracy theories comes up. 194 for 9. But then perhaps a rocket going to Mars. There we go. There've been a lot of tests on the smart speaker to make sure we get it right for you. First and foremost, is to want to make it easier for the listener. That is half the job, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
If people know where to find you, it's going to make it much easier for them to listen. Here's Everson to Hasib, and just very soft hands deflect out the offside. There's no run.
That Lancashire scorecard's a bit of a mess after Keaton Jennings' 56. There's almost literally nothing else. 140 all out, 4 wickets for Craig Overton, 4 for Lewis Gregory, 2 for Casey Aldridge. Job done in 42 overs.
That's me. Sorry. Yes. So Everson bowls to Hamid up to mid-on. I do apologise for that expostulation, just making sure that everything's working.
Yeah.
Yes,
and at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 78 all out, Essex 43 for 2. Short game's a good game, as they say.
Warwickshire have drawn an awful lot of games this season, haven't they? But that one looks like it's got on a bit at Edgbaston.
Yes. They're saving themselves for Nottingham next week.
It's Everson bowls to Hamid. Oh, that's for length. It's just beaten Hamid, but actually he's seen a few of those deliveries, Hamid, and just ridden it, hasn't he? He's got his bat tucked in, so I don't think he's played at that one. It's left him off the pitch, but through to the wicket keeper. 194 for none.
At Bristol, Gloucestershire 107 for 9. I think you and Dave have suggested it might be a hangover from the weekend. 107 for 9 against Sussex.
Everson bowls to Hamid, plays into the offside, not with any great aggression off the back foot, no run. End of the over, 194 for none.
4 wickets for Unadkat, which is a great name to say. Derbyshire 133 for 7 against Middlesex. Middlesex have got some ground to make up. They lost to Gloucestershire at Lord's last week, so they are third. They're going to need a helping hand, I think, from elsewhere if they're to get back into the top 2. Yorkshire currently occupying second place in Division 2. They're 170 for 2 at Glamorgan, or at Cardiff against Glamorgan, with Adam Lythe and Mr Bean, the 2 dismissed. Wharton and Tattersall at the crease. There's Matt Parkinson bowling to Slater, who little push into the offside, and I can put my feet back on the ground now because he moves from Nelson to 112. Notts a 195 without loss. In Division 2, a couple of years ago, I'm pretty sure Hamid and Slater put 200 on for the first wicket. But there's been a great effort today as Hamid drives into the covers, no run. quite frankly, it's come as a total surprise, I would suggest, to a lot of the Nottinghamshire faithful. Not really expecting too much over the last couple of matches after what we've seen from the last two. 195 without loss. Well, the last two away at Durham and at Chelmsford. In between that, a good performance against Surrey at Trent Bridge. Mead on 56 faces another former Lancashire player, of course, Matt Parkinson. This one spins away from its former teammate into the gloves of Finch. Not a huge crowd, but those that really fancy engrossed in the cricket that's played down with soft hands and fielded at slip.
Bit of turn there for Parkinson. Might interest forehand a little bit.
I think your leg spinners are generally just the way they bring the ball out of the back. They're generally going to get a little bit of turn on most surfaces, but that one spun quite sharply. Next one is just dabbed down on the leg side to Everson. End of the over, 195 without loss. Slater is on 112. Hamid is on 56. Freddie McCann doing next, then Joe Clark, Jack Haynes. Imagine Lyndon James for this game. He's been batting at 7 all season, would be bumped up to 6. And maybe Schardendorf would come in at 7. Moment, that all looks a little bit in the distance. So the openers are still there, 195 without loss, and we're nearing the halfway stage of the day. We've had 44 overs, 52 remain.
A bit of wind still on the effects microphone. It's a blustery day. Everson bowling to Slater. He's about to describe the field. It's just deflected that down towards Jack leaning at gully, and they've got a first slip to Wandamieye. I was going to say he's a distance from Harry Finch. He's not at the moment because he's doing his shoelaces up. Not his shoelaces up, he's doing Harry Finch's shoelaces up. But he's at a sort of second, third slip position, Mieye, so they're looking for a thickish edge rather than a thin edge. And yeah, so sort of equidistant between third slip and then a gully, as driven by Slater into the offside. And there's no run.
It was 65 without loss when Slater on 41 edged to leaning at second slip, and down it went. It was off Garrett's bowling.
It's a long time ago now. Here's Everson. It feels a long time. Trimming to the offside. Compton Field. It's hit more or less straight at him. And doesn't quite knock him off his feet, but he goes to ground to make sure he stops it. But it would have helped, but even then it would have been a 50 partnership to start, wouldn't it? But yeah, we talk about Freddie McCann. Was he? Do you think there's a sort of Pavlov movement towards the getting out of his chair there? Right, that's me. I'm next in, but yeah, who knows what goes to the mind of a number 3 at this point. As, this one, the back foot is steered away by Slater to Denley. Throws it in. A single taken. Is it just the one? It was indeed. Doesn't feel like there's very much pressure after lunch here, though, from Kent. 1 or 2 have seen away from the batters, but first session it seemed to be, I guess, the ball's softer as well, isn't it?
In all the cricket I played, I could never get over people who were very particular and pernickety about insisting on being at a certain number in the order.
Oh, bowled him! Well, I was saying there wasn't much jeopardy out there, but finally, Kent have a first wicket. And finally, one of these Nottinghamshire batters will have to go back to the dressing room talking about Freddie McCann. It will be his time very shortly. Hasim Hamid, 56 though, before he was bowled by Joey Everson, who's just kissed the top of the off stump, jags it back, and that is the first wicket down, but 196 for 1. What a platform for Nottinghamshire. Hasim Hamid, I'm sure, would have loved to have been out there longer. all the way through the day. Battle week for you if you want. But as I said, an incredible platform for Nottinghamshire in this crucial game for both sides. An important one for Nottinghamshire, maybe not crucial for them. But 196, the opening partnership. Slater has 113. Hamid has 56. 196 for one.
Yeah, I sensed there's a lot of internal battling going on with Nasiba Mead today. The captain, of course, he will be feeling the responsibility, I'm sure, for Nottinghamshire's position this year. I don't think he was ever at his fluent best today. Very often this season we've seen him do what Slater did this morning, just get out of the traps and start finding the ropes early on and be ahead of the game in terms of balls faced. But he was, I think, having a lot of battles, internal battles today. I mean, he couldn't quite find his most fluent game, but nevertheless he stuck in there, hung around, made 56 and supported Ben Slater throughout, and as I said, it just about coming up towards the halfway stage in the day, and that's been a really terrific effort. Now Freddie McCann. Here he is. Where's number 44? He's 19 years of age, just his fourth first-class game. He's had a run-laden summer with both England under-19s and the Nottinghamshire seconds. A local product, Nottinghamshire lad, has come through the age groups and has taken to first-class cricket like a duck to water from what we've seen so far. He bowls off-spin as well, as we'll see later on. Got a half-century a couple of weeks ago or 3 weeks ago on debut at Durham. Then in the next match against Surrey, the champions, he scored 150, which was an absolutely glorious innings and really did deliver a lot of the promise.
Well, he can keep that to next week for Kent supporters, but I'm joking. It's always great to see, and I say this like a broken record, great to see young cricketers emerging, whichever county it's for, and see how he does. Left-handed, so two lefties at the crease as Everson comes in, bowls to McCann. Well, that was very wide indeed. I'm sure Joey Everson would have loved to put that on fourth stump or on the off stump, but unfortunately that was a freebie for McCann. He's left that. No need to play it. 196 for one.
Yeah, it's wider than a wide thing in wide down. That was, crikey. Very, very close, I would imagine, to being called, but wasn't. So Joey Everson with the breakthrough, 7 overs, 1 for 25 for the all-rounder, the former Nottsman.
Ben Watts, thank you for your comments from the Tunbridge Wells studios, saying, I think you need to keep saying there's not much jeopardy, I reckon, because before I said that. It's flattening out here, not completely on top. Joey Everson took a wicket. Ben, you're absolutely right. That's reverse psychology.
Bob the Coventry Pie has chipped in, congratulating Nasiba Mead on his innings. Just ended. So Slater on 113, he's the prize that Kent want right now. First ball sent down by Parkinson at the start of this. His third over is defended by the Chesterfield-born 33-year-old. 14 first-class hundreds now for Slater. Parkinson bowls to him, and Ristley has played this into the offside, but there's no run. But imagine by this stage of his career, Ben Slater would be looking to just increase that tally, really. That 14 first-class hundreds. Quickly over the next year or so, get it up into the 20s. That's generally the sort of benchmark you'd be looking for as this is pushed into the covers. This is his 143rd first-class match, getting up towards 8,500 runs. 196 for one, short and wide from Parkinson, cut away for 4. That was the first really loose delivery that the leg spinner has sent down. It can happen, but of course that one takes Notts to 200. Coming up in the 46th over. Been going for about 3 hours 20 minutes. But, that really was food and drink for Slater, who in his 3 previous matches at Canterbury had never reached 40 before. He's making up for lost time here. on 117. Kent skipper just tinkering with the field a little bit, just moving his boundary rider way to our right that we can only just see. Slater defends this one. Joined Knots on loan initially right at the end of the 2018 season. Ben Slater made his debut down at the Oval against Surrey, and then in his second match got 100 against Yorkshire at Trent Bridge. Turns this onto the leg side, and there's no run. 200 for one. The opener's put 196 on. Asiba Mead out for 56. Freddie McCann just faced one ball, which he'd have done very well to reach. And Ben Slater on 117.
Yes. Helmet's been moved around now. Everything's taken his off course because Joey Everson's bowling. Has kept up the stumps, but he's quite lively. Is Everson puts it down behind him. Gloves back on. PAA at 1, leaning at 2. It's a wideish gully for Joe Denley. Jaden Denley is at point. And then we have cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. As Everson then comes to bowl in second. McCann. It's a good delivery, actually. There we are. Perhaps slightly raised my eyebrows at the last ball, the last over, which was sprayed very wide indeed. But that one was a real teaser outside the off stump, and McCann plays and misses.
Just one wicket here. 14 at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 78 all out. Essex 49 for 4, and 11 at Old Trafford. Lancashire 140. Somerset 6 for 1.
Yeah, wickets are plenty. Just the one for Kent here. That's too wide again from Everson outside the off stump, unless he's trying to set him up for the one that nips back. But that one takes the pressure off from McCann, certainly.
It's quite a dramatic finish in the last round of matches down at Taunton. I'd got back from Chelmsford and just saw the last half an hour or so there as Somerset got that win. Young Archie Vaughan and Jack Leach taking the wickets.
Sorry, and that's wide again from Everson. It's too wide. Not making McCann play, and just having trouble going across the left-hander here. Is Everson. Let's see who that's. Is that Gilchrist warming up at a mid-wicket, maybe? Everson now bowling to McCann. That's much better, just outside the off stump. That's more like the first ball of that that over. And Everson hitting the mark again. Just drawing McCann into play and missing.
Your match last week, Hampshire going to give it a go, 140 off 10 overs or something?
Yes, and yeah, well the weather was a little bit, was a little bit squally at that time, so they never really got a full chance to do that. McCann gets bat on this one and says no to his batting partner Ben Slater as it just runs to Jaden Denley in the offside. So yeah, definitely. I mean, it would have been a tall order for Hampshire.
Yes.
There were, in terms of there weren't many overs left, and then when the weather set in a bit, it was getting more and more unlikely to the point where it was getting even beyond T20 blast batting, I think, at one point. So there's Everson to McCann. Just checks that straight back at the bowler, up towards Daniel Bell-Drummond, and that's the end of the over. That'll be a maiden, I think, for Joey Everson. It is indeed. 1 for 25 off his 8 so far.
Ideal, isn't it, coming on and getting the wicket and then being able to put the brakes on the new man as Ben Compton comes back on the field. Didn't get too many opportunities during his time with Notts. Going to pop the helmet on and go in there at short leg for Matt Parkinson. 200 for 1. Do you have an update?
Not at past.
Okay.
No, it's just top of the hour now. So is it? Oh, it will be past. I think it's time for.
Is it David for me?
Yes. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. I'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
This is who's steering this ship. Unfortunately, it's me, Dave Brace.
Well, are we all right for drinks, or do we want coffees fetching?
I'm absolutely fine personally, but I don't know what Mr. Fulton will want. He's got quite refined taste, so I'm not quite sure. So. he's saying, make sure it's in a fine china cup. It's cut away by Slater, fielder at point. And then he got a paw to it, and there's actually Everson got a paw to it at backward point, and took some of the sting out of it. So they just take a single. Slater's on 118. McCann has none from 7 so far, and Kent hoping to quickly follow one with a second wicket here as Parkinson, number 10 from his 3 and a bit so far. Goes down the leg side. McCann eventually ends up trying to get everything out of the way of that as it goes to the leg side and taken by Harry Finch. Slip in. It's Tawanda Mayeye, a short leg. That's usually Ben Compton. I'd imagine it still is. Yeah, that's Compton under the helmet. 2-1 for one senior player under the helmet at short legs. This one's run up to mid-off. Is that bravery, stupidity? I mean, he's got the chops, hasn't he, Compton? He could say, oh, I'd field somewhere else rather than short leg.
He doesn't have to run around too much at short leg.
Okay. There we go.
Spoken as someone who did it for a number of years. You feel like you're in the game
enough.
there on a long fielding day. You're in amongst it. You know, I was fortunate enough to have the likes of Carl Hooper and Min Patel and Andrew Simons. You were quite often in the game there.
So you won't fear for your shins.
Occasionally you fear for your life if someone's slog sweeping the living daylights out of it. But Neil Burns doing that here was not very pleasant.
Oh, that's kept a little bit low from Parkinson. Turned as well, but
out the rough.
To it. Yeah.
Out the rough. It's not a bad line from Park. He's got deep point back. Keep Jordan on the fence, so it means he can throw that one. Occasionally quite short and wide, and just hope to hit the rough and really get it to turn back sharply.
He bowls now. It was taken on the full, I think, and swept away, and not at great speed. So Ben Compton's first, perfectly all right. But Slater very politely just puts his arm or his hand on Ben Compton's shoulder as he's in his way as he's trying to run there, and said, "Would you mind awfully if I just grounded my bat here, sir?" Isn't that polite? 202 for one. End of the over.
Yeah. So the Joey Everson 7 for is still very much alive, man.
It is.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard, but Ben Watts in the studio was saying that I need to say that the jeopardy had gone out of this innings for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah.
Struck immediately afterwards. So.
Oh, did you? Is that right?
Yeah.
Well
we're trying physics. We're trying voodoo and all sorts of reverse psychology.
The tempting of fate. Yeah. I'm not sure if we don't really mean it, whether we get seen through. The man upstairs is Joey Everson to begin a new over. He's got Freddie McCann in his sights. Looked like he picked that one off middle stump round his front pad. He middled it. Jordan does the fielding. There's no run. So, did you get it? I was at the Lime Tree Cafe catching up with a couple of people and I saw the delivery, but wasn't at a great angle. Did it nip back?
Mm.
The wickets?
From Everson, yeah. Just a little bit of movement off the pitch. So he bowls now. Yeah, he's bowled that one a few times now. McCann's done the same thing, just outside off stump. He's been a little bit wide in the previous over to McCann, but that's the one, isn't it? That's the spot for McCann. He's flirting with that outside off stump as it goes across him.
Yeah, I like this over the wicket angle. So often we see right-arm bowlers come round the wicket to lefties these days, and actually it's nice to see Joey operating over the wicket. You will try and swing it back into that front pad, and then that one that nips across.
Two slips in a gully in. Again, that's even closer to the off-stump, that one, and McCann's getting a bit of going over, but certainly something to sharpen the mind. Dave Bracegirdle was saying he's been sitting watching as a number 3, and I'm not sure what kind of experience that is, but a big partnership going. You find yourself, your concentration wandering. I suppose there are some batters, certainly. A certain famous Kent all-rounder as Everson bowls to McCann and does get batted on this one with the offside. He was, I think, on an occasion at Tunbridge Wells, was actually had to be woken up sleeping in the dressing room there before he went out. But such a legendary all-rounder and figure that no one thought much of it when he arrived a little bit late at the crease. But we're in that situation very often.
Who are we talking about?
Darren Stevens.
Oh, Darren Stevens.
Yeah.
Okay.
The most, very relaxed, I gather, off.
Well,
as the ball's just.
Carl Hooper used to sleep
Oh, okay.
Before he went into
Oh,
bed.
so another very famous
So
all-rounder.
exactly.
There we go.
There were
You're a sport of
several to
choice.
choose from.
You see, I don't have the dressing room insider knowledge that you have, obviously. Yeah. So, yeah, I didn't realise there's a drop-down list for you there. Which
the first game I played with hoops was at Lytham, and we were 2 down inside the first over, and Hoops kind of walked out to bat at 1 for 2. I had the 1. I was at the other end.
The solid one, though.
The solid one.
Well, and 2 wickets fallen. It's driven into the offside. No run, by the way, in Parkinson Fields.
Trevor Ward and Nigel Long.
Yeah.
Boys Macram's first over, and Hoops was woken up suddenly and couldn't believe that he was being asked to bat already at 1 minute past 11, or 3 minutes past 11, whatever it was. So, yeah, he used to prepare for batting by sleeping.
There we go. Well, I suppose better than being a ball. Well, I don't know. Horses for courses, I suppose, but I think you've got a ball of nervous energy before you go out to bat. If you can clear your mind.
Yeah.
Meditative. That's easy for you to say, but yeah.
Got a message here from the great Kevin Iggleston, brother of Kent and England legend Alan Iggleston. The late great Alan Iggleston, of course. Hi mate, watching the live stream in Singapore. So Parky begins a new over, bowling to Slater, who punches this out to Jordan on the deep point fence, and they take another single. Slater moves on to 119, 203 for 1. He said, did you want to mention the golf day on the 11th of October? So that is the annual Iggy's Fund Golf Day. What is now in memory of Iggy, but it was very much up and running when Iggy was battling his brain tumour, organised by his brother Kevin, and that is always a brilliantly supported day for a wonderful cause. It's at Westerham Golf Club, as that one is pushed by McCann into the offside. Jordan is up in the circle now to the new batter, and there's no run. So there may be, and Kevin, if you're listening, you can just please WhatsApp me again, tell me if there's any room left for any other teams. It's usually tough to get into. I've just at the moment got a laughing emoji, so he's probably a little bit behind. But yeah, tell me, Kev, if there's any more teams left, and if that is the case and you want to join us, you usually have the great and the good of Kent cricket playing in it, present and former. And one or two other celebs. John Terry played in it one year. That was nice. Yeah, it's good when you've got a former Premier League footballer and you're doing an auction that he wants to get involved with.
Yeah.
As he's defending this one, Slater, a bit of a lunge at that one, well bowled from Parkinson.
He won bits and bobs in his career as well.
Yeah,
no, I suppose he's probably got some.
Well, I think he's got a few quid
and stuff.
Yeah,
He's got a few quid.
He got involved, and of course other people in the room had a few beers. Wanted to outbid aforementioned England and Chelsea captain. So suddenly an auction, which sometimes they can be quiet, especially in the cost of living crisis that we find ourselves in.
Yeah.
Suddenly it was rather taking off. So I was all for John Terry being in the room for many reasons. But
I think being hyper competitive, having had a few beers and having some money in your pocket is a great combination for any charity you do, isn't it?
Absolutely. And Kevin Iggleston says, yes, we have spaces. So that is the 11th of October. Playing a miss. Very rare one from Ben Slater in recent moments. So.
End of the over. 204 for 1. Can has 2 so far. Slater has 119. 1 wicket to go. Hasib Hamid bowled by Joey Everson for 56. 96 for 1.
So, yeah, John Shepherd is playing. Neil Taylor, Darren Stevens, Phil Tufnell, who's good friends with Iggy. He's been a good supporter of the charity over the years. Tuffers is there. Unfortunately, I can't make it this year, but normally I do bits and pieces. And always a great day. Thank you, Dave. David's brought the coffee. Nice touch. And yeah, I hope we raise a few quid for brain tumour research and the Iggy's Fund.
Yeah. So Joey Everson continuing from the far end. A fine cause indeed. 1 for 25 off 9 overs. The McCann on off stump defends it up to mid off, and there's no run. Another email here, but I think we're going from the to the slight, well, I'm going to say trivial, but actually James on the emails does not feel this, so I'm going to, there's a serious issue that he has to talk about here.
Yep.
He says, if I say, here we go again, will it get boring? He said, oh, playing a miss outside the off stump, and
is he referring to Ederson
that.
beating McCann outside off stump? Because that's happened a few times.
It has indeed. And actually McCann reacted that time, didn't he, in frustration. It was just a bit of a swish of the bat afterwards.
Come on, James, what's he
So
saying?
James says, I have something important to talk about. When I was in school in well, I have to be careful. In the Kent City many years ago, we were taught to pronounce it as Canterbury, the fruit. It's driven back past the bowler, and 2 fielders chasing that. Will it reach the rope? It will. I thought that was a vain chase. It was a lovely hit actually from McCann, really well timed, straight back past the bowler, and that will be 4 runs. And they go on to 208 for 1. So James says, taught to pronounce it as Canterbury, as in fruit, but now BBC commentators are pronouncing it as Canterbury, as in cheese. I'm so upset about this, I'm going to have to move out the county. I believe that Bury St Edmunds is a really nice town. Boom, thank you very much, James. I really wasn't aware of that. Now I don't know what I call the fine city that we're sitting in the offside.
It's a good point.
It is. Probably is. I probably do say
Canterbury.
Canterbury. Canterbury. Yeah.
Canterbury. Yeah.
Maybe a
Canterbury.
hybrid. Canterbury. Yeah.
Yeah, I think somewhere in between is probably about right.
Yeah.
I mean, James, I think there are bigger things in life to worry about, but if that's vexing you, then we apologise. We will Canterbury it.
Fine Suffolk Town, if you were going to move there, by the way, but into the offside. And there is no run, 208 for 1.
I think it depends sometimes on your accent as well as Canterbury or
Yeah.
Canterbury.
That's a very good point, actually. Yeah. Are we going for BBC received pronunciation, RP? James, you've got us talking about... I mean, I know you are a hardliner on this, James. It's so you won't be shaken by arguments, but... Well, maybe you will. Who knows? Up to mid-off, a tumbling stop by Matt Parkinson, always a willing fielder. End of the over, 208 for 1. And Everson has 1 for 29 off his 10 so far. Parkinson number 13 off 5 overs.
You can just sense in Freddie McCann's body language, and even the way he played that last one up to mid-off, that 4 down the ground has done him the world of good, because he was looking a bit edgy against both Parkinson and Everson. He was playing and missing a lot, and then suddenly got one out of the middle of the bat. Sometimes as a batter that's all it takes, and then it's suddenly a bit of confidence and the feet start moving. You start lining it up better. $208 for 1, Nottinghamshire. Just looking around the grounds earlier, saw that Somerset had bowled out Lancashire. But they themselves had lost a wicket, so it looks like it's doing a bit at Old Trafford. Yeah, 140 all-out Lancashire, which will interest Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, that's good news for them.
Less so Kent at 209 for 1. It's looking like that die's cast.
It's a single into the offside. Sorry, is it my over? I'm getting completely lost
over.
here.
You're over. Well, I think, I don't know. I mean, you take it. I'm just looking around the traps. So Lancashire are 140 all out. Somerset 23 for 1.
Yes.
So they are, in a useful position. That game is moving forwards. Durham, meanwhile, are playing Surrey, top of the championship, 8 points ahead of Somerset at the start of play.
Parkinson to Slater. Bit of a slap into the offside. He'll get himself a single. Mayeye is fielding on the offside boundary now, which indicates... Sorry, King Jordan, I beg your pardon. Mayeye is at slip. With Compton at short leg. Single taken.
Durham 181 for 5. A few starts for them. Alex Lee's 36. David Bedingham 37. Ollie Robinson, formerly of this parish, 17.
Wicket. Just punch into the onside. A single taken by McCann. He goes on to 8. Slater on 121. And that well-known snake pit at Edgbaston, as it's been all the way through the season. Drawn a lot of games this season, actually, Warwickshire. But 15 wickets have fallen there already, I see.
Yeah, get the inspectors there.
Stock and points. How many points do we need?
Yeah, drag them back in.
It's a attempted sweep by Slater. I think it's a vain appeal for a leg before there. I think it came from somewhere among the outfielders. So
yeah, it's difficult for Parky to get an LBW to a sweep with him bowling that big turning leg break to the left-hander. I thought about it again then, didn't he, Slater?
He did, and defended it back down the pitch. End of the over, 2-1-2 for 1, Nottinghamshire. And filling another big total. And Kent, I mean, that's a bit up. I suppose you could say it's symptomatic or obvious for their season, but they've conceded a lot of runs in first innings all the way through the campaign. 400 plus in every first innings apart from the game they won against Lancashire. Yeah. So it has been...
Yeah, it's been pretty chastening, hasn't it?
You can tell what the problem is
yeah.
for them, yeah. They're not able to take wickets first innings particularly.
Yeah, and then the batters are playing catch up, and then when we've batted first, we haven't always put those totals on the board. We've been behind the 8 ball a lot, haven't we, on first innings?
Yeah, Gilchrist to replace Everson. I suppose he bowled unchanged from that end, hasn't he, since lunch? So yeah, it's due a breather. Joey Everson has taken 1 wicket to fall so far.
I think there's a members forum, Matt, tomorrow lunchtime. It's always interesting on the back of a tough few weeks.
Yeah.
There's also the Volunteers Awards, which I'm doing in the Cowdrey stand, which will be an altogether, I would imagine, jollier affair. It's, those who volunteer and give up their time for the good of Kent cricket will be recognised. It's a nice do. Here's Gilchrist. He's down the hill. For Dackins Road, edged and gone. Leaning this time. I think he's got his man. McCann just looks behind him, maybe hoping that it hadn't quite carried, but Jack Leaning, who put Ben Slater down when he was on 41, has grabbed this one millimetres from the turf, and Freddie McCann has to go for 8. That is more like it from Jack Leaning, and an inspired bowling change from Daniel Bell-Drummond. Gilchrist strikes.
Yeah, indeed. So this is the beginning of the 53rd over, so it's been 7 overs since Everson took that wicket, but 6 and a bit overs, but yeah, Kent will hope that open up an end. Just keep going from here, but yeah, it's good looking delivery actually when you look at it as well. So McCann looked like he might have settled after a bit of a torrid time from Everson, sending that 4 back down the ground, but he has gone 2-1-2 for 2.
Well, he did look, if he was going to get dismissed, edging it behind or to the slip cordon, looked like he was going to be the way of things. Everson went past his outside edge 6 or 7 times, and sometimes another bowler can reap the rewards. Comes on first delivery, bit of a loosener from Gilchrist, although it was on the money in fairness, and he edges it through to Leaning. That was a smart catch. So Joe Clark, a very fine player, comes
Indeed.
out in a good, with his team in a good situation here. I think as a number 4 batter, you walk out 200 for 2, you're happy. Although the pitch is still offering a bit.
Yeah. He has liberty to play shots here, Joe Clark, or I mean, he can build innings as well.
Plenty of time left, isn't there? Just got a bat.
Yeah.
Nottinghamshire don't need to be in a hurry. What they don't want to do is lose a flurry of wickets. If they're suddenly, 196 without loss and 250 for 7, you'd be pretty unhappy with life. So just Kent would love to get rid of Slater, open both ends up. Wonder whether Bell-Drummond will be tempted to go seam from both ends. There has been a bit of spin on offer from Parkinson, but be tempted to get the seamers back on from the pavilion end. Maybe Garrett due a bit of a blast.
Just moving the field around, or is he?
Yeah, so we've got strong offside field. It's a 6-3 offside field, 2 slips in the gully, ring a 3, and then a straightish mid-wicket. Mid-on is quite tight, I'm trying to stop the single here. So Clark defends this to Akeem Jordan at extra cover. And there's no run.
So the pitch nature of the bottom, and the top is still, I suppose, given the nature of the scoring system as well. The challenges for the top three and the bottom two can go quite deep into the season, can't they? It's not like 3 points for a win. With possible swings. I mean, Kent are looking for a very nearly impossible swing of points, but
Gilchrist with his tail up. So wide this time, and that might even be signalled. In fact, it's signalled a no ball. Bit of an extra effort from Gilchrist, and he oversteps. If it not been a no ball, it might have been wided. Not his best.
See Sussex in Division 2, bowled out Gloucestershire for 109. And they are very much odds on to get promoted, maybe, at the end of this game. So, honing in on a return to Championship Division 1 under Paul Farbrace, of course, formerly this parish.
Nasty bowl from Gilchrist, this one on the money. Driven up to Bell Drummond at mid-off.
But they have rebuilt, haven't they?
Yeah, I think we talked about earlier, the going down to Division 2, the reset, the fewer overseas players and more backing of youth. It's been a slightly longer term view and perspective. I think it's probably what Kent need to do. So this one's just pushed quietly up to mid-on by Joe Clark. I don't think Kent fans would have an issue with it. You know, yes, everyone wants to win trophies, but I think the realisation has set in that Kent need a bit of a reset, and actually the only way to do that is, but maybe a bit of change of leadership. We're going to see that with a new coach, whoever that will be, but also maybe some younger players. Give them some opportunity, stick with them, and understand it might not happen overnight, as Gilchrist is in. And this one is on the pads, and that is, unfortunately, that is Nathan Gilchrist's Achilles heel. An absolute jaffer to get rid of Freddie McCann. A couple more fine deliveries, and then he just lets Joe Clark get away with a leg stump half volley.
I suppose that obviously supporters like to see their team win, don't they? And there will be frustrations, I'm sure, with the Sussex supporters as well, that when you rebuild, it's not going to be an immediate thing. It might take seasons to do it, but they are reaping the reward now, I suppose.
Yeah, and I think if you can see a plan in place, then people can buy into that, hopefully. And this is on the leg stump again. Gets away with this one, Gilchrist. Just picks out Jaden Denley at square leg. Joe Clark on that occasion, there's no run.
Yeah, over 2:18 for 2 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Nottingham, via the BBC Sport website and app, and via most smart speakers. Just ask BBC Sounds to play Kent v Nottinghamshire Day 1, or even Kent v Notts Day 1. We'll allow that shortening. 2:18 for 2, or your smart speaker will. I think that's the important thing, isn't it? You have to say the right things to them.
Yeah.
It's like so many things in life, you just have to say the right thing. I don't really understand the technology, haven't got a smart speaker myself, so but that's what I'm told.
You've said a lot of words there, Matt. I haven't understood any of it. What I can tell you is that George Garrett is back into the attack, as I thought might happen. Just a new batsman, a new batter, get the seamers on from both ends. There's enough happening. I think the Parkinson little spell was useful to just quieten things down and build a bit of pressure from both ends. But now you've got Joe Clark in your sights, right-hander. Garrett bowling from this end, looking to nip it down the hill. I think this seems probably the best bet on the evidence of what I've seen so far, and Daniel Bill Drummond certainly thinks so.
So you were of one mind, current Kent captain, as Garrett bowls from this pavilion end to Slater, leaves it outside the off stump. There's no run. Wicket keeper, and there's a gully for Slater. Not quite defensive for him. Tuanami is at first slip, about a slip and a half, I'd say, in terms of position. There's a man at deep point, cover mid-on, mid-off. That's Jaden Denley, isn't it? Mid-wicket, I think. Deep square leg, Joe Denley. Yeah, it is Jaden Denley, and long leg is Nathan Gilchrist as Garrett bowls now. This is on off stump, defended by Slater. Trying to pin him down on that off timber. There's no run. I'll have a rough count to see who might be off the field at the moment. Who normally fields at mid-wicket? Has Joey Everson maybe just taken a breather here? I think he may have done. So Jaden Denley on the field at the moment. Very quickly across the ground. Good arm as well. 218 for 2 as Garrett bowls, and a slower delivery. It's cut away. Will that be 4? It will. No chance. The fielder on the offside boundary, and bounces off the advertising hoardings, or between them as Akeem Jordan goes to get it in front of the white seats. Just the right hand side of the Les Ames stand as we look at it. It's 2-2-2 for 2, double Nelson.
Jeepers, Richie Benno would be having an absolute field day. 222 for 2. Yeah, it's just frustrating from Garrett. He's been, I think, impressive in large part today, George Garrett, but the one that he throws up is that kind of full wide one. He just gets slapped through the offside. Slater's climbed into him whenever he's done that. When he hits the pitch on about off stump on a good length, he looks a handful.
Bowls again to Slater. That one's on middle stump or middle and leg. Turned into leg by Slater, or just driven there towards Jaden Denley. He fields at mid-wicket and there's no run. I was going to say it's maybe as bright as it's been, but we've got the floodlights on.
Yeah, floodlights are on.
Yeah. The first time to commentate with you, Dave Fulton, actually, as a light issue here. And it's Garrett bowls to Slater. Outside the off stump, driven hard by Slater. Akeem Jordan does well on the offside boundary to field it for a single. I remember bemoaning the light and saying, you must be pretty close to the players coming off here, and you were gesticulating at me and I couldn't work out what you were saying, and eventually you just took my sunglasses off my face.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lesson for you.
Well, it's a bugbear of mine. I don't want to keep moaning about stuff, because it's not. I like to think it's not much a full setting to moan about stuff, but when you've got floodlights, then they come off anyway for bad light, which seems absolute nonsense. Is it?
The logic is that the fielders are finding it harder to pick up. Is that right, against a background?
I don't buy it.
Okay. It's Garrett to Clark, driven out to mid-off. I'm trying to give the other side of the argument, but because people have talked about, well, do you to keep them on? Do you use a pink ball at this point?
Well,
what do you do?
Look, I just don't buy it. I think cricket is a game of changing conditions. Something you get stuck in on a green one, or you bat last on a turning pitch, or suddenly one ball swings and one ball doesn't, and then suddenly it gets a bit gloomy. Well, yeah, if it's unsafe, then I get it. But you've turned the floodlights on to illuminate proceedings, and we play when it's pitch black. Admittedly, with a white ball or a pink ball, I accept that. But you can't tell me that playing with a red ball under floodlights is particularly dangerous. It might be disadvantageous for the batters if they're struggling to see it quite as well. But yeah, I don't buy it. And if it really is an issue, then okay, we'll find a ball that's 60 overs old that's pink, and we'll play with that one for the next hour until it brightens up.
It's Gilchrist to Slater into the offside. Sorry, this is your over, isn't it? Beg your pardon.
Right.
There'll be an update coming
waffling
soon.
on.
No, not at all. I mean, it's a debate that listeners have been in touch with as well, and of course during the test as well. When
well, cricket needs county cricket especially needs a bit of a shot in the arm. At times it's felt less relevant than ever. This season, I felt we get county performances aren't really taken into account with England's selection. These guys are just getting picked from nowhere. As Gilchrist is in and bowled, which suggests that those picking the England side don't set much stock in what's happening at this level. You've got not 3 men and a dog in here, because that's unfair. The Kent membership, as many counties do, they support their sides, and they're still coming out with Kent bottom of everything. They're still supporting, but I feel we owe it to them to give them some cricket, and not wander off for bad light when the floodlights are on, when people are giving up their hard-earned cash and their time to come and support you. This one is wide and slapped by Slater. Deep point fielders have been busy today with him at the crease. It's just a single. So yeah, I think we need to play. and bad light shouldn't be a factor when there are floodlights.
Update coming shortly for BBC Radio Kent listeners, and indeed those across the southeast, our regional programme. So if I start mentioning the Surrey and Sussex scores, no one get frightened, it'll be fine. 2-2-4 for 2 here. I'll just take over for a moment with 2 slips in behind Joe Clark, who's 4 from 7 at the moment. Here's Gilchrist is just squeezed away by Clark through that gully area. Outside edgy, not sure, but that'll be 4 runs anyway, and he'll take a go on to 8. 2-2-8-4-2 here. There's applause from the slips for that ball from Gilchrist. Nonetheless, he's just having a conversation with Daniel Bell-Drummond as to where to set the field now. Gilchrist takes the ball back from his captain, still deep in conversation. Now Ben Compton is going to go down from point to deep backward square, maybe a wide-ish deep third. And they've settled on that for the moment. You're not missing any action. Update coming for those listeners on the radio right now. Not going terribly well, I'm afraid, for Kent in a game they have to win, and have to win well to have any chance of staying in County Championship Division 1, or at least staving off relegation for 1 more game. 2 more for Nottinghamshire here. They go on to 230 for 2. That after Kent had put them into bat under cloudy skies this morning. The pitch has been doing a little bit for the bowlers as well. They didn't take a wicket in the whole of the first session. 134 for none at that stage. 2 wickets have fallen since. McCann going for just 8, I beg your pardon, for in the last wicket to fall, caught at slip off the bowling of Nathan Gilchrist, and Joey Everson bowling Hamid, the captain, for 56. But Ben Slater has 127 not out, been joined by the excellent Joe Clark on 10 not out. So Kent struggling here for the wickets they need in this crucial match. 230 for 2 for them. Elsewhere, crucial match for Surrey as well. Durham 197 for 5 at the Oval on the first day. And Sussex, who can be promoted with a good result against Gloucestershire in their game at Bristol. They bowled out the home side for 109. They are absolutely rampant in this game. 27 for none, making up that first innings total already just 82 behind, with 10 wickets still in reserve. Commentary of all 3 of these games, by the way, via the BBC Sport website and app right now. So 230 for 2, end of the over. Slater 127, Clark 10. I shall call Dave Bracegirdle to join Dave Fulton.
So there's George Garrett beginning a new over from the pavilion end. And Ben Slater. You'll be able to answer this, Dave Bracegirdle. Looks like
Madness.
Well, this is madness. Yes, we're hearing that in our earphones from BBC Radio Kent. It'll disappear in a second, I dare say. But yes, madness indeed. When he gets in, he looks like he likes to go big. He's not shy of a big score. So he's flicking that into the leg side. Well fielded at mid-wicket. That's Joe Denley.
Yeah, Slater's had a couple of big scores. He had a double 100 a couple of years ago at Durham. Funnily enough, before that, his highest first-class score was quite a bizarre one, because Notts let him go on loan to Leicestershire at the start of the 2020 truncated season, if you remember the season.
Bob Willis Trophy.
The Bob Willis Trophy, yeah. Here's Garrett running away from us to bowl to Slater, who's on 127. This is pushed out into the offside. A call of weight, as Jack Leaning was in the vicinity, but it's beyond Leaning, and they take a single. 231 for 2. for the Bob Willis Trophy at the start of that truncated 2020 season. He went to Leicestershire on loan, and if you may remember, I'm sure the citizens of that fine city do, Leicester was under complete lockdown. You remember those days where we had different rules for different cities? So Leicestershire transferred a home game against Lancashire to New Road, Worcestershire, and he went there and he got 172, I think it was. So Nottinghamshire's Ben Slater scored a century for Leicestershire against Lancashire at Worcestershire. His second match on loan, he got a pair for Leicestershire, and then he was recalled by Notts and he got another 100 against Lancashire. So Lancs was sick and fed up of the sight of Slater that summer. But yeah, he's had a double 100 at Durham. Clark on strike, who equally enjoys batting on this ground. This is pushed into the offside by Joe Clark. He'll get a couple. Yeah, they're going to come back for 3. Went into this game on 887 runs for the season, so obviously he needs 113 over the course of this week and next week to reach 1,000. Last season in the match here he got 141 not out, rescuing Nottinghamshire and then putting them into a position where they very nearly turned it round and won at the end. So enjoys batting here, or has done in the past. 234 for 2. Coming towards the end of the 56th over, so there'll be probably another half an hour, 8 overs before tea. As Garrett bowls to the left-handed Slater. I think I've just called him Gilchrist. Garrett bowls to Slater, run out into the offside, and another run. Slater on to 129. 235 for 2 knots, having been put in by Daniel Bell Drummond. I don't think he had a deal of choice, really. It was gloomy all morning. In fact, it's been gloomy all day, hasn't it?
Yeah, the forecast was a bit better than this, but yeah, it has been cloudy, and there's a little hint of grass. I thought, looking at it from a distance this morning when I came in, it looks like a used pitch, so you think used pitch might be slow, might turn as the game goes on, but there's been enough in it to justify the decision.
This is run to gully, and there's no run. 235 for 2. In fact, just looking at Joe Clark, he's only played here twice. Scored a century and 250s, averages 92 on this ground.
Yeah.
So very much seems to enjoy this, and seems to enjoy batting against Kent in all 5 matches, including his Worcestershire days. 3 centuries in 5 matches against Kent.
Yeah, he's a good player, Joe Clark, no question. Class act. And Ken will want to see the back of him pretty quickly, otherwise they will be slipping into Division 2 with much more than a whimper on the evidence of today. It's a shame, because when their bowlers get it right, as Gilchrist comes in for a new over, there's been a bit in this pitch. There's been plenty of playing and missing. How costly that catch. And Jack Leading's taken a good one. I wanted to get rid of Freddie McCann was a special slip catch. The one that he dropped when Slater was on 41 was much more straightforward. And he'll be ruining that one. You've got to put it behind you and move on, but they do haunt you when someone goes on to get a big one. This is clipped powerfully in a misfield. Jordan at mid-wicket. Just got a fingertip to it, but he should have stopped it. I'll get 2.
He's had a tough day, hasn't he, Jordan?
Yeah, and it's difficult, you know. Overseas player, generally, you think back of some of the great overseas players that the Kent have had. You want that player to lead from the front and be a standout, and Akeem Jordan has not had his best stuff out there today. He's not of the calibre of some of Kent's overseas players that we've had. But he's trying hard, but it hasn't quite happened for him as Gilchrist goes again. This one, a bit of width on offer, is smoked to a deep point. It's just a single man station back there, but one a bit straight, got clipped, one a bit wide, got thumped through the offside. Some worrying signs here for Kent, I think.
And the fact that not to the side just above the bottom 2, just above the relegation zone, it does mean it's not going to be one of those weeks where we're going to get a definitive point where Kent are relegated. It's going to happen right at the end of the game if it happens.
Yeah, Gilchrist is That's more like it. Top of off stump, bit of an inside edge from Joe Clark. But yeah, but I think the fact that they were playing Notts. I mean, I've got two sons who are passionate Kent cricket fans, and they just felt that there was a chance for Kent here with Notts being the opposition.
Yeah.
You know, you get 24 points and keep Notts down to 2 or 3. You suddenly drag them right back in, and you've got an escape route. But on the evidence of what we've seen so far, Kent are looking miles off it. This is a bit of width again. Didn't time this one, Slater. Just leant back on it a bit, maybe trying to hit it a bit too hard. Bottom of the bat into the ground.
It's not the bottomless pit that everybody thinks it is, though. Division 2, is it? When
No.
Notts have been down twice in the last 6 or 7 years, they've either side of COVID, they've they've had good seasons to back it up and come straight back at it first time. And it's nice to have a season where you're winning a few games.
Correct. This one's poked out into the offside to pick up a single. No, I think you're right. You know, I don't mind it at all. I think Kent have looked like a second division side all summer. I think you can use it as a springboard to get some confidence, to hopefully win a few more games, to blood some young players. I think all this, we've got to stay in Division 1 is, and I speak as someone that never played Division 2 cricket. And it was something we prided ourselves on back in the day, but I think this particular Kent side might benefit from the relegation and hopefully a bounce back, because there needs to be a reset, and I think all involved would admit that. It's not. I think the people associate being relegated with being relegated from the Premier League to the Championship, which is an altogether different thing with the money. You know, you might lose a sponsor or two, but probably not.
And you'll get them back if you're winning.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
There's the possibility that Sussex get promoted this week, so one of Yorkshire or Middlesex will be in Division 2 next year. Glamorgan, which is always a nice away day, will be in Division 2. Northants, Gloucestershire, Leicestershire, Derbyshire, all in Division 2 next year. So it's going to be Garrett to continue. I think there was a thought for a moment that they might go back to Parkinson, but Garrett's been given the ball. 14 overs, none for 51. Here he comes to bowl to Ben Slater, who's been there since the start, of course. Pushes this into the offside, fielded by Compton, who's got those cumbersome pads on underneath his flannels. 240 for 2. That's 10 runs away from a batting bonus point. Kent potentially just one delivery away from the bowling point. It's the perversity of cricket and the scoring. One more delivery and Kent could actually be winning this game 1-0 as this is turned on the leg side and there's no run.
That's a smash and grab in football parlance, to be winning this one 1-0 on points, but yeah. Especially if the rain came down at that point, we would would take the spoils.
Wouldn't ultimately do them a great deal of good.
No, it wouldn't.
We're into overtime. Tea, of course, should have been at 3:10 now with these early starts, but we're going to be playing on for a wee while yet. 6 overs plus changes. Garrett bowls to Slater down the leg side, and it's going to go, I think, for 4 to the total, or is it? No, he's clearly not come off the full face of the bat, and he's only going to get a couple of runs. It didn't run down there at all very quickly. Yeah,
it's kind of first short ball that George Garrett's tried in a while. A bit of an effort ball he banged in, and Slater, who's on 130 plus, you'd imagine he'd put that away, but it was on him a bit quicker than he thought, and he gloved it fine past Finch, took the sting out of it, got a couple.
Jack Hames in next. I think all Nottinghamshire fans would join me in hoping he can have a good time with the bat. 242 for 2 was again on the leg side and turned away, and he'll just get a single. 243 for 2. He's had a consistently frustrating season, Jack Hames, his first season. Hugely talented player, obviously great couple of years, his first couple of years with Worcestershire, churning out the runs, but at Trent Bridge He's not gone beyond 77, but he's had 6 scores between 55 and 77. That one big one that will hopefully break that little ceiling and get him going. Still eludes him as this one's cut away. Nice shot by Clark. He'll get a boundary to take the visitors to 247 for 2. And Clark does this to you. He's only been out there seemingly a moment or two, but he's on 18 from 14 deliveries. He'll put the bad balls away all day long. Spent more than half of the county championship season with the gloves on. Joe Clark, he's not keeping in this game. Dane Schardendorf, the young Zimbabwean, will keep for knots. Next ball down the leg side, and Clark will pull this down to long leg, and he's taken. Oh, he'll feel he's missed out there. Short ball from Garrett. Clark took on the hook, and he's hit it straight down the throat of long leg and goes. And there we do have it. Kent do get the first bonus point of this game. Joe Clark falls with 247 runs on the board, and he just couldn't resist. It was one, like I say, now he's just ruined playing the shot, but he will clearly spend the rest of this innings knowing he's missed out on a few there. He's just scraped past 900 runs for the season, but there were plenty there for Joe Clark and the rest to have. Hit it straight down the throat of long leg.
Yeah, he talked about his record on this ground and his record against Kent. He'll be delighted to see the back of him. Delighted to get a bonus point, to be 1-0 up in this match, but Nottinghamshire is still very much in the ascendancy. But you're right, Clark will be kicking himself. That was there were some runs that he's left out there.
It is Jack Haynes making his way out to the middle. Coming in at number 5. I'd imagine they'll bump Lyndon James up to 6 and Dane Schardendorf 7. Rob Lord we might see as high as 8. And then Luke Fletcher, Jacob Dubfie and Farhan Ahmed to bring up the rear. That's making 2 changes for this game with Schardendorf and Duffy in. Liam Patterson-White not playing in this game, and of course Verena back in South Africa. 247 for 3. And tricky little period coming just before tea, but equally Jack Haynes knows he can just get his feet under the table here, just settle in and be able to get off and have a break in the next 15 minutes or so, and then go again after tea. 247 for 3. So Clark out for 18, following on from Seba Mead, who made 56, and Freddie McCann for just 8. We've got a bowling change from the far end.
Yeah, it's going to be Akeem Jordan to return. He's got that runs per over down to below 5.5, which might not seem great when if you're just joining us, but at one stage he was 3 overs for 36, and then rather set the tone for Kent this morning when there was a bit in the pitch, so he'll be hoping to make amends. If Kent can go bang bang now, he'll just get a foothold in the game to kind of 70 for 5, which is probably still a few more than they would have wanted Notts to have got, but at the moment they've still got plenty of work to do to get even there. So Jordan is defended by Slater into extra cover, where Joe Denley does some keepy-uppies, very nice skills.
Yeah, both his second ball and his 4th ball this morning were no balls that went for 4, so it was 4 balls none for 12. That wasn't a great start, was it?
No, coming back from an injury, 5-run debut at Worcestershire, and got a hamstring problem and kept him out of a couple of matches, and he just hasn't found the same rhythm since he's been back. He's in now, and this one is wide, just about carries through to Harry Finch. And this is how he operated in that in this second and third spells, just wide outside Slater's off stump, offside field ball, one side of the wicket, not especially attacking, but he's saying to Slater, go on then, have a loose drive at me. And he's not threatening the stumps out there. And if Slater's patient, he'd pick him off. Going to be a run on offer here. Tumbling scrambling stop by Ben Compton at backward point.
Neil Broom will no doubt come in during the close season and start afresh. Whatever division Kent are in, new head coach will be appointed.
Yeah.
No doubt someone with his own coaching staff and his own ideas and his own contacts. Important to have a contacts list as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, we will remain. We'll watch this space on that one. I don't think it will be a quick process, but.
So here's Ains. Every time he goes to the crease, it looks $1 million.
He's got 4 on the leg side, so going to bowl pretty straight to him, I think, here. This one is defended into the offside. 2 slips, a ring of 3. There's a catching mid-wicket, square leg, mid-on. In front of square and a long leg. So it's a field, split field, 5-4. Generally means you're going to target the stumps, and I think that's the right way to go to a new batter on this surface. So left alone by Haynes.
I heard Matt saying they're not exactly a noisy side, Ken, but you can hear that the volume has been cranked up a little bit. There's plenty of encouragement for Akeem and lots of clapping, lots of motivation going on. When I was next door a minute or two ago, I heard, "Go on, Casemiro." I don't know who they call Casemiro, but one of them out there is brandishing that nickname at the moment. Maybe he had a good spell with the football this morning.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, as he's driving, clipping in fact. He's going to get runs here. There'll be at least 2. I'll be thinking about a third. Everson is it Everson or Compton after it? Compton and it's Everson, I think.
Yeah, Compton's got the pads.
He's got the pads down here at long leg. Yeah. So yeah, I mean Casemiro maybe is someone who they think is a bit of a faded force. Maybe it's not the compliment that you
well,
think.
Maybe
Braces.
Not. And after Tom Banton's injury last week, you just wonder if there might be a little bit of a cutting back on the use of the football, but certainly wasn't any this morning. There's plenty of football from both sides.
Yeah, Jordan is being defended into the offside by Haynes. Backward point fields, there's no run. Yeah, we stopped it. We went to touch rugby for a season after. I think I might have kicked Alan Wells up in the air and did an ankle ligament, the old fella. Didn't take too kindly to my clumsy challenge, and that was him gone. And we also had one in 2003 that could have possibly cost us a championship when we were beating Sussex down at Hove. And Mark Elam, during a game of football, jumped over a challenge and landed badly on his ankle, couldn't bowl, and we've gone about 180 past Sussex on first innings, and Ely couldn't bowl, and then our physio came onto field. He was a first-class cricketer. We were missing 2 players. I think Wells was one and Elam was the other. And he dropped a catch when Murray Goodwin was on 30, and he got 150. And Sussex saved that game and went on to win the championship.
Saw him last month, Mark Elam. He was at Guildford for the 50-over game. I think he was actually on the guest list a couple of weeks ago. It was the former Players' Day at Trent Bridge. I think Mark was one of those that attended. 1 or 2 had drifted away by the time I got down at the end of the day. There's Parkinson back into the attack. His first 6 overs went for 17 runs, his first ball. Turns away from Ben Slater. First ball of his first spell was just a high loopy full toss that Slater missed out on. Don't think we mentioned that Knott's got a 250 as this is turned on the leg side, or David might have done, but anyway it's 1-1 back in footballing parlance in terms of points. Kent with a bowling point, Knott's with a batting point. It's the 60th over, so lots of time for more points for both sides as Slater works this on the leg side, calls Jack Haynes through. Had to hurry a little bit, but a comfortable single in the end. 253 for 3. Slater onto 138 from 181 balls. His first 50 came from 49 deliveries. Snots had the better of the morning session. The openers were still together at lunch. Fabulous morning for Notts as Compton was in at short leg for the left-handed Slater. Comes out for the new arrival Jack Haynes. Might have kept him in there just under his nose just for the inconvenience of it. Parkinson bowls to Haynes, just prods at it gently, square of the wicket on the offside. And there's no run. BBC Kent, BBC Radio Nottingham, and online through the BBC Sport website and app, and of course on the Kent live stream as Haynes plays it out into the offside. And then a big yell of no, but there was the most comfortable single of the day.
Yeah, I think he thought extra cover was going to get to it, but Compton's got the pads on. Sometimes when you hit those into the offside, they just spin a bit squarer.
Supposed to yell wait, aren't you?
Well,
we're all taught as 5-year-olds.
Yeah.
254 for 3. Slater back on strike on 138. Drops this to mid-wicket. Parkinson races through the over. A couple of singles from it. 254 for 3. And where are we now? The board has just flipped over. We are 4 overs away from tea.
Yeah, they've done a decent job. Matt Parkinson, 7 overs, no maidens, none for 19. Just going at under 3s. Just some slow spin. First real look at Jack Haynes. He's shaping up to Akeem Jordan, who's straight at him. Haynes plays it confidently back down the pitch. The bowler fields, tosses it to extra cover to give it a shine.
It's just the tiniest little bit of blue sky, but I don't think it's going to be there for long. It just signs that the cloud breaking up a little bit, but it does seem as if there's plenty of the dark grey stuff following it.
Jordan is just out. Nice tight channel. Haynes has nothing to do with it. It's first class batting average, Jack Haynes, of just over 34. 14 50s, 500. You mentioned those score range. What was the bracket? 77 highest score, but he's got
6 between 55 and 77 for Notts.
Yeah, just feel that. Remember, even Joe Root had a period where he wasn't converting 50s into hundreds, and suddenly you crack that, you laugh, and it's a good-looking shot, and well stopped. Actually, you're half stopped at extra cover. I think is that Parkinson there? I think that the last thing Kent need is damage to his right hand. It was a good diving stop, as it was hit hard by Haynes, prevented the boundary, and just got the one in the end.
Don't know if the brothers had a fallout, but Matt came here to the very southeast corner of the country, and Callum went to the northeast, didn't he? Joined Durham. Couldn't be any further apart, the two brothers.
Jordan round the wicket to Slater, and that one bounced a bit, and he played it nicely. Slater up on his toes, punched it away. He'll get comfortable 2. Wouldn't have been a million miles away from an orthodox gully position as the ball bounced, but Compton is back a bit deeper than that.
He was 86 at lunch, Slater, so he's added 54 this afternoon. Important now he sees it through to tea and then goes again afterwards. Now you get greedy, don't you?
Yeah, Notts don't have to hurry here, do they? No. They're in no rush. Kent got to make all the running given the position they're in the table. So Jordan, that's a full stroke from Slater. We haven't seen too many of those. Just a slightly tighter line from Jordan. Came back up the hill, inside edge, quite a long way past leg stump. It went pretty square, but not where he intended.
Of course, Lancashire being bowled out for 140 strengthens the Notts cause as well. So no batting points for Lancashire, who this round of matches are at home to Somerset, but with 2 to go, they were 11 behind Notts. Well, they're not going to add to that with batting points. They dearly need to beat Somerset at Old Trafford and hope Notts don't win here.
That one nipping down the hill, so better over this from Hakeem Jordan. Haynes shoulders arms, and in fact that concludes Jordan's 14th over. He's none for 72 to 58 for 3.
Yeah, Notts continue to be the highest scorers across the country, also going well at T in Cardiff. Yorkshire 243 for 5. Johnny Bairstow only made 2 this week, and Johnny Tattersall is out for 41. He made a big 100 last week, didn't he? But Yorkshire 243 for 5 against Glamorgan. Battling there for promotion. The White Rose, Middlesex, 3rd in Division 2, have just bowled Derbyshire out for 173. Here's Parkinson. False start. Don't know why. I don't know if there's a bit of chat out there or Parkinson wasn't quite ready. 3 overs to go until the tea break. 2 from this end then. Parkinson comes in off 4 or 5 paces, floats it up there. Slater drops it on the leg side and says no to Jack Haynes.
Yeah, top of the table is looking interesting, isn't it? Surrey battling at the Oval against Durham. Durham 207 for 6. Lancashire all out 140 against Somerset, who are 58 for 1 in reply.
Parkinson in again to Slater. He'll take the single this time. Must be hugely frustrating for Kent at the moment. They're just blocking that leg side, just trying to prevent all the singles, and he just keeps picking his gap and walking down to the other end. Yeah,
that's what you can do when you're on 140 and seeing it like a football. He's in well and truly in. Can knock it around where you want.
259 for 3. Haynes on strike, gets one that he can drive, but hits it straight to extra cover. There's no run. Just floated up there by Parkinson. Umpire at this end is James Middlebrook. Be ready for a cup of tea and a slice of cake as well, as Haynes again just happy to follow the gentle flight of the ball and push it into the offside. No run. Jack Haynes on 4. Parkinson attacking the stumps. And a resolute block from the former Worcestershire youngster, son of Gavin Haynes. Would have he have been your?
He was, yes. I was just trying to think of the name of his dad. Yeah, Gavin Haynes. Got a big 150 against us at New Road. I remember.
Last ball of the over.
To all parts on that day.
And blocked. 259 for 3. 2 to go before tea.
Yeah, Haynes, Lampett, obviously Hick and Moody. Kind of a decent side.
Leatherdale.
Yeah, Steve Rhodes. A decent side. I remember talking about playing at Worcester a couple of days ago to my sons, because I remember we had this big theory against Tom Moody. Tom Moody often used to get off the mark by pushing one to mid-on and taking a quick single. And we'd done this analysis, which was rare back in the day. Braces, you see, analysis, and someone had cottoned on to the fact that Mood's like this quick single, so I hung back at square leg as Jordan starts a new over. So Yorker, and it's dug out well by Slater. And there's no run. So yeah, so I was at square leg, he was facing up, and I'm thinking I'm just going to hang back a bit and almost tempt him to knock it into that gap. But as the bowler's coming in, I'm going to hair in. He's going to knock it in that gap. I'm going to swoop in with my left hand. I'm going to run him out. But unbeknownst to me, the bowler's decided to go short. He's banged it in. So I've come flying in at square leg like a rocket, and he's latched onto this pull shot and hit it like a rocket straight at me. And I'm running in so fast and got so close I had to dive out the way of it. As Slater was dropping this into the offside. I was, we were not on the same wavelength there. I was I was coming in like a 200-metre runner from a slightly way out, thinking I'm going to get the run out, and the next thing I know, this thing has been hit like an Exocet missile straight at my face. But they were a decent side, and Gavin Haynes was a more than useful player.
Peterson used to do that, didn't they? He used to call it, was it his Red Bull run or something?
Yeah.
Other drinks are available, of course. The Red Bull run.
Jordan, bit of bounce at the hip. They've got this straight field, so square leg intercepts. There's no run. Former England under-19 Haynes, I think, if I remember from a few World Cups ago. He's still quite a young man. Just I think how long that would have been.
Oh, Jack or Gavin?
Yeah, Jack, not Gavin. That would have been many World Cups ago. I don't think Gavin, but yeah, I seem to remember Jack being. This is tickled, just a little bit of seam movement, and the most delicate of touches. In fact, it's leg buys. So 4 more to the total. Just a bit too straight on that occasion from Jordan. Somerset have lost a second wicket. Archie Vaughan has gone. 21 he made after his bowling heroics against Surrey.
Don't know if you saw any of that.
What a brilliant advertisement for County Championship. What an exciting finish that was. Yeah, we were glued to it in our house. So Jordan bounce, no ball again. He's overstepped. Oh, hold on, mix up. Went in the end to the wrong end. Not that you can blame the fine leg fielder for throwing it to the keeper, but Haynes wanted a second and was herring back. Slater said no, and just for a moment I thought they were going to end up at the same end.
Again, there was you spotted a no ball. I think that's the 14th of the day. I know they've been distributed amongst several members of the Kent attack, but the majority to
the main offender, isn't he?
Mr. Jordan. Yeah, not lost at Chelmsford, and I listened on with Kevin Howells and the team on 5 Sports Extra all the way back to Surrey and Somerset.
It's defended to mid-on by Slater for no run.
And between leaving Chelmsford and getting back to the Kingdom of Newark, there wasn't a single wicket went down, and got home and had a cup of tea and a natter to the missus and whatever, and put it on, and there were 8 down, and it literally seemed like only 20 minutes or half an hour.
Yeah.
Watch the end.
Oh, you've seen it before in Taunton, haven't we? That wicket can, that pitch can spin, and it will be a factor. They've got Hampshire last game of the season next week. It's a cut away by Slater, attractively so. It's a man on the fence will reel it in, but comfortable too. Slater fast approaching 150s, 145 off 190 balls. 269 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yep, 1 over left before tea. They don't adjust the over rate until the intervals nowadays. At lunch, Kent were -2 on the over rate. It'll be interesting to see what it is when we come back. I know it's early in the game and plenty of time to adjust it, but that certainly won't have improved yet, as we should have gone for tea half an hour ago.
You talk about Chelmsford last week. That's where Surrey have got to go next week for their final match, which will be no easy task, especially with quite a few players missing for England at the moment.
269 for 3 then. Haynes on strike off 5, and Parkinson again at the start of an over is forced to wait. Short leg in, slip. Can Kent make a breakthrough here towards the end of the session? First ball is just nodded. Oh, it's not nodded. It's pushed back to the bowler. Wrong sport.
Yeah, on that Notts County stuff again, Dave.
269 for 3. 1 more, yells somebody out on the field. There's an ambulance or something going past the ground. We can hear in the distance. Next one's was played up gently to mid-off. No run. 4 balls away from the tea break. Haynes steps away to the leg spinner that turned away from him and cuts it out into the deep for another single. 270 for 3. Jack Haynes at the non-striker's end, leaving it to his mate, who's 145 not out with 3 balls left, and Parkinson decides he's going to go round the wicket to Slater. 86 not out at the start of this session. marathon effort so far from Slater. He's faced 190 deliveries and will now get another run to go to the non-striker's end himself. 271 for 3 knots, nicely poised to get a 400 plus score in the first innings. You can generally dictate terms from there on in. It'll be very difficult for Kent to win this match if Notts do put 400 on the board, as Thames pushes this gently on the leg side, and there's 1 ball left.
Yeah, it's been the stat of the season that Kent have only restricted their opponents in the first innings to less than 400 on 1 occasion, and that was the game they won at Old Trafford. Every other team has come and put 400 on.
Somerset 60 for 3, so Lancashire have got a bowling point as this is turned back to Parkinson, and it's the end of the over. 271 for 3 here at Canterbury. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage this afternoon, or hope you've enjoyed it enough to come back and join us when the players return in 20 minutes' time. From Matt Cole, David Fulton, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, thanks for your company this afternoon, and hopefully you'll be back with us when the players return shortly after 4 o'clock for the evening session.
Well, welcome back one and all. It's session 3, day 1 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Nottingham, and via the pictures with Kent County Cricket Club as well. Online, you can find us on the BBC Sport website and app. You can even ask your smart speaker these days to play Kent v Nottinghamshire or Kent v Notts day 1 to hear us loud and clear. I'm Matt Cole with Dave Bracegirdle and Dave Fulton as well to come. With Nottinghamshire 271 for 3, have dominated today, particularly up until the lunch interval when they were 134 for none, and lost 3 wickets in the second session, but as you can tell from that score, another 137 added for 3 wickets. Hamid gone for 56, McCann gone for 8, Clark gone for 18. Ben Slater is still out there on an imposing 146 not out, joined by Jack Haynes on 6 so far. Wickets for Everson, Gilchrist and Garrett in that second session of the day, but Kent have hoped for much, much more. They're turning to the spin of Jack Leaning now from the Nackington Road end, off spinner. With 64 overs gone, we're just coming out after tea here at Canterbury. And about to do an update for BBC listeners across the southeast, so updating them with this score and Surrey's score against Durham and Sussex's against Gloucestershire at Bristol. Sussex having a very, very good day indeed. And here comes that update before commentary recommences with Jack Leaning bowling. First ball of the afternoon. Yeah, Nottinghamshire 271 for 3. The players have just come out after tea here at Canterbury. Kent won the toss, put Nottinghamshire into bat first. Looked like a very good decision under cloudy skies, with the pitch doing a little bit for the bowlers as well. But after the first session, with Nottinghamshire 134 for no wicket, Kent were chastened by that, certainly. They took 3 wickets in the second session, but Nottinghamshire added another 137 runs. So 271 for 3. They come out just after tea. The first couple of balls bowled by Jack Leaning, the off-spin bowler, and a big swing and a miss there from Ben Slater. He's been immaculate. Otherwise, though, 146 not out. He has his second century of the season. Jack Haynes has joined him on 6. Earlier, Hasib Hamid made a 56 as well, and wickets in the second session for Everson, Gilchrist and Garrett for Kent in a game that they have to win, and have to win well, Kent, to have any chance of staving off relegation for one more game from County Championship Division 1. They need a miracle to stay up. This hasn't been the day so far that they need. Elsewhere, Surrey are playing Durham at the Oval. Surrey hoping for a 3rd consecutive County Championship title. They have Durham at 211 for 6 just after tea in that one. Sussex having a fantastic day, could wrap up promotion from County Championship Division 2 at the end of their game against Gloucestershire. They bowled out the hosts at Bristol for 109. They're 63 for 2 in reply. Commentary of all 3 of those games via the BBC Sport website and app. And dot balls so far from Jack Leaning, but he has his maiden ruined by a single from Ben Slater right at the end of the over. 272 for 3. I'm joined by Dave Bracegirdle. Nottinghamshire's day so far.
Yes, I was just intrigued by what's on BBC Kent there. Halloween special. They've gone a little early on that, haven't they?
You'd say it's frightening enough for Kent out there. I'm sure there's or something like that. Yes, yeah.
272 for 3. It's going to be Parkinson to continue. So that second new ball is maybe an hour away. Kent have started spin at each end, Leaning bowling his first over, and now Parkinson, who's already got 9 under his belt. They'll want to attend to that over 8, which is -4. Good point. Here is Parky, floats that one up there, and Slater turns it round the corner, and a little bit of spin on it, but stopped just behind square. 272 for 3. Ben Slater on a snooker maximum, a 147. Made from 198 deliveries so far. Floated up by Parkinson. Moves off his snooker maximum to go to 148. 273 for 3. The visitors. Knots, it says on the board. Knots. Don't know if there's room for Nottinghamshire up there, but that's absolutely fine. Notts, we all know who they are.
It's the other bits of the scoreboard that matter.
Perfectly functional boards here. They tell you everything you need to know. 272 for 3. Some oohs and ahs out there. In fact, 273 for 3. We've got, I can see 2 scoreboards and 2 different scores, so hence my confusion.
Yeah,
we're somewhere between 272 and 273.
This one comes off the digital one comes off the scorers.
Floated up
laptops.
And Jack Haynes drives up to wideish mid-off and there's no run.
But that doesn't mean it's always right. Sometimes they have a bit of a recount mid-over, don't they?
I tell you what, one of them's right. Oh, maybe.
It's there or thereabouts.
In fact, we can't say that for certain, can we? We can say one of them, at least one of them's wrong now then. Well, we'll never know if that was bat or just turned out of a foot mark, but it spun sharply and wasn't taken at slip. But they didn't get a run, so we can't tell you for certain whether it was bat or nothing.
Well, it's at least 272, because there was a run at the end of the Jack leaning over. We had a run off this one?
Yeah, Slater works onto the single to get off the snooker maximum.
There we go. So, yeah, should be 273.
It's cut into the offside, and quick as a flash, we're 2 overs into the post-tee session. 270-something for 3 knots, having lost Seba Mead for 56, Freddie McCann for 8, and Joe Clark for 18. Bit of a soft dismissal, really. Clark he's maybe still sat down there, stewing in a corner with his pads on, saying why to himself. Took on a short ball, hit it straight down the throat, a long leg.
It's leaning then to Slater, squeezes down on that one and takes a single. He's a run off his 150 now. Going well. And that's an understatement. So 160 odd was his big score, was it, of the season? So
yeah,
it's not a million miles off here. Kent just moving the field around for the right-handed Jack Haynes. Just looking before this game had started for a 23-year-old. He's played a lot of first-class cricket, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He really has. A young talent still. Into his 58th game. Averaging 34 and a bit. The face is leaning. Treats that respectively. Respectfully, I would say.
Listen to you, Aretha.
Yeah. As over the wicket comes leaning, goes for a sweep, a little bit top edgy, but not a chance. It's a loot over Harry Finch. Here's Parkinson. Good stop by Matt Parkinson. Saves a run, even at 274 for 3. Still herring off the ball like it was the deciding run in a T20 match. 277 for 3.
Yes, a little bit of RESPECT, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about right, I think.
It's now either 275 or 277. They've gained another one.
Now. One of them needs a wind up or a slow down, that's for sure. Here's leaning and cut away by Slater. Doesn't seem to be getting enormous amounts of anything out there, but Slater goes to 150 off 201 balls. He's been serene in the 50 after the 100. Hit a number of crisp shots in his first ton. 21 fours in total, though. That tells you a story. Great innings for Nottinghamshire. 278 for 3 in a dominant position on day one here at Canterbury. There's leaning bowls to Haynes. Defends that. No run.
4th time he's reached 150 in first-class cricket. Obviously his 4th highest score in first-class cricket.
So leaning bowls flatter to Haynes. Just clips that one behind square. Fielded by Parkinson. Single taken, yeah. 279 for 3 at the end of that. Jack leaning over. He has none for 7 off 2.
So Slater 150 to get onto his own personal podium. He needs to go past his 3rd placed highest innings, which was the 168 not out against Somerset earlier this year. The 172, which I mentioned with David Fulton earlier, that was playing on loan for Leicestershire against Lancashire at New Road, Worcester in the Bob Willis Trophy in the COVID, the shortened COVID year. Got 172 there, but his best is for Notts at Durham, 225 not out. There's Parkinson to bowl to Haynes. Turns this behind square, and that might, if there's plenty of bat on it, it'll go for 4. If not, they might run 4 because there's nobody down at long leg. The ball has just been dragged back inside by the skipper down there chasing, and they've got 3. They didn't push hard and try and run 4. It's always nice to see an all run 4, but trying to tell you the score, folks.
I think
it's doing all sorts of things. The one away to our right now, it's going backwards. I think it's 282 for 3. There's Parkinson, floats it up and driven by Slater to wideish mid-off.
I'm agreeing with it. Well, I say agreeing with it, but obviously the scoreboard that we're seeing online is exactly the same as the one that's...
Well, Ben Slater would rather it was the other one because he's now on 159 on that board over there.
Good work.
He drops this on the leg side and there's no run. It's all these little things. I know we're going on about it, but we have got to talk from just before 10:30 in the morning till presumably about 6:15 tonight.
It's at least part of the job. You're absolutely right.
It is. Giving the score is one of the fundamental parts of the job, as this is noticed on the offside, and when we don't know what it is, it gives us even more to talk about. At least we've got a choice of 2 boards. I think I guess you'll have experienced it as I have. Durham very often have been there in the past, and both boards have crashed, or the big board has crashed. They've had it at Edgbaston as well.
And this one's not showing quite as much information as it does normally, the computer scoreboard.
Parkinson to Slater, drops it in the gap, takes a single, and moves to something, 151.
You should talk to our producers, because apparently just turning it off and turning it on again was the key to the whole thing. So, as it so often is. Well, 283 for 3. Or, well, there's 2 runs missing somewhere. Or a discrepancy.
Maybe it was a no ball missed. I don't know, but
maybe.
Parkinson bowls, turns away from Jack Haynes' end of the over. Parkinson, if his figures are to be believed, are 11 overs, no maidens, none for 27. The old extras is bumping up. Just a little look at that. 37 now, of which 30 have come courtesy of 15 no balls on the day. There's been 7 leg byes and no misdemeanors by Harry Finch, and no wides bowled by the bowlers either, but 30 on the no balls column courtesy of 15 no balls.
Yeah, that really is.
14 oversteps, by the way. There was 1 short pitch ball by
of course, yes,
Jordan, which was penalised as well.
Round the wicket comes the leaning, driven into the offside by Slater. See, off spinner is naturally spinning the ball away from the left-hander, and he goes into the offside, and that will be just a single. Nicely hit shot, actually, in Joe Denley Fields. 284 for 3.
You'd think if you were operating that scoreboard away to our right manually, occasionally you'd look at the other one, wouldn't you, just to make sure it corresponds.
They're doing a fine job, but it's...
Oh yeah, you just towing the Kent party line there, are you? Well, he's doing a fine job.
It's harder work than just tapping on your laptop. I can do that.
The job is to keep score accurately.
Well, that's true. I wonder if there'll be a bit of walkie-talkie between the two. Oh, that squirts away off the edge of Haynes' bat. It's beaten to Andermy. I think it was going groundwards anyway, but edgy though it was. 286 for 3.
We'll get faults on it.
I'm just following it online as well. We obviously have the advantage of doing that. The end of the previous over. Yeah, it's more... Oh, here we go. 286 for 3. There we go. They have aligned in perfect harmony into the offside, and there's no run. Haynes is 15. Slater is 152. Or maybe he's got 151. I think he's got 152. We're not quite aligned yet, but the 69th over, we're agreed on that. This one's pushed back at Jack leading, and there's no run. Kent at the moment with spin at both ends, with 11 and a bit overs, or just over 11 overs to go until the new ball's available. You understand the spinners being on anyway, but they're also way behind the the par score, if you like, for overs bowled in a day. So trying to redress that. The over rate's at -4, though end of the over, it's a dot ball off that last ball. It seems to change very quickly all of a sudden, doesn't it? It doesn't feel very gradual, the over rate, when it comes back to...
I think they just do them in the intervals, don't they, now, on the first 3 days.
Oh, there we are. It's done in chunks of time, so yeah.
Somerset are 4 down at Old Trafford. They're 67 for 4, replying to Lancashire's 140, which looked very ordinary at the time. Maybe it's a par score. Let's see how Somerset get on. Here's Parkinson to bowl to Slater, who's on 152. Pushes this up to mid-off, and there's no run. We've not been around the grounds much lately. Durham 217 for 7 at the Oval against Surrey.
A couple of quick wickets there then, or at least one, yeah.
Hampshire 276 for 4 at the bowl. A century there for Nick Gubbins. He's still at the crease as Slater cuts this to backward point. And there's no run. Fine player Nick Gubbins. James Vince, another fine player, out for 57 in that one. Just giving you Somerset 67 for 4 at Old Trafford. Still Essex only 5 down, forging a lead. They're 104 for 5, having bowled the Bears out for 78. Parkinson turns one in to Slater, who plays it to mid-wicket, no run. Division 2, Yorkshire going well, 267 for 5 at Cardiff. Sussex 67 for 2 at Bristol, having bowled Gloucestershire out for just 109. Northampton 49 for 1, having bowled Leicestershire out for 203. As Parkinson again to Slater, and a little drop on the offside and a walk down the other end. And the one you're missing is at Derby. Derbyshire 173, Middlesex 46 for 1. All the scores and the updates, the text updates as wickets go down on the BBC Sport website and app on the cricket page. 287 for 3, Parkinson to Jack Haynes, who's on 15. This one's floated up, and he drives it immaculately through the offside for 4. Very nice shot indeed from Jack Haynes. Let's go to 291 for 3, closing in on that second batting bonus point.
Yeah, rather weighted for that, didn't he? Turned it into a half volley and smashed it away. Was impatient, good shot.
It's been a summer of watching Jack Haynes play beautifully and then getting out, and that's it's been the story. Cut this one away as well. There'll be protection out there. It'll only be a single. 292 for 3 at the end of the over. He'll keep strike. Slater has 153-ish. Haynes has 20-ish. 292 for 3, I think, is the score. And we've had... where is it? 69 overs, so 11 more overs before that second new ball becomes due, and Kent will have to make that count.
And they really will. It's just 3 wickets taken all day. I mean, it's better than the morning was for them, the second session, but I think it was still 137 for 3 that session. That definitely says advantage. Nottinghamshire to me, particularly as Kent won the toss and elected to field first, and wicketless in that first session as Ben Slater and Asim Hamid. Once they kept them at bay, they attacked them regularly. Just leaning to Haynes well forward. Just dead bats it into the onside. Ben Compton fields. Short fielders, it's just Mayeye at slip and Compton shortish mid-wicket. That one's a bit of a drag down by Jack leaning. Haynes could have thrown everything at that, I think, but decided just to watch it. Fair enough. 292 for 3. And defends this one into the onside. No run. Sometimes it's those filthy deliveries that get you wickets, though, isn't it? So perhaps Jack Haynes just thought, I'll just leave that one alone. No need to play it. Plenty of time. So Compton goes in. Daniel Drummond trying to ring the changes here to make something happen. Compton goes in at leg slip under the fielding helmet. Leaning to Haynes, drives it up to mid-off, and there's no run. They're just looking for the leg slip, I suppose, the little top edge off a sweep. Or it's a nurdle into the onside. Quicker one from leaning. and reacts quickly as well. Haynes uses his feet really well to push that into square leg, and he'll take himself an easy single. Made it look easy anyway. 29, 293 for 3. Put the decimal point in the wrong place. Slater, here he is, 153 on the board for him. And Slater already. They're trying a cover trap for him. 2 fielders, Compton and Everson, at shortish cover. Yay at slip. Round the wicket comes leaning, fires it in towards Slater. Moves forward, nudges it out to point. No runners. Parkinson Fields, 293 for 3. Notts already have their first batting bonus point. They are 7 away from doubling up. Kent will need 3 more wickets to do the same with their bowling points.
This fixture's not been, or wasn't played here for many, many years, and like London buses, 2 seasons in a row, both in September. Notts and Kent do battle here. Last September it was a draw on this ground. As Parkinson bowls to Haynes at the start of a new over, another drive into the offside, no run. Well, the previous time that Kent hosted was at Tunbridge Wells in 2019, when Matt and I were bestowed the greatest of honours that week. As Haynes again drives this time up to mid-off. It was me on day 3 and you on day 4.
Oh, yeah.
One of the greatest honours that's been bestowed upon me. Would you like to ring the bell before match, Dave? The 5-minute bell?
Fantastic.
Yes, please. And I'd like to think you went green with envy for a moment as this is pushed back to him. And Matt, can you do it tomorrow? Was the follow-up. So we both had a go. But that was great, wasn't it? That was great.
No word of a lie. It really was a great honour to do it. Fantastic.
It was. It was fantastic. I've got photos, and I'm glad
Me
I was.
too, yeah.
I'm glad I was given, as this is defended. I'm glad I was literally given 10 seconds notice, because had it been the night before, I wouldn't have had any sleep. I'd have been thinking about my technique. And
I was very nervous.
I was.
Yeah.
Hugely. Never been asked to do it anywhere else. Hint, hint. As this has worked up to mid-on, but it was fabulous, wasn't it? It's
really
nice.
was.
It's a nice thing. It's a traditional part of a day at your cricket, the 5-minute bell, and up until then and since then it's gone under the radar. Don't really give it much thought, do we? But when you're asked to do it, my word, your adrenaline kicks in. Wow. Nobody would have cared really if we'd made a right Horlicks of it, but it was lovely. It was lovely. Full toss. Slater helps it out onto the leg side and through the leg side for 4. He wasn't going to miss out on that Parky full toss. 50 partnership brought up. Even Steven with a huge chunk of extras thrown in as well, 20 runs or so apiece. And the partnership is 51. The board is still doing things. I'll tell you the score when it's like the hokey cokey, whatever it is. Not the hokey cokey. Yeah. I don't mean the hokey cokey. Whatever. So what do I mean when the music stops and you sit down?
Musical chairs.
That's it. It's like musical chairs. Yeah. We were just waiting for the music to stop and the board to stand still. All the numbers were whirling round. It's stopped at 298 for 3. Not the hokey cokey at all.
This might be an issue later on, but Ben Slater, whether he's in or out, he's definitely in.
He's doing the hokey cokey.
He is indeed, yes. He's been mostly in today, has to be said. 298 for 3. The computer scoreboard, the digital scoreboard, says he has 157. 156 on the Les Ames stand. That's not an issue, as this one's dead batted straight back to Jack Leaning, but I'm thinking closer in the 190s, that really will be an issue, won't it?
The computer says no.
Yeah, we don't want to celebrate too early or too late. But,
they've got a while to sort that out.
That's true. Slipping a short leg in, and Haynes once again just checks that back at Jack Leaning.
We do know that Lorne Hart and Roger Marshall, the scorers, will have it bang on.
Round the wicket comes leaning, gives that some air, it's full. Take cover the man at short leg and a sweep past him, and that'll be 2 more runs, and I think that'll be the 300 up as well for Nottinghamshire. Second batting bonus point, 300 for 3, and Kent once again on the end of a drubbing in the first innings, but hoping to get back into this, but well done, Notts. Ben Compton's all right, by the way. Did you see his life flash before him? As the full toss came out, the big sweep came out of the bag from Haynes, and this one a push into the onside. It's fielded by Joey Everson, who just comes up hopping a little bit. I don't know if he's twisted an ankle or no, he's fine.
300 for 3. I don't think anybody saw this coming.
Certainly not this morning. Gloomy, windy. Batting first on a pitch that looks like it's a little bit worn. They've done a great job. Haynes, he has a little push into the onside for a single.
A little bit like the Monty Python sketch. Nobody expected the Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects Notts to be 300 for 3.
No, there will be Kent fans, I'm sure, mailing in saying we did at home, but after the season they've had, but no, it looked like a very promising toss to win for Kent.
Jack Leaning's having a sit-in at the far end, a little bit like a stop oil protester. He's just sat down and refusing to move. Don't know what it's about or why he's down on the ground. Is it stud? Is it a stud problem?
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. He's got his left boot in his grip there. Ah, yeah, he's got the tightening tool, whatever that is, from the umpire, and he can safely run off now, knowing that he's not going to spring a stud or a spike rather.
301 for 3. We've had 73 overs. Parkinson has bowled 13 of them, yet to bowl a maiden. Yet to get a wicket as well. This won't be a maiden. Might get a wicket in the over, but he won't bowl a maiden, that's for sure. Single to Haynes, who's been unflustered, really. Moved on to 26. It's been a case of just nurdling and accumulating so far for Jack Haynes. Slater's done a little more than have a nurdle today. He's filled his boots and is clearly intent on getting a few more yet, driving it into the offside. Moves to 157. 303 for 3. In fact, one board says he's gone to 157, one says he's gone to 158.
So he's got big scores at both ends of the season now. I see his 225 came in April, back in 2022.
It's pushed into the offside. There's no run. His what came in April?
Sorry, his highest ever score, 225.
Yeah.
Not out, came in April. And he's got one at the other end of the season now.
I think Snow was still on the ground at Durham in April when he got his runs floated up and hit hard, but partially stopped at extra cover. And a single to Haynes.
I remind Martin Emerson of that when I get up there, because he'll be full of telling us that the weather's always terrible in the south.
I would pack layers next week if you're
yeah,
going.
I've really looked at
if you're going to Chesterley Street.
The early forecast does look a little bit chilly.
304 for 3. The frozen north. Parkinson bowls just short of a length, and Slater rocks back, gets another single. 305 for 3.
Be coming straight off the North Sea, is that right? That's right.
It's always cold. Haynes on 27-ish. Past umpire Middlebrook is Parkinson. This was just drifting down the leg side, and it's turned away, and it may go for 4. I think it will. Nicely put away by Jack Haynes. That was a poor ball, and he's turned it away, and he moves into the 30s. 309 for 3. They're both in alliance. They are.
There we are. Yeah, Chester Street next week. Highs of 15.
Warm sunny day then for the
no feels
for the north east.
Temperature feels like -5. There we go. I'm just adding that for comic effect, obviously. No such thing.
It always feels like -5.
309.
You must have been there before. You must know for yourself. It's always freezing. It doesn't matter when you go.
Been up to Northumberland a couple of times on holiday as well, and, but you do have to wrap up occasionally. Yeah. Beautiful part of the world, but yeah, maybe sitting still for 4 days might just need a couple of scarves and a jumper. So driven into the offside. 3-10 for 3 now.
You'll cop it if you go up there and say you're in Northumberland.
Sorry, County Durham.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind. All the same to me, but I don't mind. But
you make a good point. Sorry, you're absolutely right. South of Newcastle, as this one's just flicked behind square. Parkinson once again gamely going after it. They'll come back for 3. Parkinson throws in. Coming towards the danger end is Ben Slater. He still game himself running those 3s when he's got 160 on the board already. 3-13 for 3. And still 5 a bit overs until the new ball's available. I'd imagine it'll be Messrs Garrett and Gilchrist to warm up for that. Hakeem Jordan hasn't really fired today.
Well-known firm of solicitors.
Gilchrist and Garrett, indeed. Just pushing to the offside. Slater.
Or the estate agents. Who's selling the house? Oh,
yeah.
Garrett and Gilchrist. I'm giving it to them. The board's going up tomorrow.
Very reasonable percentages. And the wicket comes leaning. Edge, is that a catch to Andamiye? Has it got up? It has. Batter's not moving. Umpire says, yes, you are gone. Ben Slater, is that right? It's a long hold. Andamiye is diving away from us, so obscured by his body, we couldn't see that. But Ben Slater stayed, waited for both umpires to agree. Eventually, the umpire at the far end. Umpire Shanmugam has put the finger up, and Ben Slater goes for 160. Caught off the bowling of Jack leaning to Andamiye with the catch, affecting the catcher, diving forward. 3-13 for 4. Well, Ben Slater, it won't be a double century for him, but he has helped Nottinghamshire not only put on a fine platform, but already at a very, very strong looking first innings score. 3-13 for 4, and applause round the ground.
Yeah, and ideal for Kent, of course, in that that second new ball is looming ever closer, just 5 overs away. You always like to have somebody fresh at the crease then, and have a hard new ball. Apologies to Rach if she's listening. She said about last week, threw it out there, Matt. Can you believe we actually went down this line? What do commentators say that the listeners don't like to hear?
Oh, crikey.
Yeah, well, that got some traction. That got some response.
I'll see you next summer. That's all been fun.
And I remember Rachel saying commentators going on about the new nut or the new cherry.
Oh, I see. Right, gotcha.
That was Rachel's. There's a long list which has all been filed and tucked in the back pocket and forgotten about. But thanks for your interactions. Lyndon James is the new man. 313 for 4. He's another one that's had a century this season. The England Lions captain is in your presence here, Matt Cole. I'm sure you knew that anyway, but the Lions, before the full England Test side, played Sri Lanka recently. They lost to the Lions at New Road, and Lyndon James was the England Lions captain. So you're in the presence of greatness, as they say.
Well,
and we're all in the presence of greatness, because I noticed David Fulton on our shoulders.
About to curtsy to them both. This one's propelled into the onside as Everson fields, and there's no run.
Lyndon James, apart from his Lions run out, averaging 39 for the season.
As a leading bowls, slaps that one into the offside. That'll be a single, gets off the mark. 3-14 for 4.
He's also taken 24 wickets, and of the active players left with Notts, that's the most. Dylan Pennington got 31, but of course he's out injured for the rest of the campaign. So Lyndon James, very much an all-rounder these days. He had a couple of years essentially where he couldn't bowl, so he was playing as a number 5 and churned out a lot of runs then, but he's dropped down to number 7. In the order, although in this particular Notts side he's just been bumped up one. He's come in at 6. I expect Dane Schardendorf to come in next.
Is it you to change? I think it is, or is it Have another
You're
over
in charge.
You have another over if you like, Dave. But,
no, fire away.
Oh, no, there we go. Oh, well, I hope I haven't made Dave Brailsgill unhappy, and then the listeners as well, as their list of things that commentators say that annoys them gets longer and longer. I'm not a fan of that phrase, return to winning ways. They'd like to win, yes. Ball into the offside, there's no run. But that's a bugbear of a few of us, I have to say. There's a whole committee. 3:14 for 4.
Incidentally, mine was when a bowler bowls a slower ball and the commentator says, nice change up.
Change, oh, there we go. It's a baseball term.
Change down.
Isn't it? Change down. There we go. You don't say it yourself though, Dave, is that right? You're not a fan of that. That's okay. I don't want to take a phrase away from Dave, but yeah. It's a baseball phrase, a change up, isn't it? I think, but originally, maybe not. I use a few of baseball terms as well, which I'm trying to get out of the habit of. As this one just comes off the bottom of the bat, maybe a leading edge. 3:14 for 4, and the James facing. So yeah, to get the baseball phrases out. As catcher is Harry Finch, first baseman to Andermy AA. Over the wicket comes Parkinson, straight back at him from James, driven at him. There's no run. David Fulton rejoins us, and a wicket then for Kent in this third session, and we've got just 4 overs after this one to go until the new ball arrives. Feels like they'd be pretty pleased for Jack Leaning to at least make a breakthrough, and of course to get rid of Ben Slater as well.
Yeah, I was in the press box. I wasn't at the best angle for that catch. I don't know if did it turn or did he just played a bit inside it and nicked it.
Yeah, I think the latter. Slapped into the offside by James, and he's beaten the field, and that'll be 4. Dave Brailsgill, he started signalling that, I think even before James had hit it, but 3:14 for 4 with a flourish. And yeah, he goes. Yeah, I think Ben Slater stayed for quite a while, didn't he? Making sure both umpires carried to Andermy AA. We were behind him as well, I think the replay is. But yeah, he was signalled out in the scorebook, as sages will say.
Yes.
There's 160.
Well, I've only seen Lyndon James face a handful of deliveries. 8, in fact. I like the cut of his jib. He's launched into a couple of cover drives against the spinners. It was a fantastic drive. Field tightly set ring and a drive man, and he just nailed it through there. So he's the Jack Leaning in his part-time off spin. Just wonder, he's getting through these overs as quickly as he can, trying to rectify the over rate, but also try and pitch another wicket before the second new ball. He's got rid of the mainstay and Ben Slater. And this one has been cut away, and it's going to go for 4. So nice shot from Jack Haynes. Dave Brailsgill signalling away. Nothing neutral about his commentary. Nor his signalling from the box. Proud Nottinghamshire fan as well as a commentator. But, you wait till we get a wicket, Dave. We'll come straight back at you. If he wants to play it that way, here's Leaning. Haynes has this noticeable kind of shuffle across to the offside.
Are you going shirt over your head, or?
I don't think so. Too cold for that. Too fresh. But, I'll give the out signal or something similar in front of Brailsgill. This one's turned into the leg side. Amble through for a single. There's the kind of lull, isn't there, sometimes before a second new ball. You just get a feeling just going through the motions, and not really, the Slater wicket was a bonus. With 2 right-handers, you'd feel they'd be able to negotiate Leaning. Fairly straightforward fashion.
So Leaning bowls to Lyndon James, straight back at him. There's no run. So I was looking at the partnerships today, and Kent in the middle session took, I'd say, regular wickets, but reasonable spacing between them, but Slater and
Yeah, they got the
Haynes
three of them, didn't they?
put together, yeah, 71 between them.
Well, it did grip a bit actually for Leaning. He just got his hands on his head as it turned sharply, but there was enough in it just to encourage the off spinner. It was tucked neatly away into the leg side for a single. Daniel Bell-Drummond winning the toss this morning, opting to bowl first. I think there's probably enough in the pitch to justify that decision. The problem is if you don't take early advantage of that 10:30 start and a bit of dampness in the pitch, it can come back to bite you. He's going off the field now. Jayden Denley is back out there. I would suggest not to captain, although he did captain Kent under-18s in the final of the knockout last week. A successful T20 excursion, very strong campaign by Kent's under-18 side. Led for the most part by Ollie Curtis. He was injured and Jayden took the reins. Played 1-1-1 as a captain, and it was a final. That's the way to do it.
It's a 100% record. 2 slips in behind James now as Sam Parkinson comes into bowl, but doesn't actually, just aborts in the delivery stride. Little word to Jack Leaning, then decides Leaning needs to take 2 steps backwards, and Hakeem Jordan is more or less in line with him at cover, so 2 slips in as well as Parkinson gives us plenty of air, as is his wont. Very rarely bowls short, does he, Matt Parkinson? He's going to a tool with that. His margin for error will go full. 3-2-4 for 4. And Compton, I think, are the slips. Ooh, has turned. And James has taken a huge swing at that one. And straight through to Harry Finch.
That was a good bit of bowling. He tossed that one up invitingly, and I think James was going back over his head. It turned sharply and he missed it by distance.
That was the plan, but yeah. So hitting at thin air. Drives this one. Jack Leaning fields. Well placed by his bowler. Gets hands to it enough to stop him taking a run. Deflects to Hakeem Jordan.
Hit that hard, didn't he, Jack Leaning? Just checking his fingers are still in one piece and all there.
So they're almost in line. It's an extra cover, Hakeem Jordan, and cover Jack Leaning. So it's just pushed into the offside by James defensively, and there's no run. Go on, Parky. 3-2-4 for 4, so the fielders. James has 6 so far, 39 for Haynes. Again defended into the offside with the spin from Matt Parkinson. So yeah, 2 overs after this, and the new ball is available.
I think he'll take it.
As Parkinson comes in. It's not spinning tremendously, is it? That's the end of the over. Maiden from Matt Parkinson, and some of the members to our left were wide awake, who started applauding that just as the final ball was bowled. None for 50 from 16 for him. 3-2-4 for 4 though, Nottinghamshire. It's been all their day so far.
Yeah, and it was a good decision to make when that second new ball is due, which type of bowling is the most likely, and it can increase the scoring rate, the hardness of the new ball, and it flies off the bat a bit, but I think given Kent's precarious predicament at the foot of the table, they've got to keep moving this game on, so I would suggest that they will take it, but you never know as Leaning starts what could be his last over for a little while at least. Just a slight field change. I think he wants Compton out of that short leg position to a mid-wicket catcher, perhaps deciding that there's not enough menace in this pitch to get one to bite and turn and get him caught there. So just kind of bizarre leg side ring of catchers. Just trying to stop the runs, get through the overs as quickly as possible. Play well last week, Jack Leaning?
Yeah, 100 in the second innings against Hampshire. Yeah, he's got himself a couple of centuries this season, hasn't he? And another one had an injury layoff. Do I need to say that? Probably not at this point.
Yeah, broken finger in that big 170, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Cutting is Jack Haynes down to deep point.
He's another one they missed during the crucial times of the season, I suppose. Would say. But,
well, he missed the start of the T20,
yeah,
didn't he?
quite.
That injury meant they had to change things. That's a nice looking shot from Lyndon James on the back foot. Sweeper out there is Joe Denley, but they come through for comfortable brace.
Jordan Cox, a big miss for them, of course, this year.
Yeah, well, Jordan Cox has obviously moved on,
Yeah,
but leaning in the current squad was quite an important player to be missing at a key time, as James just pushes that one away through the offside, and Jaden Denley fields there's no run.
Yeah, for batting, bowling and fielding, wasn't he, in T20?
Yeah,
he's just sneaking in an over.
He was a key part of the 21 Blast success, wasn't he? And he knows his role in the middle order, and I felt that whilst there were some exciting cameos from the likes of Marcus O'Riordan, and I was quite impressed with some of what I saw from him, you know, he doesn't have leanings experience, and they were in the final shake-up not much more than cameos with the bat. He scored his runs quickly, but probably just needed to hang around a little bit longer. I liked his off-breaks, O'Riordan, but I think leanings experience in difficult situations would have been more what Kent needed. So I think he was missed more than perhaps appeared so at the time.
It's Parkinson over the wicket then to Haynes, cuts that away. Joe Denley fields. He missed the T20 as well with his knee injury.
Yeah, he played the first half, didn't he?
Yeah.
He did play some. He started a bit lower down the order. The experiment was O'Riordan up top to take advantage of the power play, Joe coming in at kind of 5 or 6, which is not a role that he's traditionally done. That's what I mean, you know, missing leaning. Did that mean that Denley played a slightly different role that he wasn't as familiar with? The kind of knock-on effects of leaning being out of action didn't help Ken, I think.
As Parkinson gets his hit very stiffly at Jack Leaning, who just say it's a grimace perhaps, Jack Leaning, as he fielded that.
It's not a lot of fun when you're in there on the drive and it's a bit chilly and there's a bloke absolutely lashing it at you.
3-2-8 for 4, and Lyndon James is doing that, and he goes to the side of Leaning this time, and he may not be too upset about that, Jack Leaning, but fielded by Joey Everson at long off for a single.
His broken finger was quite a long time ago now, but it's not the ball you want to field when you're just coming back from that particular injury, because you're probably not fully healed.
It's Parkinson over the wicket now to Haynes. He's on 41 from 69 now, building another innings. This Nottinghamshire team, defensive shot, and there's no run. Parkinson leg spinner. There's a no from Haynes, sends James back as King Jordan fields at cover. So one more ball, and we will find out whether Kent will take the first opportunity to take the new ball. I haven't seen the bowlers warming up particularly, but this is the offside. No run as Compton goes jogging after it. Jordan completes the fielding. 3-2-9 for 4. Well, let's keep an eye on the umpires.
It's going to be Jack Leaning to continue. He just gave Daniel Bell-Drummond a bit of a wave there. Bell-Drummond's been off the pitch and he came back on at this juncture. I don't know whether that was to discuss with the coaches whether the new ball should in fact be taken. I would suggest that's unusual. The captain would make that decision unilaterally, or maybe with a couple of senior players out there, but I mean, there's still quite a lot of time left, in the sense that 16 overs remaining. It might be we'll have a couple more overs of spin. They're not galloping along now, Notts, and they did against the first new ball, so that might be one of the factors in this particular new ball equation. But it is to be Leaning, who's bowled nicely.
So just nudged into the offside.
You're also conscious of the amount of work your seamers have done. I just my own thoughts on it are that, you know, this close to the season, you've you're hovering above the trapdoor to Division 2. You've got to just keep pushing forwards. If you're serious about trying to stay up, you've got to move this game on. And Garrett, Jordan, Gilchrist. You go bang bang with a second new ball, 350 for 7, and you're back in a game.
It's lean to Haynes. They do take a single there. Risky one? No. Parkinson sidearms it to the far end, and Leaning breaks the stumps with the ball in his hand. And they do complete the single. 3-3-1 for 4. So I was thinking about the slow over rate, but again, as you say, they're looking to take wickets here. That's less of an issue. It's at -1, I think, last time I saw. So they've made up a bit of ground, and this one's cut to the offside boundary. It's fielded by, that's Garrett. That'll be a single. 3-3-2 for 4. Haynes 42, James 11.
Bergdramer back on the pitch. He's gone to slip. He's gone off. Like musical chairs out there at the moment. There's Leaning's in again. This is just gripped again. Back foot. Haynes shaped to hit that through the offside. In the end, just patted it back to the bowler.
Bergdramer has beckoned to somebody.
There's things happening, but I don't know what. I'm trying to maybe sneak an extra couple of fielders on. As Leaning is flatter, quicker, nudged into the offside, and Bergdramer does well at slip to race round and prevent a single. So another quiet over.
Jazz
Singh, you can't come out wearing that, Jazz, if you're going to go on the field.
Got a gilet on.
Yeah, he's taking something off, I think.
Is it the wicket-keeping helmet? No.
Don't know.
Where's he off to now? To get the new ball?
Could be.
Jaden Denley sprinting off.
I wouldn't have thought so. Usually the umpires would have the
on.
new ball in their pocket.
No.
Hold on, there's a box of new balls. Maybe they haven't chosen
it's a bit
one.
like the sheepdog trials at the moment. There's people going all over everywhere.
That's some sort of spray, is it?
Light meter.
The light meter. We've got the floodlights on. Don't start me.
That's what they call triggering these days.
This is as bright as it's been all day, isn't it?
So
I just sometimes think it's been a long season, and the umpires think, man, no, what? I mean, Notts look like they're going to stay up, and Kent look like they're going to go down. Let's have half hour off.
have to make it up tomorrow if they do.
Yeah.
It's their own time they're wasting. So Parkinson, 2 slips and a man on the drive. Jack Leaning as well. Bowls on leg stump more or less to James. Pushes that away. And that'll be a single. There's George Garrett out there fielding, and there's 3-3-3 for 4.
We had 2-2-2 for 2, didn't we?
did.
So Kent are kind of ahead of the number sequencing.
Head of the curve. They're taking one more wicket than necessary. It's Parkinson to Haynes.
If it's 4-4-4 for 4, then we're in a bit of bother.
Yeah. Kent seems to be just, I wouldn't say coasting exactly, but not sure how much pressure there is. Looped up by Parkinson again, driven by Haynes. There's no run.
Yeah, sometimes you could lure a team into gifting a wicket or two, but if concentration lapse, spinners just wheeling away, just a slip, not too much pressure with men round the bat.
Parkinson bowls. Well, that was a lot of loop, and that's a full toss, and that's swept away. Haynes takes advantage. He goes into 46 from 79, knocks into 3-3-7 for 4. I'd also say, this late in the day, just over 14 overs remaining, you can give 3 of your seamers a go, surely, can't you?
Yeah.
Or 4 of them you can give a go, and it's not going to over stress them, I wouldn't have thought. But
well, especially with if there is going to be a light issue, then you might want to go now rather than leave it for 7 or 8 overs, only to find you can't bowl them.
yeah, maybe if the light's just on the wrong side of gloomy, might help the seamers as well, dare I say. 3-3-7 for 4. And on the back foot, Haynes just nudges that back towards the bowler, and there's no run. So there are no outward signs of serious warm-ups from the bowlers here. Seam bowlers, right? Parkinson last ball, the 18th over he's bowled. None for 58 make that now. It's a single taken into the offside, worked out towards Akeem Jordan. 3-3-8 for 4. Haynes has 47, James has 12. And Nottinghamshire carry seemingly serenely on in this evening session on the first day on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Nottingham via the BBC Sport website and app and smart speakers. Just ask most smart speakers too. BBC Sounds to play. Kent v Notts, day 1. Today, obviously day 2 tomorrow. Makes all sorts of sense. With the pictures via Kent County Cricket Club. See, here we go. It's, communications have been made. And I think Luke Fletcher hasn't just been asked, he's been told by Dave Bracegirdle.
Dave Bracegirdle has said, Fletch, you are going to come up here and commentate. Hopefully he'll be getting his pads on.
Well, shortly after my update, I'll make way anyway at 5 o'clock. So driven hard by Haynes, good stop by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Wide on the sprawl and keeps them down to 1, I think. 12 for James, 48 for Haynes. And you're asking about Daniel Bell-Drummond. Hasn't bowled in the county championship this year. I don't think he bowled in the T20 either. He's leaning. Is just pushed into backward square for no run by James. 3-3-9 for 4.
It's taking a bit of a turn at the other end of the table. Somerset suddenly 105 for 6.
Okay.
Reply to Lancashire's 140 as this one's punched up to a deepish mid-on and they take a comfortable single. Durham meanwhile at 8 down at the Oval, 251 for 8. So early on today you'd say that Somerset had the upper hand in that title race, albeit Surrey started with an 8-point advantage, so that Surrey resting back some of that initiative, albeit we haven't seen the surface as this one is played attractively out to deep point by Jack Haynes. It moves to 49.
Yeah, Stephen Mead's already made 50 today. Ben Slater 160. And
great Luke Fletcher has made his way to the box.
He has indeed.
We'll probably talk Forest for about half an hour, I would think. But, he was at it's telling me. So please don't turn off, viewers. We will just listeners. We will just we will touch on it very briefly. I promise.
So the Forest podcast is coming up, and we'll just press record, send it to BBC Nottingham later on. Job done, really, isn't it? There we go. 3-4-1 for 4.
That's James does like to climb into a drive against the spinners. It concludes the over. 341 for 4. Yeah, I was doing the Fantasy Premier League show on Sky Sports News Saturday morning.
Yeah.
I've had 2 Fantasy Premier League experts telling me that you should captain Mo Salah because Liverpool are playing Forest, and I said, don't diss the Forest. They could cause an upset. Little did I know.
Now you look like a genius.
Well, yeah, I mean, I tried to, but it was a bit of bluff and bluster. But yeah, as it turned out, I was at Wembley when they went up. Just along for me was Samit Patel, just another ardent Forest fan.
Stuart Broad there as well, wasn't he?
I didn't see Broady at the playoff match. He might have been.
Oh. Okay, the crowd's got restless here. Over the wicket comes Sir Matt Parkinson. This is defended straight back at him. And sound effects, care of our guest Luke Fletcher, I think. I could be wrong. Is Parkinson to... that one's kept a little bit low, but it's clipped away by Haynes for a single, and that will be his 50, I believe. It's not come off the pad, absolutely. Off 85 balls with 4 fours. Nottinghamshire poor on the pain here at Canterbury for Kent. 3-4-2 for 4, dominating from the first session onwards. And Haynes now has 50. Asid Hamid's got himself 50, 160 for Ben Slater.
Yeah. This is when Jack Haynes is vulnerable, though. Bracegirdle has told us. Best of 77 for Notts. Goes past 50 regularly, but can he kick on?
Haynes to, Parkinson to James, I should say. Single taken to mid-off. So Kent have basically got Jack Haynes exactly where they want him here.
Exactly where they want him.
Let him get 50 and then he's
quickly,
their bunny.
And then we'll take him down.
Yeah. Fair enough.
We get Fletcher on commentary. He'll have to go and put his pads on.
Before we know it. But Parkinson over the wicket to Haynes. Rocks back in his crease, drives it. Hakeem Jordan fields in the covers. But yeah, just point of order. I'll do my update for BBC stations in the southeast, and I'll make way. And it's pretty much a free-for-all, I think.
Yeah.
From now on. So I'll be more than happy for you and Luke to talk us through the next part of the day. This one's defended by Haynes. Blocks it out towards Jack, leaning at mid-off. So 50 for Haynes, 14 for James at the other end. That's Parkinson over the wicket. And this one's wristedly clipped by Haynes, but can't find its way past Everson at mid-wicket. And that is the end of the over. And 3-4-3 for 4 knots, just 7 runs away from a third batting bonus point. Kent will need to take another 5 wickets for that to equalise that. And the remaining 12 overs of the day.
Yeah, and this unwanted stat of teams going past 400 in the first innings is looming large again, Matt, isn't it?
Yeah.
You say it's only the game at Old Trafford, the only time that Kent have stopped the opposition scoring
in 13
400.
games, so yeah.
Yeah, that's so new ball taken, and I think this is the right move. Had just an extra couple of overs of spin just to have a little bit of a look, maybe keep the batsman guessing, but you can't do that for too long. Given Kent's predicament at the foot of this table, you've got to move it on and hope that the new ball can reap rewards. So it's Garrett back into the attack. He's from the Nackington Road end. That's where he started first thing this morning. And I guess the question is who will take the new ball from the pavilion end, because Hakeem Jordan didn't really enjoy this end first up this morning. So my instinct is Gilchrist, but we will find out.
Imagine, wouldn't you? Might just take his first couple of balls if that's okay, with the update looming at 5:03. So 2 slips in, relatively conservative, with Mieye and leaning those 2 next to Finch as Garrett comes down the slight slope from the Nackington Road end to James. Also a lovely shot. That's clipped off his toes through mid-wicket, and that will be 4, will it? It will. There we go. A diving attempt at a stop, and as you were saying, David Fulton, sometimes one thing about the new balls, it just disappears quicker, and a diving attempted stop, I think that by Joe Denley throwing himself at it. Couldn't stop it. If he can't, nobody can. 3-4-7 for 4.
Yeah, it's a good effort, but if you asked Lyndon James where he would have liked that delivery, I'm guessing kind of middle leg sliding down on a clippable length, and he nailed it.
So Garrett to James. And he clips this one to the onside as well. Moves very nicely inside the line, and Joe Denley's herring after that one as well. It'll be 2 more. He's getting through plenty of work. He was a bit chilly before. Joe Denley is warming up, and that is overthrows. And did that actually hit Matt Parkinson?
No, it was Daniel Bell-Drummond backing up.
Oh, there we go.
Joe Denley fizzed that in. He's got a rocket of an arm.
Yeah.
And he was going for a shy at the bowler's end. Daniel Bell-Drummond backed it up and had to kind of dive to do so. It ricocheted off him. They got the extra 1.
350 for 4. That is that third batting bonus point. Here's the update. It's not pretty for Kent fans. Hasn't been for most of the season. 350 for 4 for Nottinghamshire. Kent put them into bat, having won the toss this morning. And by lunch, Nottinghamshire had racked up 134 for no wicket. There's been a century, 160 for Ben Slater, 50s for Hasib Hamid, and now for Jack Haynes, who's at the crease right now. 351 for 4 Nottinghamshire, dominating this first ever game that Kent, if they have any chance of staying up, and it is a really slim chance, they need to win both their remaining games and win them well. They need to make inroads here, looking very, very unlikely at this point, with Nottinghamshire batting quite so well. So 351 for 4 on the first day here under the floodlights at Canterbury. Elsewhere, as this ball from Garrett is left through to wicket-keeper Harry Finch. Surrey playing Durham at the Oval. Durham are batting first. 262 for 8 now, late on day 1 of that game. Sussex could wrap up promotion from County Championship Division 2 in their game against Gloucestershire by the end of it, and they made good inroads so far, bowling out at the home side at Bristol for 109. Sussex 101 for 3 in reply, very nearly equaling that score, trailing by just 8 runs with 7 wickets remaining in their first innings. Commentary of all 3 of these games via the BBC Sport website and app. And we will have 2 more balls of George Garrett. I might stay for the 2 if that's staying we're welcome here.
Stay away, yeah.
And,
stay with us.
Stay away, did you say?
Stay away.
That's what the listeners are saying, strangely, on the emails
away,
as well.
Cole.
Yes.
Yeah, we need a...
Would you get out of here, they're saying.
Yes,
there we go.
We're saying, stay put and talk us through this Garrett wicket. Here you go.
It bowls now to Lyndon James outside the off stump, and leaves that as James through to wicketkeeper Finch. And Dave Bracegirdle was earlier saying one of the phrases that when commentators say, and I think that's and now here's Matt Cole. Is that right? People are saying they're voting. It's a terrible business, but don't worry, 1 ball to come, and then Luke Fletcher will be on mic certainly. Is he going to join you, Dave? Is that Dave Fulton? Yeah, there we go. Definitely let battle commence. There we go. Here's Garrett, bowls to James, drives that. Oh, past Parkinson at mid-off, or Everson rather. Whoever it was, that was hit very hard indeed by Lyndon James. 25 for him. Haynes is 51. I think it's fair to say it's been Nottinghamshire's day so far. 11 overs remaining of day 1. 355 for 4.
Yeah, thanks to Matt Cole. Not exactly a lucky charm, Cole, in 2024. I don't think he can take too much blame for that, but you never know. Maybe the Fletcher-Fulton combination will bring some wickets. No, not to be confused with Matt Cole's Fletch, no. That would be a whole different dynamic in the box. Good to see you, big fella. How are you?
Good to see you. Yeah, very well, thanks. Yeah.
All the better after the weekend, you and me both.
Oh, wow.
That was good. So how Anfield?
I was there, yeah, Anfield, yeah. Brilliant.
Never in doubt, was it? Some people are calling it a smash and grab. I call it a tactical masterclass.
It was an absolute masterclass. Leaving off Alanga and Hudson-Odoi till 60 minutes in.
Bring them on when people are getting tired.
Yeah, that's it. Alexander-Arnold was flagging a bit. Bring them on. Send the ball up to Chrissy Wood. Hold the ball up. Bring them 2 in around down the flanks. Off you go. Bosh.
Yeah. And when Hudson-Odoi picked it up, you knew he was going to cut in and bend it for that. That's the only way he scores his goals.
That's what he does.
That's what he does. That's what he does. That's what he does. Talking about what people do. So you're batting down at 10. What a blimey. It was nice to see you up here, but it's low, isn't it? I remember you.
Well, I'm coming off the back of baggage.
You bagged them.
I was out first ball first innings, out second ball second innings, so I'm not in the greatest of form.
Here is Nathan Gilchrist, who is going to take the second new ball from the pavilion in. So how many times have you bagged them in your career? Twice. So when we say bagged them, I'm sure most listeners know that. That's a pair. I bagged them once against Devon Malcolm at Derbyshire.
Derbyshire same.
And you bagged
Mine was Wayne Madsen, which is slightly different to Devon Malcolm.
You got out to Wayne Madsen?
I did, yeah.
Oh dear. Never mind. Here's Gilchrist, who bowling at Jack Haynes, who just like look at disgust that he didn't middle one there. Trundles up to mid-on. Bell Drummond Fields, there's no run. So the news coming out of Trent Bridge yesterday that this is it for you. How are you? I mean, quite emotional, or?
Yeah, a bit. A mixture of emotions, really, but sad, but I'd say grateful for the opportunity that I've had, really.
Oh, a bit of bounce from Gilchrist. That's the second new ball. He's got that in him, and that rhythm clicks. He's got a bit of pace about him. A big fast bowler. And
nice bowler.
Yeah, that beat Jack Haynes. So a bit cloak and dagger about the next move. You obviously you're not retiring. You're carrying on. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, I'm keeping the options open. But yeah, I love playing. I love bowling.
Yep.
I probably won't play all formats of the game, but certainly keen to keep going. And
good man.
We'll see how we go.
That's another belter. A belter from Gilchrist, and he has produced numerous deliveries of that quality, but they've been interspersed with some 4 balls, and that is kind of what you get from Nathan Gilchrist sometimes.
I think he was unlucky this morning.
He bowled nicely.
I think once they figured out which length to bowl, I mean, it looks to me like you'd rather err on the fuller side on this wicket than the batter's playing you off the back foot. So it's being brave with your lengths, but like you just said, trying to control the rate at the same time.
Yeah, and that's credit to the Nottinghamshire batters, particularly Ben Slater, who kind of went after anything that was touch over pitched or a bit short. That one is pushed out by Jack Haynes into the vacant cover area. They take a single. Yeah, it was. I described it this morning as it was like player miss, player miss, player miss, 4-4. It was kind of rattling along at 7, 8 and over, and yet it felt like there was a wicket could happen any time, and it just didn't.
Yeah.
Which is credit to the batters, but also a bit of luck sometimes you need. But you've got to string 6 out of 6, haven't you? Not kind of 3 out of 6.
I think so. Yeah, I think the length, like I just mentioned, is key. Also the line as well, but definitely trying to drag the batters forward in these conditions.
So Gilchrist to James, that one a bit short and wide, he had nothing to do with it. And that completes his first over with the second new ball. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 78. So he's going at a shade under 5. Garrett 4.5. Struggled to reel in this run rate. 356 for 4.
Yeah, it's the control. I think they've not really had a hold on the game at all, have they? Kent so far, it's been difficult for them. But I think as looking at this as a bowling group, we'll look at what we can take from today, and I certainly think we want to be dragging the batsmen forward. It looks to me like there's plenty in this wicket for the bowlers. You still see the ball now moving around.
Yeah, it's still zipping about a little bit.
Hopefully it stays like this throughout the game.
Continue to do so as the sun pops out. We've got the floodlights on. We've got some shadows from them. We've got some shadows from the Frank Woolley stand for the first time today as Fletcher on commentary and the sun greets him.
Here we go. First time I played a 4-day game here. In comes Garrett then, wide of the crease to Haynes, who leaves it outside off stump. It's a tight leave actually, but ball goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, just always got to be careful leaving the ball outside off stump with
From
the
that
slope
end,
here. Yeah, you would have played here a number of times over the years. How'd you find it, the slope?
Very, very similar to Lord's. Like I just said, I've never played a 4-day game here, so I played Pro 40 and a few 1-days, I think, back in the day. But very similar to Lord's. So the far end, the negative road end, is a bit similar to the pavilion end. It's sort of, as a bowler running in, it sort of forces you into the stumps and everything's sort of down to fine legs. So you've got to hold your action that bit longer, which I don't mind. Is Garrett again then, full outside off stump and driven. It's a great stop at cover by, is it Maddie Parkinson there? I don't know who that is. Who's at cover?
I don't know. They're so far away. There's like white ants out there for me. They got one good working eye. Good question. Didn't you smash a glass door here?
I did, yeah. First time I was in the first team squad, my first year on the staff, and we just signed Darren Pattinson.
Yeah.
And he played ahead of me, which was absolutely fine, young lad. So I was just running the drinks around for the boys, looking after the lads as well as I could. And they had some French doors in the away dressing room, and it was a bit old. And anyway, I pushed one. I'll give it a bit of a shove as a bit too hard. Really.
Strong boy.
Here he is, Garrett in again. Played out on the offside by Jack Haynes. Solid defence there. And yeah, shoved these doors a bit too hard. I'm a bit heavy-handed, mate. And pushed the whole thing through the dressing room. Smashed the glass everywhere, all over the captain, Chris Reed's kit.
Oh no.
And the ground stopped, and I was just stood there, red-faced. First time away with the first team. Thinking, oh my God. All the lads were playing in beanies. I think it was about 4 or 5 degrees. And I've pushed the French doors in, so it was a cold week in that dressing room. There was glass shattered everywhere. Club captain's got glass all in his helmet and his gloves. And he is again then Garrett, 4th ball of the over to Jack Haynes, and this one's played out on the leg side. A bit too straight from Garrett, and it's collected for a single by Gilchrist at mid-on.
I thought you were going to say that Darren Pattinson was picked ahead of you and you threw a bit of a wobbly and just started smashing things up. But I thought that sounded
I was just happy to be around. I was buzzing around the first team players. These lads are my heroes. Graham Swan, Charlie
don't tell him that. Hopefully
he's
not listening.
He knows I love Swanee. I love him to bits. Difficult at times to play with, but good guy.
I love Swanee. I always say small doses.
Well, he's a character, and I sort of seem to merge towards the characters. I think the game misses people like Swanee. It's Garrett again for the 5th ball over to Lyndon James, who punched off the back foot to Gilchrist at mid-on. No one scored. 357 for 4.
So did Kent send you a bill, or did we just pick that up ourselves?
I don't actually know what happened. I was in shock, and I was just there on the balcony thinking, what have I just done? Mick Newell's in there, and he said a few nasty words. And that was the start of my Notts career, so I always remember it. I thought, Jesus Christ, what have I done? But the change rooms are different now. They're upstairs now. They have to walk up 2 flights of stairs. It's hard work. Here's Garrett then for the last ball of his 17th. Yeah. And he comes left well again outside off stump by Lyndon James. End of the How many overs we had? End of the...
Oh, it'd be 80 something.
80
Because we've had the...
it doesn't say on the board, does it? Where does it say?
87. It says on the old-fashioned one.
On the old-fashioned one, yeah. 87 overs gone. 3, 5, 7 for 4. Haynes 53. Yeah. James 25. Yeah, mate. I'll come and join you in the Sky Sports studio. I'd love seeing you on there.
Yeah, mate. We worked together, didn't we? Down at the Aegeus, or whatever it's called now, the Utilita Bowl. You came down, did a couple of days down there. You showed a lot of promise. I'm keen for you to keep playing because I need the work. So I don't want you coming in and taking my job.
Mate. You've had your time. Although you've got a lovely tone of voice.
No, you just hold fire for a couple of years. We'll find you a white ball contract at another club.
I don't even have to look at the telly to know it's you talking. I know that, man. You're on at the cracker door, aren't you?
Well, not always.
Here is Fultz. Cup of coffee, listen to Fultz. Here he is, Gilchrist. Yeah. This is your over.
Yeah, this is me. This is Gilchrist. He's taking my job already. He's doing it on the radio. He's soon to be coming for me on the telly.
I am coming for you, Fultz. Things move on. You've got to move on.
Mate, they do. Yeah. That's why I'm retiring from cricket, playing golf, and longing to my retirement.
No, you're good at it, mate, and I appreciate it. That was a good day's work. I enjoyed that. It was a good experience.
Yeah, well, I'm pleased you said that, because Brace Girdle said you went back up to Trent Bridge and said you learnt nothing. Wasted time.
No, I didn't. I learned a lot about how to stand when the camera's there and bringing people into conversation.
Big shout. The slips like it, Gilchrist not so much. I think a bit of inside edge and a bit high. There wasn't too much to like from this angle, but the slip saw something different from behind.
I tell you what, they're long days, aren't they?
What's it, 4 days?
These are long days, these. It is.
Birthday tomorrow. You're 43. How old are you tomorrow?
36.
Oh, yeah.
36.
Oh, no, mate, it flies by.
I'll be in that Sky Sports studio by I'm 37, mate. Don't worry about it.
It's Gilchrist again. Young fast bowler. This is punched confidently by Jack Haynes, who's been impressive, but just as a batter, when you've had a number of scores where you've got to 50 but haven't kicked on to get 100, which is the story of his Notts career, as Dave Brace-Girdle was telling us, scores between 55 and 56 and 77. It's difficult to kind of stop it playing on your mind. You've got to try and blank that out, watch the ball and play it on its merits. But you'll be thinking about it. It's not a good shot. That's a lovely on drive. No, he's going to get on those practice wickets and race away. And it will take some reeling in, but reeling in, it does get stopped. Seeing Daniel Bell-Drummond in pursuit, seeing who was with him. Was it Parkey?
Parkey with the diving stop.
It was Parkey. He's got up a bit gingerly there. Those practice wickets are quite hard. But good bit of work. Yeah, it's landed on his arm, but not his bowling one. He'll be all right.
You get down into Kent a fair bit still then, Fultz?
To see the boys? Not much. I haven't much this season. Too busy trying to earn a living. But the nice thing about this particular game is I can do a bit of both. And I've got the Volunteers Awards tomorrow, which I'm hosting, which is just next door in the stand. As Gilchrist goes for the Yorker and another good-looking on-drive, Parkinson and Bell-Drummond in tandem again. This one is flicked back by Bell-Drummond this time, who won the race. So Gilchrist full and straight, but the Notts batter's more than equal to it. A couple of nice looking on drives by Haynes and that one by James. So 362 for 4.
So you're based in London now then?
No. Well, Sky is, but I'm just 10 minutes up the road here on the Kent coast in Whitstable. It's my home club. It's Joe Denley and Jaden Denley, who's a substitute fielder. They both play there, although we haven't seen much of Joe for the last umpteen years, but that's where he comes from. This one is defended to extra cover solidly by Lyndon James, who looks a good player.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, very good player.
Yeah, he hits the ball crisply, doesn't he? Hits it hard. You can tell by as soon as he came in and one of the spinners floated one up, he just had that, I'm going to strike it.
He's got presence at the crease. He seems massive when you bowl in the nets. You know, he's that intimidating character. You think if I stray slightly on line or length, he's going to hit me for 4. You know, he reminds me a lot of Alex Hales when he was younger.
Okay.
Obviously, a lot to live up to, but his bowling's been his biggest move, I'd say, in his game over the last couple of years. His bowling's been brilliant, so he sort of balances the side out perfectly, really.
What's he bowl?
He bowls low 80s.
Okay.
78, around there. Stands the seam up, hits the pitch hard, gets a decent bounce. So yeah, very handy cricketer.
Sounds good enough. Good enough for me.
George Garrett in again then. It's my over. This one is played out to the leg side. The leg side field, we've got a deep square leg, a fine leg and a mid-on, so easy run there for Jack Haynes, who's there's a 50-run partnership. Haynes 23, James 27. Haynes now on 57 himself.
So I look at your side, Fletch, and I'm like, why have you found yourself kind of down? You win this game, you're comfortably. Well, you'd think you're safe, not necessarily safe, but how come you found yourselves at the wrong end of the table?
I'll explain after this ball in. There's Garrett again, second ball Evans played again on the onside. This time it's a dot ball. Gilchrist collects the ball. Do you know what, Fools? We've just not strung it together, I don't think. If you actually looked at some of the stats, you'd see some of the batters have scored a lot of runs and have a quite nice average. Bowlers have not particularly gone as well as we have in the past. A few injuries, all that sort of stuff. But we've not strung it together as you'd like, really, in this format of the game. So it's been a disappointing year. But hopefully we finish well and keep the club in Division 1. That's the main target now. Garrett again, this time wide of the crease, and played out to the offside. No runs scored. So it's been challenging. We've had some younger players coming through, but in all fairness, the younger players have done a lot better than what we thought, and they've sort of kept us going. Young Farhan Ahmed, I don't know if you've seen him bowl. Freddie McCann, left-handed batsman. He's come on and done really well, played all formats. So there's been a lot of lads that have been given opportunities and done well. So
that's good.
I think it's time for the club to build around them for the future, and the lads' job is now to move the club forward. Here's Garrett again. Fourth ball of his 18th over, played out on the onside again to Gilchrist, who collects it. No runs scored.
And I have to ask how Stephen Mullaney is travelling.
He's going well. He's doing
benefit right back at the beginning of the year. Haven't seen him since. But, he's doing all right.
Yeah, he's doing well. Yeah, he's doing a great job with I've got to go. Oh dear.
Clark, might be
Watchman. See you later.
Night Watchman.
Oh, apparently so.
I thought you're declaring. Clark is declaring. Oh, Fletcher, nice to see you. We'll catch up with Luke Fletcher again. If you could have gone, honestly, we just dives in here. Is Clarkey coming in to replace, or is this, we got a procession? That's a nice looking shot from the impressive Lyndon James. Another on drive. Here he is. So Clark, good to see you. Just plonk that on. So a procession of Notts players, and a man who we were saying earlier, Joe, good to see you. Probably felt as you were dragging yourself off that you'd missed out, because you've got a great record on this ground. You've got a great record against Kent. And when you swiveled on that one and picked him out, you just had a look of a man that thought, I've left a few out there.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. As you said, had some good memories of playing here last year, and was very disappointed with that dismissal for sure. So
Fletcher's gone to do what? Is he night watchman? Is he, or is he just? Is he pinch hitting? What's the plan? There's a tactical. There's things afoot for Fletcher to be summoned, or did you just? A bit of the listeners had enough, and you just won't get him off.
Well, he's been saying in the dressing room for the last few weeks that the higher up he bats, the better he bats. So this could be his opportunity. Well,
he said to me he's bagged them last game, so he said he's not in the best of touch. So Kent will take anything they can get at the minute. So Luke Fletcher being out of nick, we'll take it.
Yeah, I think he's on for the Audi, as we say in cricket.
Nathan Gilchrist, and Matt will know this, and he'll remind me. Gilly was on for about 6 noughts in a row, wasn't he? A couple of years ago. Was it 6 noughts in a row? Yeah, he's a genuine kind of 10 or 11, Nathan Gilchrist, but he's a little bit better than that. So I'll take this over as the aforementioned Gilchrist is in from the pavilion in short ball. We haven't seen too many of those. There's a stifled appeal. I thought for a minute James Middlebrook had given him out then, but good to see the bouncer. I mean, it doesn't seem like the kind of pitch where a bouncer is going to be too effective, but I guess it's the element of surprise, which is probably what it did for you, wouldn't it? Because you're playing nicely, and then suddenly, sometimes on sluggish pitches, they just surprise you a bit.
Yeah, definitely. I think you're worried about your front pad a lot on wickets that tend to do a bit, as it did the first session. So, as you say, sometimes it's a nice ball just to surprise the batsman, and obviously in my case that was my downfall.
Yeah, well, there wasn't much happening at that stage, so a good bit of thinking. And this partnership starting to look quite menacing here for Kent. Just 6 overs remaining, but both men well set. They look like decent young players, these two, Joe. So Gilchrist is in again. That was wide. Got away with that one. He was aiming that a bit straighter than that, James. But, yeah, Fletcher was saying Leonard James, a real presence at the crease, hits it hard, and Jack Haynes looks a decent player as well. Kind of followed your path from Worcester to Notts, and you know, I played against his dad, which is the story of my life at the moment. Everyone I see, I'm either playing against. I mean, Jaden Denley is Joe's nephew, and I was, you know, I played my last game as Joe was starting his career, and I'm now commentating on his nephew. So, yeah, my advice is don't get old.
No, yeah, these are two very promising young players, although they've played quite a lot of cricket for their young age. Yeah, I think Jack will be looking to turn this into a big score. He's got a few 50-plus scores this year without really going on, so it'd be nice for him to tick that off and get his first 100 in Notts colours.
So Gilchrist past umpire middle, but short ball again, and yeah, James just pulled out of that. There are 2 men back, which he will have logged, and he thought about it and just bailed out. Let it go past him. Probably a good decision. He would have had to have fetched that from outside off stump. How much does it play on your mind? You've got a series of kind of 50s, I think 5 or 6 50s without going past 77, and here he is again. Will it be in the back of his mind, or how can you kind of block it out? Just back.
Yeah, I think it probably will. I think when you move clubs, you're desperate to, you know, to put in them performances, them significant performances with the bat. And he showed great promise all year without sort of going on, so I guess it will be playing on his mind, but I think you just got to stay in the present for as long as you can and keep watching the ball and playing it ball by ball, not thinking too far ahead. But yeah, I think he'll be hoping to get in and see off these 6 overs and then go again in the morning.
Yeah. It's just so much of this game is played between the ears, isn't it? You know, it's like when you get to 90 and you know, that 100's looming, and suddenly you just start to feel your stomach tighten a bit, don't you? Because you know, it's just another few runs, but it's not like going from 23 to 30, is it? Going from 90 to 100, it's a strange thing. I remember when I first started my career, getting out about 4 times for 37. And I get to kind of 36, and I'll be thinking, I'm sure I really fancy a single here. I don't want to get it's like 37 became this kind of, and it's mental, isn't it? Really, it's crazy how I just rather lean on 1 for 4, or try and get back for 2. I don't really 37. I don't want to get on that number again.
We have a lot of time. We have a lot of time to think about these things as batters. You have more bad days than good days. So these little things creep into the mind, and yeah, I guess everyone else there's certain numbers that they don't like getting to.
So Akeem Jordan back into the attack. Just not quite been his day so far. The West Indian 5 for against Worcester on debut. Then an injury, missed a couple of games, and he just hasn't found his rhythm at all today. Started with no balls and boundaries against him. He's plugged away, but not quite what Kent were looking for. I'm sure not what he wanted either. Oh, and I thought for a second he might have just induced the edge as Jack Haynes into his nervous territory. Just played and missed at that one. What does the winter hold for you, mate? Are you back? You big bashing, or what's happening?
The chaos of the winters as it is now. Yeah, some T20 cricket. A nice break in October.
Yep.
To refresh from what feels like a long summer again. And yeah, some T20 cricket.
Short ball from Jordan, and he's got dispatched here, and good bit of work actually on the deep cover. I said good bit of work. It was a great effort, but it was struck with a lot of power from Jack Haynes, and diving there. I can't see who that is. But, is it Parky again? Yeah, Parky's been all over the hockey, bless him. He's battered and bruised. He's been diving and trying to stop things. I think he's out at the deep point fence. Just Joe probably couldn't see that, obscured by the corner of the Frank Woolley stand, but I just saw a sprawling park. He looked like he'd done brilliantly. But bounced off him, went for 4. Probably got what it deserved, in truth. It was short and wide from Jordan. But, looking to make amends here, the overseas. And there's a better delivery, and it's been angled away. I'll take the single. Another sprawling stop from a Kent fielder. There's a single. Yeah, always thought October golfing month. So
yeah, I think there's it's the month where a lot of cricketers get married, stag do's, golf. October's the month for us to get all those things done. So yeah, Alex Hale's getting married in Cape Town in October. So
a few of the boys going out.
A few of the boys are going out for that, which would be nice.
Nice wouldn't be the word I would have used. Messy, maybe, as that one is outside off stump and James lets it go. Yeah. You probably would have played in Cape Town a few times, I'm guessing. You know it well?
I've been a few times, but not played at the famous Newlands. Would love to one day. It's a ground that I've been to watch at, and yeah, I think most cricketers would say one of the most picturesque grounds in the world.
Jordan is in once more. James just covers up. Even his 4 defensive shots kind of fly out to mid-off. It's a ball crisply in attack and defence. That concludes that over. So I'm going to make way for Dave Bracegirdle. I think Dave and Matt are going to finish off, but nice to have contributions from Luke Fletcher and Joe Clark. Good to see the Notts boys in full fettle. And here's Dave and Matt.
Huge thanks to the 2 Notts lads for popping up to join us, and to Faults for negotiating us through the last half an hour or so as we get to the last knockings of the day. And Notts have lost another wicket, and it is Jack Haynes. He's in the Bermuda Triangle of that little period between 55 and 77. Again on 62 he's nicked this to slip, and Gilchrist has his 2nd wicket of the day, and a good catch by Tuenda Mayei to send back Jack Haynes. Played beautifully, 108 balls, 5 fours, and that's now the 7th time this season he's fallen in that little period. 373 for 5, and I'm just wondering now if Notts are going to send out a night watchman. We're deep into the last few overs of the day here. This is the 92nd over. Can't see anybody as yet. Just wonder if it'll be the fella who was up here, Matt, just
who can it be
15
now?
Minutes ago.
Yeah, quite.
Well, we don't know who the Notts night watchman is, do we? But
we don't. I feel like we've been given either a massive red herring or a big old clue.
It's one way of getting Luke off air, isn't it, for Joe Clark to come up and say you've got to go and pad up as night watchman.
I think people were quite enjoying it, but there we go. Perhaps they thought they should save him for himself. Right?
I'd say hugely entertaining, and it was good of Dave just to negotiate us through the last half an hour.
Wherever it is, they're taking the time.
Exactly. Could be timed out. Now, this would be something that you don't see very often in first-class cricket. Remember A.J. Harris of Notts being timed out 20-odd years ago, and here he is.
There we go.
Here he is. Luke Fletcher, 373 for 5. Well, if you've been with us over the last half an hour or so, you might have been hearing all the stories about Luke. He was at Anfield on Saturday. He smashed a glass door here on his first visit to Canterbury. He bagged a pair last week.
Not in anger, we have to say. If you weren't listening earlier on, it was an accident, a pure accident. Make it sound like he's come here, he's just smashed some doors.
His own words were, I was a little heavy-handed.
Heavy-handed, yes. And then very embarrassed.
Yeah.
He covered Captain Chris Reed's kit in glass, is that right? And
yeah, that's what he said.
Head coach was less than impressed.
373 for 5.
Actually, Newell wouldn't have been the coach.
Yes, no, he was.
He would have been. Sorry, I'm trying to think of the timeline, but
yeah, very much so. This is the 92nd over. So Kent have Got their 5th wicket. In order to get maximum bowling bonus points, they require 4 wickets now in, 18 overs, so eminently possible. Dane Schardendorf, I think, was listed to come in at 7, but Luke Fletcher, playing his 150th first-class game for Notts, or his 150th first-class game, beg your pardon, is out there and gets a bouncer first ball, and it goes through to the keeper. Pitchy top, as Luke said. He was out first ball and second ball last week against Essex, so a bit of a sighter for him there. Survived his first ball, 373 for 5.
A decent partnership between those two, though. It's 50, 55 and 71 the one before, so Notts are stringing these together.
Nice to hear from Joe Clark as well. Don't often get the chance to get Joe Clark on comms, because very often batting in the middle of the order as Fletcher lays bat on ball. Can't get him in before he goes out to bat, and he's very often out there towards the end of the innings. So nice to have a few words from Clarkie, who
He tends to spend
left
quite
a
a
few
long time
out
at the crease, doesn't he? So.
Yeah. Lyndon James is on 32. If you weren't with us this morning, Kent won the toss. It's been a day of mixed weather overhead. 50 shades of grey, some would say. And no real surprise when Daniel Bell-Drummond asked Notts to bat first. Kent didn't make the most of that first new ball. They're trying to do something with the second. And Fletcher's going to get off the mark here for the first time in... this is actually the first time in 4 innings that Luke Fletcher's got off the mark, and he's driven it down the ground. Denley Fields a couple of runs. Nearly lost his footing, didn't he, Joe Denley?
Bit of coaching there from Dave Fulton's got Fletcher back going. There we are.
It's on to 2.
Just the magic working there. A couple of tweets came in after you sent that the photo. On saying, just a 52-year-old from Nottinghamshire.
Yeah.
Fletcher was 2 rows behind me at Anfield. I told him to make sure that we beat Kent, and he smiled. There we go. Christopher sending his respects to Fulton and Fletcher on commentary as well.
Bowls, this is pushed back to him by Luke Fletcher. It's nice when the players pop up and say hello.
You said we'd have Daniel Bell-Drummond up here, but well, it'd be lovely to, but he's a bit busy at the moment.
Well, he is as captain.
Yeah.
You understand with the captaincy. As we said, we heard him on Test Match Special on Saturday, commentating on Finals Day. Another bouncer. I said Luke won't mind that at all. You can bang them in as short as you like, Nathan. It's the one pitched up in the block hole that we'll be fearing a little bit, I guess. 373 for 5.
Yeah, I was going to say, for the big guys, it's normally stuff around the toes that starts to get a little bit more... well, depending on your skills as a batter, obviously. I don't think you might say that Zach Crawley doesn't mind too much of that, but maybe Luke Fletcher, as you say.
What's Zach's injury? His finger?
Broken finger, yes. Yeah. He's been included in the touring squad, but yeah, it's been out. Had a bit like his England career for Kent early season, as he scratched around a bit for runs and hit a double century. It's but that's the way he plays, and obviously it's worked for England. 375 for 5 as Jordan bowls to James behind square. Is he going to take a second? No. They thought about it. Luke Fletcher and Lyndon James agreed that perhaps just 1 was enough. And Compton Fields back to square.
Yes, and as we observed in the Sri Lanka series, he's been hard to replace at the top, and Dan Lawrence seemed to be trying to replace him like for like, and it didn't quite work out for the former Essex man now with Surrey.
Yeah, I wonder how much pressure there was on him, and the way the England obviously batted in the... A lot of people have made comments about it, how they batted in the second innings, particularly against Sri Lanka in the third test, but I wonder how much pressure there was on Dan Lawrence to go out and attack from the off. He wasn't the only one. In fact, I think he second top scored in that innings, are pretty close as Fletcher defends that one. Luke Fletcher, former of this commentary box, very shortly ago. up to mid-on. When he looked around and said, "Is it time for me to go?" I thought, you signal or so. I was like, no, you're fine. No. Behind us in the glass, Joe Clark had given him the hook.
Well, there were 4 of us here in the commentary box at that stage, and somebody had to go and be night watchman. I think either Fultz or Fletch would have been.
Crikey, yeah.
With all due respect, mate.
I would help Kent out considerably if it was me. 3-7-6 for 5. I'm not through any wanting not to.
No, I would these days. Struggle to see it, let alone hit it.
So, dot ball into the offside. Fletcher on 2. James 33. As Harry Finch picks up a fielding helmet, and Ben Compton is going to go in at short leg. I wonder what this tells you about the where the ball's going to pitch.
I was going to say he's going to get some words, and he's getting them already. What on earth are you coming in here for, mate?
Yeah.
What are you doing there?
Ben Compton's a very genial man, but
so is Fletch.
Exactly, I'm sure they'll.
What are you doing there?
I've been on the staff at the same time as well, Notts, were they? It's of course, outside the off stump.
Oh.
That's a slap by Fletcher, and Denny did his best to take the sting off it, but hasn't managed it. That's Everson saw it cover, and that'll go for 4 runs. And well, there we are. Set up for the short ball. He's gone full and wide, and Luke Fletcher doesn't mind that at all. He'll treat that. 4 runs, 380 for 5.
Just about sums up Hakeem Jordan's day, actually, being slapped through the covers by Luke Fletcher.
Really hasn't settled, has he? And as Dave Fulton says, he doesn't want to bowl like that. He's had a spell out with a side strain. I'm sure all too eager to impress when he came back to Kent for his second appearance after a 5-for in his first innings against Worcestershire. But yeah, it really isn't working for him today. He's not really the only one. 380 for 5 now. Fletcher faces this one. Ooh, this one's uppish into the offside. And look back at Hakeem Jordan. I'd imagine out from his, his bearing in the commentary box, he's probably prepared to have a chat with everyone, Luke, out in the centre.
Absolutely,
absolutely. He seems to be looking for conversation wherever he can find it. Ben Compton, who's a slightly quieter, more reserved man, I think it's fair to say.
I take pride in how he took over, though, in the commentary box and left to Fultz. I'll do the commentary now.
You're right, yeah. Good ball by ball. Good analysis of Forest's win on Saturday. That one's clipped off his toe. That's a lovely shot, full delivery. And he's got his hands through that quickly, and it's 4 runs wide of mid-on. 384 for 5.
I hope he remembers why he's out there, and he's not treating this as, well, I won't have too many more of these days, certainly with Notts, and I might as well enjoy it, because he's played 2 lovely shots in that over, but his job is to protect the rest of the side, and also, of course, it's really to protect Lyndon James. But you get half volley outside the off stump and he's crashed it through the covers. You get a half volley on leg stump and he's crashed it through mid wicket.
Yeah, 3 overs remaining. He's had a bit of a chat with Lyndon James. He's on 33. He has 10 so far. Joey Everson, who was warming up actually after the last over from Gilchrist, will replace him on for 29 so far. He got the first wicket of the day, in fact, to get rid of Sibami. Well, that just nipped back and took the off stump.
And again, that might be a little bit of psychology, or Joey might have said to the skipper, "Get me on, I know how to get Fletcher out," because he'll have bowled at him 1,000 times in the nets. And I know all about him. Shared a dressing room with him for season and a half, couple of seasons.
So Kent's last 3 signings off Nottinghamshire have all been very good value for Kent, with Matt Milnes, of course, and Ben Compton and Joey Everson, who starred in their one-day cup win on loan from Notts, didn't he?
Yeah,
at Trent Bridge as well. That was so. Looks like he's developing really well, Everson. I have to say, in a season when there's not been many pluses for Kent fans, he's coming on. He's coming up the batting order. Joey Everson, and bowling plenty too.
Got a wicket earlier, dismissed the Sibami, 10 overs, 1 for 29. He bowls now to Lyndon James, who tucks this away on the leg side for a single, so that's ideal, really, for the sake of the Notts dressing room, for the batter to be at the non-striker's end. Lyndon James on to 34, 385 for 5. Dave Fulton, Matt Cole, Dave Bracegirdle with you at the St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury. The Spitfire Ground as well. We've got a full day in. I don't think that was ever in doubt, but it's been gloomy. Here's Everson to Fletcher, pitches it up, and it's been dragged on to the leg side. I know it's an optical illusion. Luke Fletcher's bat is the same size as everybody else's, but it looks a big bat sometimes when he wields it. Other times, he's such a big man, it looks a little tiny toothpick. 385 for 5. Joey Everson, right arm, medium fast, pitches it up, bowls Fletcher. Just helps it on its way up to wideish mid-off to Parkinson, no run. Ben Slater, the star of the day, certainly for Notts, making 160. He was put down on 41 in the morning session, but that didn't halt his progress. He was 84 not out at lunch. Fletcher again plays correct textbook push into the covers, no run. The openers, Slater and Ameed, put 196 on. Ameed bowled by Joey Everson for 56. Freddie McCann didn't hang about for too long. We sort of predicted it. It's almost inevitable after a big partnership. The next one will go cheaply as Fletcher again just runs it into the offside, no run. Joe Clark, who we've also had up in the commentary box today, just shared his thoughts. Certainly felt he missed a few, left a few runs out there, took on the short ball, helped it straight into the hands of long leg for 18. Jack Haynes made 62. 385 for 4s. Again push for the third ball in a row, I think, into the covers. And that's the end of the over. 385 for 5. So Lyndon James took a single from the first ball. Luke Fletcher just played the next 5 without any great attacking intent, and we are a maximum of 12 legal deliveries away from stumps, although of course that could be shortened if a wicket goes down in the last over.
Pleasant out there, sunshine, but the breeze is getting up as well. You can see the big fluffy cumulus clouds being blown across the ground at quite a pace at the moment.
Yes, we are into overtime, by the way, just in case you think, oh, it's 6 o'clock finish, they can perhaps get more than 2 overs in. Of course, we started at 10:30, so should have finished at 5:30, so we're in a little bit of overtime here. But
Dave's reminded me as much as anything else. I couldn't get my head around lunch at all, could I?
No.
There we are. We'll come back at 12:30. I didn't know when we were going to lunch. I didn't know when we were coming back, Dave. But apart from that, it's all gone very well, I think.
Been a good day, mate. I enjoyed being back here. Enjoyed sharing the box with you and thoughts.
It's fun. It's Hakeem Jordan to bowl to Lyndon James. Oh, it's a snorter, and it's edged it, shouldered off the bat.
It's another one where
Lyndon
they're going to have to
James,
have a chat.
The umpires.
I think he will be given out here.
This is Middleton and
Kent are celebrating as if it's a wicket.
Coming together.
Somebody will raise a finger in a moment. I know he edged it, and I think it carried.
Is there a reasonable doubt? Yeah, they agree. Lyndon James tucks his bat under his arm. It's the adjudication from the umpire, and there is a wicket for Kent, and just a little bit late on, which will please them, I guess. And James goes for 34, 385 then for 6 now. But yeah, rising delivery. I think it took the shoulder of the bat. And there's a question to whether it carried, I guess. And Lyndon James was waiting.
Tell you what, it's turned Hakeem Jordan's day round.
It's true enough. Just trying to find a replay of it.
Kent with 2 bowling points now.
Yes, indeed.
And we'll have to see who comes out. Whether Notts will have 2 night watchmen. But we are getting down towards the lower order. I'd imagine it'd be Dane Chardendorf. Shady, they call him. It is Shady, coming in at number 8. So it's not his first-class debut, but it's his first Nottinghamshire start. If you weren't with us earlier, we did explain he was called into a game, an official ECB replacement for his first-class debut in 2021 against Derbyshire, when after 2 days Ben Duckett was withdrawn to go and play for England. So it came in, it was an official replacement in those COVID times, and he's had to wait till now. He's played 1 first-class match in Zimbabwe as well last winter, but this is his first Nottinghamshire start, and I think they're pretty much treating it as his Nottinghamshire first-class debut, even though technically it's not. He was awarded a cap this morning. Wayne Noon, former Nottinghamshire wicket-keeper, of course, is the match referee, and I know Mick Newell and Peter Moores asked Wayne if he would actually hand it over as a former Nottinghamshire wicket-keeper this morning, make the presentation, said a few words in the huddle, which was very nice indeed. So Schardendorf, who can play, only last week he got yet another century for the seconds up at Durham, was on form. He has been one of the highest scorers in second 11 cricket, not just for Notts but across the second 11 over the last couple of years. He was top scorer last year, been knocking on the door of the first team waiting for an opportunity, and now he's got it.
So close field, 2 mid wickets and 3 slips in as Jordan comes into Schardendorf, right-handed batter, looks to scoop that away into the offside on the ground, but it's a slow delivery from Jordan. Dot ball, 385 for 6. So yeah, match referee handing out the caps and giving emotional speeches to the Notts players, and Nottinghamshire 385 for 6 on the first day. I mean,
well, 385 for 5 according to the board on the right, which again has
well,
been...
obviously the Les Ames standard are on the other side at this point. So Jordan, coincidence? Jordan bowls to Schardendorf, just squeezing down on that one, bit bat and pad into mid wickets. Short mid wicket, that's Joe Denley, fielded in his dot ball.
So Schardendorf playing either his first or his second game for Notts. Due in next, Rob Lord playing his third game for Notts. Then Jacob Duffy making his Notts debut. Yeah. Then Farhan Ahmed playing his third game for Notts. The revolution has begun, folks.
Indeed.
Of course, Fletcher at the other end playing his 150th first-class game.
Here is Jordan to bowl, and it's down the leg side. It's just nudged off his hip by Schardendorf, and that is, 4 off the bat. There was a yelp. Did they think Finch was going to dive and catch that? Oh, that's gone well past him.
Nowhere near it, was he?
No, I don't think so. I don't think many keepers would have got close to that, would they? It's no, very wide indeed. But I guess the fact it's just gone in the air, isn't it? And so the slips are excited to think it's going to pop up for a catch, but no, well wide of Harry Finch.
If you're in the area, come along tomorrow. Should be a good day. If not, we'll be, God willing, on air just before 10:30 on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the Kent Cricket Club live stream where you can see the pictures.
Indeed so. So Jordan bowling to Schardendorf again, drops that one into the offside, sends Luke Fletcher back. I mean, I don't mean unkind, but his turning circle is quite large, so he had to put the anchors on there and turn round, and Schardendorf has 4, Fletcher 10.
It was probably a decade or so ago now, 2014, 2015, there was the infamous occasion where Fletcher had gone out as a night watchman batting with Samet, and they both ended up at the same end in what turned out to be the last ball of the day. It's not meant to happen. You told me we weren't running, but you need to listen.
Should be staying at the far end at this point, and well, he can, because that's driven into the offside. It's a glorious shot for Schardendorf, and he gets his second boundary. Yes, indeed, that'll be him on to 8. 2 falls. Fletcher has 10. Nottinghamshire 393 for 6. They may not make 400 tonight, but almost inevitably they will tomorrow morning.
Oh, well, not so shy of 400, but Hakeem Jordan has just brought up his 100 with the 2 boundaries in that over. He got a wicket in his previous over, of course. He got a wicket at the start of that over, but it ends with him having figures of 1 for 100 from 18 overs, 2 maidens. So we're into the final over of the day. Luke Fletcher's on strike, and that's how it's supposed to be, isn't it? The night watchman on strike. Don't take a single at the start and expose Dane Schardendorf would be the plan. But Fletcher has 10. Young Shady has 8. There's Joey Everson. Ball's now to Fletcher. Nicely timed up to mid-on, no run. 5 balls to go in the day. I did see that a lot of wickets had fallen at Old Trafford. That's my phone on my laptop. Just the other side of the glass, so I can't get it. But I know Lancashire all out for 140, and the last time I looked, Somerset were 130 for 9.
Let's check it out for you in a second.
A lot of wickets have gone there. Fletcher again gets solidly behind it and just blocks it.
Yeah, Somerset bowled out for 146. So, yeah, a lead of 6 at that time. It's now 4. Lancashire 4 for none. So, yeah, it's looking like a bowl out there, isn't it? A shootout, that game. That's not what Notts fans want to hear. They would be very happy for Somerset to carry on their winning run.
393 for 5. Everson bowls. Fletcher leaves it alone because it was wide enough. And it's going well for Notts. It's going well for Notts. But if Canterbury play in kind and get a good score, and this does end up to be a draw, and Lancashire turn that round and win, then they're going to be very much breathing on the Notts total going into the final round of matches. Everson bowls. Fletcher plays it with soft hands, square of the wicket on the offside. 393 for 6. Softer hands than when he first came here all those years ago and put his hand through a double door. Smashed the glass everywhere, as he was telling us earlier.
Email from Clive. Was that the game had to get back to 7 outs left at tea? Joined the commentary. He says, I hate it when commentators use the word adjudge. He was adjudged to have fouled the opposition player. A judge or adjudged aren't even words, says Clive. I mean, they are words. Yeah. I've looked them up in the dictionary, but yeah.
We're living in a world of litigation, Clive. What do you say? He said or he did, and then, no, I didn't.
I was going to say...
Get my solicitor onto you.
I think adjudged, the word actually comes from legalese, doesn't it? Yeah. It's about... if you're judged in court, so yeah. But fair enough, Clive. We all have don't we? We all have those that make us see red, the phrases. That's Clive, somewhere on a train between Canterbury and Sevenoaks at that time. Loving your email, thank you.
Bowles beats Fletcher outside the off stump through to the keeper. And I think that might be it. It is. Yeah. 393 for 6. Joey Everson finishes with a maiden. Luke Fletcher's still there on 10. Dane Chardendorf is on 8. And Nottinghamshire will feel they've done pretty much as well as could have been expected, better than a lot of people, I'm sure, would have dreamt when Daniel Bell-Drummond put them into bat. That's after Notts were bowled out in their first innings last week at Chelmsford by Essex with just 93. 93. And the board showing here 393 at the end of day 1, 393 for 6. A good century from Slater, 160 he made, 62 from Jack Haynes, 56 from Asib Hamid, the principal contributors.